Guess some people like me are just destined to fuck up everything that we mess with. If I was made as a joke, I don't get it. Missed the call, but I guess I got the message. Usually I fall too hard, I'm addicted to pain. And if the world's on fire, I'll be swimming in flames, yeah. Cause I'm too impatient to wait for change. I know I'm far from perfect, oh yeah. But I know I can make it work, I know I can make it work. I'm crazy, everybody knows my name, but I don't even know my name. Going insane, putting heavy on my brain, and I don't even know my name. It's a story about an ID crisis. Used to think my only future was the night shift. Brain on ADHD, autopilot. And through it all somehow I kept smiling. I can never find the right words to say. Only a handful of family ever sees my face. But I'm only human, don't we all make mistakes? I'm drowning in my head again, and my thoughts don't want me to win. They show compassion made of plastic, and I don't wanna be another tragedy, but I'd rather be dead than a skeleton dreaming about the things that he couldn't be. Cause I'm too impatient to wait for dreams.
Turns to ice. Close your eyes, forget my black clouds cry as atoms collide. Death eats life, creep inside. I know you've done all you can to change me for yourself. Ooh. Blistering skin that shines, I climb out to find myself by myself. Please just hold on, soon we'll all be singing. Reigniting, let's go to the beginning. To the beginning.
Hello, everyone. How's everyone doing? How is everyone doing? Happy Thursday. I think it's Thursday, right? Good God, I lose track of time and shit. Oh my gosh, my hair's messed up. Dear God. Hello, guys. Happy Thursday to all the people out there. Let me see who we got here. Let me see who we got. All right. Let's take a look. All right. Matthew McConaughey. All right. So, hello, everyone. Hello. Okay. Yes, right. Another beautiful day in our Orwellian hellscape. Don't we all love it? Nothing wrong in this world. It's a perfect place. No problems here. Hello, Sir Bartholomew. Yes, indeed, the horrors do persist, but so do we, Sir Bartholomew. So do we. We persist as well. So glad to see you here, Sir Bartholomew. Louise is here. Hello, Louise. So glad you're here, Louise, as always. Gotta love Louise. A lot of interesting news coming out of the UK, by the way, with the Green Party, etc. Maybe we'll talk about that at some point. It's very interesting stuff there. Hello, Macon. Macon. Happy Thursday. Time for politics and Linux kernel debugging on my end, by the way. That sounds amazing, Macon. I didn't know it was Thursday. Well, happy Thursday, everyone. I should be holding a hammer. I should be holding a hammer instead of a jester scepter, right? Dear God. Okay, well, happy Thursday. May the hammer bash what is it called? What's the name of the serpent that eats the world? Yormonger? Shit. What's the name of the giant serpent in Norse mythology? That's like whatever. Well, how about Fenrir? May the hammer strike down Fenrir. There we go. All right. Okay. Um, however it may be. Todd. No, Sir Bartholomew, it's not Todd. Okay, how dare you? All right. All right. Hello, Gwen. Hello, Gwen. How are you doing, Gwen? So glad to see you here, Gwen, as always. Gwen, have you ever been to no, not that one, Macon. I can't remember its name. Gwen, have you been to Salem, Massachusetts? Because I used to live near there. I don't know if I know you're a witch. You practice that. But if you haven't, you should visit Salem, Massachusetts. It's really interesting. Um, regardless, okay. Oh, I got you, Gwen. Got you. All right. It's really cool. There's a lot of yeah, there are a lot of people who practice Wicca. I know you're not Wicca, but there's also a lot of people who are witches there and stuff. It's a really interesting place. Anyway, yes, Jormungandr. That's right. Thank you, 99 red balloons. It is Jormungandr. Jormungandr is the name of the giant serpent. Thank you. All right. Good morning, Fetty. Fetty, as always, adding delicious foods and cute little images of pets to our Discord server. Love having Fetty around. Hello, Body Swap. So glad you're here, as always. God, I love Body Swap. Oh, I love Body Swap. Elliot, I'm so always glad you're here, Elliot. Of course. Jamil is here. Hello, Jamil. Hello, Jamil. How are you, Jamil? Thank you for calling me a goat. That's fantastic. I love it. All right. I'm gonna be chewing on some food like a goat. So although I am the goat, of course, but also I'm gonna be chewing on some food like a goat because I'm hungry. All right. All right, all right, all right. Okay. Um okay. Look, okay, let's see here. Did I miss anyone? Another day in fascist paradise, right, Macon, as always. Okay, as always. Let's see, did I miss anyone? Did I miss anyone? 99 red balloons. Hello, LaCroix. Hello, LaCroix. So glad you're here as always. Uh, Sasha, so glad you're here. Asax, so glad you're here. Revenge for the hostages goes on, right? Apparently, it hasn't been enough of it. Hello, W. Perpetual Texas Republican runoff. Hilarious. Yeah. Meanwhile, yep, Talarico coasted above 50%. We're going to be talking about that. Talarico won the primary in Texas for the Senate, which is very interesting. He's such an interesting character. Such an interesting character. Okay, guys, okay. I know I'm starting a bit early today. I can tell that that may have been a mistake because most of the community isn't here yet. We have very few people in here right now. That's okay. It happens. Maybe I shouldn't always start so early. I should stick to my regular time, whatever the case may be. But we have a lot to talk about. Okay, a lot to talk about. So I thought we could start a little bit early. Oh, good lord. So, a few things here. First of all, if we get one super chat, I will put on the jester hat. If we get 3 super chats, I'll put on the jester collar. If we get to 5, I don't know. We'll do something. Who knows? I haven't really thought it through very well. Maybe maybe we'll play a game or something if we get to 5. Okay, we'll play a game. If we get to the jester, if we get to 5, we'll play the food game or the GeoGuessr game later. All right. That also will count if you're over on Twitch and you send 200 bits. That counts as one of the super chats. Okay, so 200 bits over on Twitch or just $2 over on YouTube works too. All right. Okay, guys. So obviously a lot to talk about. Uh, okay, wait, might as well just get right into it. Might as well just get right into it because, dear God, we got a lot to do and very little time to do it. Well, we have a lot of time to do it, actually. I'm going to try to be on here for a while today. That's why I started early. So I hopefully will be on here for a while today, folks. Yay, isn't that exciting? Okay, so a few things here, a few things. I have a nice little thing set up. The first thing that we always have to remember, guys, the first thing we always have to remember is on the screen in front of you right now. Well, if you're not watching, I can read it to you, but You can see it says here because we really should not lose sight of this thing at the top of the page here, right? We really should not lose sight of the elephant in the room, which is the Epstein files. That wow, what a coincidence! We decided to go to war with Iran. We decided to go to war with Iran, right, Sir Bartholomew? Right after all these files got released, and it's kind of weird. I wonder why that might be. Why Trump randomly decided to go to war with Iran right after the release of these Epstein files, and as more pressure was building on him over that. So there's that. By the way, on a side note, I screamed at see, there you go, ready now, remember. Look, I also want to point out, guys, that we do know that while this war has been raging, they have been removing documents from the federal website. They've been removing documents from the federal website as the war's been raging. Uh, that's interesting. And it's actually been pointed out by several people, including several congressmen, both on the right and the left. Thomas Massey was pointing it out that some of the files are disappearing that he hasn't had a chance to see yet, the unredacted versions of yet. And the Trump administration is claiming they're not going to release any more files at all because they're all the rest of them are protected by like attorney-client privilege and crap, including the ones that they've removed from the site. Okay, including several files that included images of boxes that had CIA credentials on them and things like that. So, yep, exactly, Fetty. Yep. Did you, Fetty? You're correct. I was actually going to mention that, Fetty. I'm glad you brought it up. I forgot about it. Fetty says, "Good morning, CR. Did you see the recovered part of the files where Epstein himself said Trump would likely attack Iran when he was cornered like a rat?" Yep. Oh yes. I don't know. Are those one of the files they removed from the website? Anyway, so that's fun. We love that. We love that. And for anyone who's watching who's new to the streams, just be aware if you think that sounds conspiratorial, it is not. Look it up. Okay. Even people in Congress are upset about it. A lot of people are upset about it. Files are being removed while this war is raging. Kind of seems kind of coincidental, doesn't it? A little bit coincidental there. Interesting. So we cannot lose sight of the Epstein files, which are just magically no longer being talked about as much. Gwen says Patel fired 10 counterintelligence agents in charge of possible Iranian threats the week before the attack. Oh, I have no doubt. No doubt at all. Okay, no doubt at all. Yeah, very brilliant, right? Brilliant. So I mean, that you don't. Admittedly, it could just be incompetence. Knowing this regime, it could just be incompetence. Maybe they weren't loyal enough. Maybe they were transgender. Who knows? But still, so, okay, we have so again, just let's never lose sight. Don't This is why this is the big message here. We're not going to talk much about the Epstein files today, but I'm going to keep reminding all of you, don't forget about the Epstein files. Unfortunately, there is a war going on, which is an important thing to talk about because it is happening. But let's not forget about what's also happening with the Epstein files. And the two are probably related. All right. No shit. Okay. So let's zoom in a little bit here. Let's zoom in a little bit here. We got some stuff to talk about. We have some news items in regards to the war. Okay, some news items in regard to the war. You know what I need to do? I need to actually back out of this so I can see this better for everyone. Here we go. Okay. So, all right. A few things here. Where is it? There we go. All right. We got several news stories to discuss in regards to the war. Okay. So, first of all, uh geez, how do I okay, I don't even know where to start. There's so much to talk about. Okay. So, first of all, the one piece of news here is that the son of the supreme leader of Iran, whose name is Mojtaba Khamenei, is a rising contender to replace Khamenei. So, it doesn't appear, guys, as if the regime has collapsed as was hoped for, and shocking outcome. I think we all could have basically guessed it wouldn't be easy. You know, we didn't think it was going to be like, oh, you kill the leader and some of their top people and the regime is going to collapse, right? Well, I mean, that might have been what the Trump administration thought, but we all knew that wasn't going to happen, right? Things are not that easy, especially when Iran has prepared for a scenario like this for over 20 years. It's not like they're going to just immediately, the regime isn't going to immediately collapse. It appears that Khamenei's son is being favored right now to take over. Okay. So Mojtaba Khamenei, a son of Iran's late supreme leader, has long been considered a contender to the post of the country's next paramount ruler, even before an Israeli strike killed his father at the start of the war last week, and despite the fact he has never been elected or appointed to a government position. Okay, we're gonna talk about that 99 red balloons, trust me. Okay. Okay, so he's a secretive figure within the Islamic Republic. He has not been seen publicly since Saturday when Israeli airstrikes targeting the supreme leader's offices killed his 86-year-old father. Also killed was his wife. Uh, okay, so this is the son of the supreme leader whose wife was killed in the strikes and whose father was killed in the strikes. Do we see why he might be being favored right now by the rest of the regime? He is not only a victim of these attacks, he's probably been radicalized by the death of his wife and father, and he's the son of a person who is now considered a martyr. All right. So we have a whole lot of things that point to him possibly being the one who's chosen. Yeah, he's going to be greatly happy, Alyssa, right? Do we think, guys, that he's going to be more conservative than his father or less conservative than his father? By the way, by the way, it should be noted that it's been well known for a while that Khomeini himself, the late supreme leader who is now dead, was one of the few barriers between the hardliners and the acquisition of nuclear weapons. I am not joking. He was one of the ones restraining the acquisition of nuclear weapons, and he even issued a fatwa against nuclearization, claiming it was against Islamic ideals for Iran to have a nuke. Now, does that mean he wasn't possibly promoting the development of a nuke in secret or whatever? No. But what it does mean is uh, his son might be worse, right? So if you want to view it as a better or worse thing, maybe his son will be more radical because of what's happened to his father and his wife, and maybe he'll be more easily convinced by the radical elements of the government to pursue a nuclear weapon. This is why overthrowing a regime and then thinking everything will be honky dory is just stupid, right? I mean, come on. I don't need to repeat myself, do I? We all know this by now after all the attempted regime change and shit all the time, right? Never really works out well, does it? All right. It's never nearly that easy. Now, do we know if he will actually take over? No, but there seems to be a lot of indication here. His stock is rising with the aging clerics of the 88-seat Assembly of Experts, who will select the country's next supreme leader. Okay, so that appears to be the case. All right. All right. Yeah, nope, you're right, SoCal, especially when SoCal says children of evil narcissistic dictators tend to be even worse than their parents. Yeah, especially when their views of the world are reinforced by the death of family members. That's how that works. That's so okay. So there you go. Right. So there you go. This is why, maybe don't just kill the top leader and then expect everything to be good. All right. And we don't know yet. We don't know much about him though. I'm just saying it could be that this is worse. But all right. It doesn't look good. All right. So let's go on to the next story, shall we? Hello, Outer Signal. Hello, SoCal. Hello, Outer Signal. Hello, HGMS. Sorry, folks. I know what happiness is CRs, but hello, Mithril. Mithril, I'm always spreading happiness in here. What do you mean? I'm always spreading happiness in here. Okay. Okay. All right. So, guys, for those that have just joined, if we get one super chat, I will put on the Jester hat. If we get 3, I'll put on the Jester collar. If we get to 5, I will do the we'll play a game later, okay? Welcome everyone to the stream. I know I started a bit early, so people are trickling in because I'm sure a lot of people aren't even aware that I'm on right now. Anyway, regardless, let's move on. So there you go. That's one story to think about. Okay, here's the next story. Arguably a more important story, in my opinion, though they're all sort of important. So here we go. All right. Hello, Sarah. Hello, Sarah. Thank you, Outer Signal. Thank you. I'm glad someone liked the design of my Canva there. I need to get better at it. Okay, so here we go. Next story, guys. So if you thought that missile strikes and drone strikes and all that shit was fun, well, it appears as though America, under the direction of the CIA, has been funding. This is from the New York Times, by the way. It has been funding and supplying weapons to to Kurdish forces in Iraq. Now, let me show you a map here. So to explain what this is about, all right? And there are, by the way, early reports coming out that Kurdish rebels have already invaded northern Iran. Okay, so let me show you a map here. I'm going to show you something called Kurdistan. So if you look here, here we go. This is a good way of putting it. Okay, this is okay. Excellent way of putting it. As a matter of fact. Okay, so here we have a map of Kurdistan, which is this region right here with all those four different colors. Okay, now the Kurds have traditionally been American allies for a number of reasons, mainly because America uses them, which you're going to see as proxies to wage our own wars and stuff like they're doing now. Um, yeah, so Fox Emblem, there were some reports that they had already crossed the border. I cannot verify this. I do know that they are being so that's why I'm like there are some reports saying it, but it's one of those situations where it's very unclear. They have been armed though. They have been definitely very armed. And there's some evidence that some of them have crossed the border and started setting up positions in the mountains, but it is unclear. Okay. Yeah, HDMS. We did abandon the Kurds. Trump did. All right. There you got it, Fox Emblem. Okay. So, Fox Emblem actually brings up a good point, guys, and I'll talk about this in a second. The fog of war makes it really difficult to know a lot of this stuff for sure. But what we so I'm telling you, like there are reports, there are conflicting reports on this. The reports that are certain are that we are funding and supplying weapons to the Kurds, than we have been for a while, with the hope of using them to put pressure on Iran. Okay, so you see here, this is the Kurdistan. It's a region in the Middle East that is occupied by an ethnic group called the Kurds. Now, there is a difference, folks, between a nation and a nation state. It could be argued that there are some ethnic groups in the world that have a nation but don't have a government for that nation, right? So the Kurds have long sort of wanted their own nation state, but they don't have it. They have an ethnic nation, but they don't have a nation state. So the Kurds are spread across Syria, Turkey, Iraq, and Iran. Okay. Yeah. All right. And so there were a lot of Kurdish ethnic Kurds in Iran. They have long not gotten along very well with the Iranian regime. Same with in Iraq. Okay, Saddam Hussein actually dropped gas bombs to try and exterminate a large number of Kurds while he was around. Syria, the Kurds have been there. There's an armed group called the Peshmerga, which is a Kurdish armed group. There are Kurdish groups in Turkey. Okay. So apparently, the American government with the CIA has been funding and arming Kurdish groups in northern Iraq with the hope that they can be used to launch a ground invasion of Iran. And a lot of the airstrikes that have been taking place in northern Iran at the behest of Israel and the United States, or from Israel and the United States, have been targeting military bases, communication towers, police stations, and things like that, border crossing guard stations, which would make it a lot easier for the Kurdish rebel groups to invade Iran, okay, to try and seize more territory for the sake of establishing perhaps a Kurdish state, or to put put resistance against the Iranian regime. Okay. Now, again, there are conflicting reports of whether they have already gone into Iran or whether they're about to go into Iran. But apparently, the United States is trying to use the Kurds to launch a ground invasion into Iran. All right, to put more pressure on the regime. Yeah, yeah, good luck with all that, right? That will not be easy, folks. I would say the Iranian military is much larger and more well equipped than the Kurds. However, the Kurds have a lot of experience fighting. They fought ISIS. They have a lot of experience with guerrilla tactics. They have fought Turkey. They have fought. So a lot of these fighters are greatly experienced. And the terrain they'd be entering in Iran would be very mountainous and very difficult for both sides to manage. But that is apparently what the United States is trying to get to have happen. If not, it might already be happening. A ground invasion into Iran. Now, another problem with this, guys, is this only increases the likelihood of there being sort of a balkanization issue happening. Okay, in Iran, where there's a civil war that breaks out between all these different I'm sorry, Gwen, with all these different ethnic groups kind of fighting each other, or all these different groups and national orientations within the country starting to fight each other. So that's another fear. Okay, that's another fear. We also might be oftentimes If an ethnic group within a country gets support from outside the country, that increases the chances of genocide happening against the group within the country. Just to say, okay? Yeah, right, arbiter clause, yes, right? They all do, right? Um, so just a note there. Yeah, I know, Sir Bartholomew. You're right, because Sir Bartholomew, in the Kurds' defense, they're desperate. They don't have their own state, so they're willing to accept aid from anywhere, whether it be Israel or the United States. Okay, okay, Gwen, I apologize for making you feel like you're a student in a class. I'm just trying to make a point here so we all understand. Thank you so much, Sasha. You know what, Sasha? That is enough. That is enough for the jester hat. Thank you very much, Sasha. So we'll put on the jester hat, guys. All right. Thank you for the contribution. Hello, Mad Sci Guy. Hello. All right. Boop. So, there we go. By the way, the Kurds are really cool, though I'm not pro or against any group in this region. I do think the Kurds deserve their own state. I mean, they deserve it, but they've also been killed. A lot of them have been killed, but they're also kind of cool. There are a lot of Kurds are very far left. A lot of Kurdish rebel groups are like left-wing anarchist socialist groups, and they're typically a bit more secular than a lot of the other rebel groups in the region. They're an interesting group of people. The Kurds are. Let's just put it that way. Okay, so that's another piece of news. So pro-American Kurdish forces are preparing a possible incursion into Iran. The CIA has given small weapons to Iranian Kurdish forces in Iraq in a covert program that began before the current war. So they've been planning this for a while, giving all these weapons to Kurdish forces. All right, so pro-American Iranian Kurdish forces based in Iraq are preparing armed units that could enter Iran, creating a potential new front in an already expanding conflict, according to Iraqi officials and senior members of Iranian Kurdish groups. By the way, this is also just going to cause more death and destruction, all right, which we don't like. All right. The CIA has previously given small arms to the Iranian Kurdish forces as part of a covert program to destabilize Iran, an effort that began before the current war, according to people familiar with the effort. Guys, we wonder why maybe the Iran doesn't like the United States. Here's another example. Apparently, we've been funding these rebel groups with the hopes that they'll eventually invade Iran right outside of Iranian borders for a while. Okay, so not only have we had military bases all around the outside of their country, not only have we killed dozens of their nuclear scientists, not only have we embargoed them and sanctioned them and been extremely racist towards them with a lot of the ways that we talk about them in this country, not only have we humiliated them and supported their enemy Israel, who also bombs them, we've also been funding rebel groups right outside their borders with the hope that they'll invade. Okay, so my point here, guys, is that it's almost I stop applying justice to international issues. I know I really shouldn't do that, right? It's a shame, isn't it? It's a shame that I do that. Okay, but like, do we see why maybe the Iranians might have felt kind of uh, uh, threatened? Okay, you're right. Dead inside. Forgive me. The American government has done this, not we. Not we. Okay, so that's wonder why all these times we've tried to quote unquote negotiate with them while doing these things. Certainly don't blame them for being a bit unsure about what's happening. Certainly don't blame them for being a bit unsure about that. Okay, so that's good. Love that for us. All right. Um, so the U.S. Israeli blah, 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 okay. So the bombing campaign has also targeted government and security facilities around the country, including at the Iran-Iraq border. Oh my God, I'm sorry, Alyssa. Did I miss your super chat? There's no super. Oh, you know what? I am sorry. I'm so sorry, Alyssa. Thank you. I don't know how I missed that, Alyssa. Thank you for the super chat. Are you sick again? No, I am not sick, Alyssa. I am not. Okay, I'm not sick. All right. I've been kind of tired the last few days. It's nothing. I'll be okay. I'll be okay. Right there, you go, Dead Inside. I know you're always right, Dead Inside. Thank you, Alyssa, for that super chat. Okay, I think that gives us almost. We're almost. Oh nope, that does give us enough. Okay, I'll put on the jester collar. Okay, thank you, Alyssa. We get enough for the jester collar. Right, Philly cheese? I know, right? I can't. That's all I can really think of too. Jesus Christ. Thank you for the contributions, everyone. Thank you very much. All right. What are super chats? So, ASACs, I should say, super chats are contributions you can give on YouTube. You can send me some money. I know I disconnected it. Anyway, so that's money you can send over on YouTube, and you can actually send a message. So if you send me money in a message, I'll be certain to read the message aloud. Okay. All right. Thank you, SoCal, for pointing out that I skipped Alyssa. I just ignore Alyssa all the time. I'm sorry, Alyssa. You know I love you. Okay. I'm always ignoring Alyssa for some reason. Okay, Matt Saigai, thank you so much for the contribution. Really, thank you very, guys. You're all being so nice. Thank you. All right, we went from jester to mime. There we go. Okay, so again, we any U.S. effort to assist Kurds in the beginning an incursion into Iran or any sort of insurgency there would be a surprising twist in the war. Yeah, no shit. Okay. Okay, so anyway, so again, that's another aspect of this war. There might be a ground invasion launched by the Kurdish forces with the support of the United States, which is going to cause. No, I haven't yet, Matt Saigai, but I'm going to. I'm going to eventually. I had not even heard about that guy until you shared that. Yeah, a lot of female soldiers too. The Kurds are kind of badass. I will tell you guys. I'm not like taking any sides here. I'm just saying the Kurds are kind of badass. They have a lot of female soldiers. As a matter of fact, well, I'll post on in the Discord. By the way, join our Discord. It is linked at the top of the YouTube and the Twitch page. There is a female Kurdish pop singer that does a lot of music that is really cool. But anyway, I will indeed, Matt. Like I'll take a look. So no, I have not heard of Psychot. Psychot. I have not heard of Psychot. I do know who Hassan is. All right. Um, no, I know Sir Bartholomew, but the Kurds really aren't that bad, and I don't mean to. Yeah, they've sided with the United States, but I don't really blame them for that. They're getting something out of it. They're kind of an abused ethnic minority, really they are. But they do what they can. Okay, didn't they abandon? I don't know. Actually, it's possible, Red Balloon, that they did abandon female fighters. Okay, yeah, and it never. You're right, Paul Squall. Working with Americans always works well for the Kurds. No, not really. Okay, all right. So anyway, so that just it's another part of the story is that we are now doing more of our imperialism by trying to fund groups to invade Iran. Um, yes, thank you, Gwen. You say I just saw on Twitter the First Lady of Iraq wrote a statement. Leave the Kurds alone. We are not guns for hire. I reposted it to you on Twitter. There we go. Excellent, Gwen. Yeah, Fox, you're right. Okay, I should say there are different Kurdish factions. I don't want to generalize here. All right. Okay, so there we go. Yeah, there you go. Money soothes all wounds. All right, and I'm not. Anyway, moving on. So there's one little story there. The Kurds, and unfortunately, they're going to be used by America, and a lot of them will probably die if they do get used by America. And it's unlikely they'll even be able to accomplish the goals they're set out to achieve. Okay, so there's that. Another story here. All right, this story caught me off guard because guys, this story in particular shocked me. As a historian, I could not remember the last time an American submarine had sunk a belligerent state's ship on at open sea, and I actually looked it up. And the last time an American submarine sunk a ship was 1945 in the last few days of the World War II. Okay, so an American submarine sunk an Iranian warship off the coast of Sri Lanka, killing. So far they've recovered. The Sri Lankan Navy has been able to recover 87 bodies. Yep. Oh, you're not wrong there, Sir Bartholomew. Hello, Mecha Kind. So, again, an American submarine sunk an Iranian warship that was in international waters off the coast of Sri Lanka in what is a spreading war that is now affecting places as far away as Sri Lanka, because we have taken this war global. Now, I will say, guys, this does not mean that we are in a world war, and I've seen that term used a lot. Okay. I have seen the term used a lot that we are in a world war. We can debate on what that word means, but from my historical perspective, no, we are not in a world war, right? And we would need to see a lot more great powers engaged in a conflict for it to become a world war type scenario. The scale of this war is much smaller compared to what we saw in either of the other two world wars in terms of number of people involved. And I get that some people are already saying it's a world war. No, I don't think it is. And people are worried it might escalate to a world war. It might. I honestly believe that those chances are very low. Very, very low. And I know that, and I'm not just saying that. I don't think this will escalate into a world war. All right. Um, you see what I mean? But it could very well end up becoming a world war, but I don't think China's gonna get involved or Russia's gonna get involved, or there's gonna be millions of soldiers mobilized all across the planet fighting it out, okay? Not only that, guys, any sort of modern world war, I suspect, would end with nuclear weapons, and that makes it very unlikely that any major state would get involved in the war against for other nuclear powers. Okay, I'm just saying that does not mean that it won't happen, and this is still horrible. It's still a horrible thing that's happening, and it's definitely regional. Um, okay. Uh, well, you're right, Paul Squaw, but I just don't see it happening. All right. I know. So, like China supplying arms to Iran. Yeah, yeah. I mean, no, not like China supplying arms to Iran. I mean, like China actually entering the war. That would be a world war level event. Um, okay. Regardless, no, you're absolutely right, Meowsor, but that's the thing. Okay, Meowsor, you're right, okay? So Meowsor says, "How about the Overton window of Armageddon speak forcing a nuclear conflict?" That's possible, Meowsor, but actually, from what I've been reading, that talk has been going on for a while. All right? I was actually reading some more articles about that talk about Armageddon, and that's been going on for a while, and in the end, I don't think that'll happen. I don't think there'll be a nuclear war that breaks out. It just is very unlikely, okay? Right. But again, it is possible, but I don't think we're in a world war level scenario. Regardless, um, moving on. All right. So no. So Paul Squaw, America isn't preparing the military for the apocalypse. They've been preaching about it though. Right? They've been preaching about it. Yeah, no, and I could be wrong, guys. You know, I don't have a monopoly on truth, but I think it is way too. And talking about this historically, like the scale of things we're seeing happen and such is just nowhere near a world war, and I do not see it escalating to the point where it becomes a world war, level thing, okay? But I could be wrong, guys. That's fair, Dead Inside. I will say this though, guys, like, people have been saying that there's gonna be a world war breaking out since the Second World War, and it has never happened. Regardless, it is possible, but I think it's unlikely, alright? So I don't have a monopoly on truth, though. This is just an estimate. Okay. All right. So again, there is now American submarine sinking an Iranian warship as far away as Sri Lanka, which was they probably thought they'd be safe out there, the Iranian warship in open international waters far away from the shores of Iran. Alas, that was not correct, and an American vessel sunk it. All right, got sunk. Okay. Um, no, Arbeiter Klasse, I am sorry to say, I do not think Loiso, are you here, Loiso? I gotta tell you, Arbeiter Klasse, yes, I think Putin would be, if it were to be triggered, it'd be Putin, but I don't know. I don't trust him, but I don't think he's suicidal. Uh, but regardless, it is possible. I hate Vladimir Putin, as you all guys can tell. I have a goddamn Ukrainian flag behind me. He's a monster, and he needs to be hung from the highest tree. I mean, I probably shouldn't say that on YouTube. He's a monstrous human being. He's an imperialist POS, kind of like our president. Um, yeah. Anyway, moving on. Uh, again, Paul Squaw. No, so Paul Squaw, I did not think it would be suicidal for Putin to attack Ukraine. Some people may have said that, but they had way too much faith in NATO, right? Ukraine is not a NATO country. I don't think attacking Ukraine necessitates a global war, unfortunately. I mean, not unfortunately, kind of fortunately. But I don't think that attacking NATO states would be in Putin's purview. Regardless, um, yeah, and he's very weak right now. His military has been heavily. He's anyway. I'm sorry. I'm getting off track, guys. So again, that's just another story. Here is that this war is spreading. All right. Um. So. Uh. Yeah. Oh, absolutely, Arbiter Clause. He was a fool. He was completely wrong about the war, etc. Okay. So here we go. I want to before we let's go on here. So the war is spreading, And by the way, if you want to talk about possible world war, to support the people who say that it might turn into a world war, all right? I don't know if you guys heard, but yesterday an Iranian drone was headed towards Turkish airspace and it was shot down before it got there. But Turkey is a member of what? Tell me. Someone tell me in the chat here why that is disturbing that an Iranian drone would head towards Turkish airspace. Okay, someone tell me. NATO, correct. Uh, Iran's in NATO. So that could cause an explosion. Now, I don't think it still wouldn't be a world war if Iran put if NATO went to war with Iran, then it would just be NATO forces helping against Iran. That still wouldn't be a world war. But regardless, that is dangerous. Okay. And Paul Squall, I could tell you guys, yeah, exactly, Sir Bartholomew. Yeah, Turkey's part of NATO. And I will say, so Paul Squaw, yes, and that's why I'm worried, Paul Squaw, that Putin, there is a possibility he would try. You know what? I'm sorry. I'm getting off track here. Let's talk about Turkey and stuff later. Okay, let's talk about Turkey and stuff later. So, um, oh, did I say Iran was in NATO? No, 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 no. I mean, Turkey is in NATO. Turkey absolutely is in NATO. Iran is not in NATO. All right. So moving on. I just wanted to read you guys something. And to be clear here, okay, if I said Iran was in NATO, I didn't mean that. I meant Turkey. Obviously, Iran's not in NATO. Okay, obviously, Iran's not in NATO. Okay, so we here we go. Yeah, Drizella. Turkey has the largest military in NATO next to the United States. I think France is up there. I could be wrong. I think NATO is number 2. Yeah, exactly, Laqua. Very unlikely anyone's going to come to Iran's aid. Okay, so guys, I've talked before about, and God, it's going to be disturbing to read this. There you go, Elaney. Okay, it's going to be disturbing to read this to you while I'm dressed like a jester, because the comedy, it's not going to be that funny, I got to tell you. But I have long held, and I think you guys, I've heard this before, that we need to humanize the effects of war on people. Right? I am sick of when I do the research in the mornings for these streams, reading about in major media sources saying things like about how these many missiles hit these many locations, these number of people died, this site was hit, the Kurds are being mobilized. It's all very distancing and removes the human element from what's actually happening. Okay? I'm going to take a risk here. I'm going to take a risk here. Hello, Tiago. Glad to see you here. Hello, Elaney. For all those that are entering here that I didn't say hi to before, I'm going to take a risk here, and I'm going to say something that I probably shouldn't say on a live stream because I might not get as many viewers. I might the algorithm might not like what I'm about to do very much. But I wanted to read to you what this is actually like on the ground for people, because I think it's important for the world to know. We need to remember the humanity involved in all this. It's easy for generals who are sitting in a room with a map in front of them, moving like little pieces around and making decisions based off like equipment and strategy and stuff to make these decisions. But there's a human component to this that doesn't get considered. All right, we're not a goddamn corporate board making random decisions. Okay, so. This drop site news article is called "Witness Describes Horror Scene After Double Tap Bombing Kills Over 20 at Popular Iran Square." Here's an image. I just wanted to, now, this wasn't a bad image. I'm not going to show you images. I'm going to read you an account, but look at this. If you wonder why I've been down the last few days, okay, this is the reason why. The human carnage. Here's a little girl in pajamas. Her parents, one of her parents are actually has socks on, clearly just got out of bed. She's screaming as they run by a place that's just been hit by a missile. All right. I mean, yeah, Red Balloon, we have been hitting hospitals in Iran. Hospitals have been hit in Iran. We destroyed a girls' school, killing multiple young girls, over 100, right? As I recall, I haven't checked the new numbers. This is not war is one of the worst things imaginable. War is one of the worst things imaginable that humans can experience. I am not exaggerating. I think you, hopefully by now, you all should know this. 168, there you go. War is one of the worst things imaginable for a human to experience. And, oh, absolutely, Louise. Guys, absolutely. It's one of the, US has taken a page out of BB's war playbook. Absolutely. Okay. But Iran tacked its own school. Oh my God, Eleni, I know, right? I've had to fight off people who keep saying that. So I want to read something to you, and I'm going to give you a content warning. All right, and I might start crying. I've been very emotional the last few days with everything going on, so I'm sorry. I'm getting my eyes are watering already. If I do, I apologize. Regardless, it's okay to cry for the men out there. Okay. Anyway, um, it's not because I'm a gay guy. All right. Okay. Moving on. I'm going to read to you, and I'm going to give you a content warning, but I think it's important for us to hear it. I really think it's important for us to hear it. Okay. So a group, this is Tehran, Iran, all right? As groups of families and others gathered Sunday evening at cafes around Nilofar Square, a middle class area in eastern Tehran. After breaking their fast for Ramadan, a series of explosions struck the area, leveling several buildings and killing over 20 people, according to witnesses at the scene and later reports from local news sources. Okay. Witnesses who spoke to drop site said two explosions hit the area, a smaller strike in the vicinity, followed by a larger one that devastated much of the neighborhood, a tactic known as a double tap strike, which, by the way, the Israelis tend to do, and maybe Americans do it too, strike that is used to inflict maximum casualties. So the purpose, guys, of these strikes is you drop one bomb, and then you wait a little bit for people to come and start trying to recover bodies and shit, and then you drop a second bomb and kill a bunch of people who had been there trying to recover bodies, etc. Okay? Um, videos, and also it ensures that you hit the target if you fire two instead of one bomb. Videos of the immediate aftermath of the attack showed several individuals dead and wounded, as well as massive destruction on the street outside. In Cafe Alia, next to the square, blood and debris soaked the floors. Several patrons who had been sitting there when the attack struck could be seen dead on the floor or with their mutilated bodies still sprawled across their seats. Here's a direct account. We were sitting here around 8 to 8:30 p.m. and suddenly there was a noise and explosion. We got up and a few people ran away. We turned around to get our belongings and we saw that blood was spraying everywhere. Someone's hand had fallen on the floor. A head had fallen on the floor as well, said Shailene, a witness that had been at the cafe and asked to be identified by first name only. There were scalps torn off, hands severed. A few people were laying here all cut up, and two people were martyred. As has been the case with nearly all the bombings in Iran, it remains unclear whether this attack was carried out by the US or Israel. Israel has used double attack strikes in Gaza, Lebanon, and elsewhere. In one prominent incident, the Israeli military killed 22 Palestinians, including 5 journalists, in a tap strike on Nasser Hospital in Khan Yunis. The U.S. has repeatedly engaged in double tap strikes during the so-called war on terror in Pakistan, Afghanistan, and Yemen, and most recently in a 2025 attack on an alleged Venezuelan drug smuggling boat in the Caribbean. Okay. Here's another part of this account, guys. Again, content warning here. One hit and it wasn't that bad, but when the second one hit, suddenly everything exploded. The windows all shattered. Whoever had hookahs were thrown to the floor, Shannon said. One of my friends, whom I don't know that well, was sitting here. His hookah was still in his hands until the last moment. He was severed in half. Half of him was thrown to the side. I put him back together and placed him where he was. A piece of his brain was thrown here on the floor. The worst thing that can happen in your life is this: you're sitting here in peace, relaxing for an hour, and something like this destroys your whole life, said Shannon, who survived the attack on Cafe Allah. You tried to hit the police and you killed average people. Uh, if this is how you want to kill, then kill us all. Every night we are seeing killings. We can't sleep at night because we are worried something will happen to our kids. Okay. Um, all of these people have died have had nothing to do with nuclear bombs, nothing to do with the missiles. Meanwhile, Press Secretary Pete Hegseth dismissed claims of civilian casualties in a press conference on Monday, saying no stupid rules of engagement, no nation building quagmire, no democracy building exercise, no politically correct wars. We fight to win, and we don't waste time or lives. As the president warned, an effort of this scope will include casualties. War is hell and always has been. So, guys, I'm not reading the whole article here. Those I read you the parts that I wanted you to hear. We cannot comprehend, especially in a country like the United States, where we have not experienced this, a sense like Pearl Harbor or 9/11 or whatever. Okay, um, we cannot really put into words the horror of war, guys. It is not. And I, was a researcher in grad school. You know how that one kid tried to put his friend back together again? I'm having trouble even saying it. You guys heard that part. The idea that there was a child, someone whose friend got cut in half by this explosion, and then he got up and tried to put the two parts back together again. That's quite common. It's a shock response. We actually, during World War II, there are plenty of stories of American soldiers, for example. They might lose an arm, and then they would pick up their own arm and take it with them, and thinking that they would be able to put it back on again, or there would be body parts blown off of a friend that they would then try and put back on the friend. Um, and you do that in the moment with it's a shock response. You don't really think about these things, guys. You don't really think about it. The kind of horror of war that happens in the moment, and it's not the human brain has trouble coping with these things. Um, I and okay, and then we wonder. There you go, Sir Bartholomew. It's like the Marines trying to stuff their guts back inside them during the Vietnam. Yeah, war is hell. It is not in, and it is one of the worst things. Yeah, it is one of the worst things you can experience on the planet. My grandfather fought on the beaches at Normandy in World War II. He's famously said to me and my father that you couldn't take a step on the beach without stepping on something that was once human. Okay. Imagine being in that kind of scenario and being a civilian in that kind of scenario. These are civilians. These are civilians. These are average people in Iran. And how do we think they're going to feel about America now or Israel? Do we think that this is going to cause peace and security throughout the Middle East to murder these civilians, slaughter them, blow their limbs off, cut their friends into pieces, splatter their brains all over the walls of a cafe? Do we think that's going to have any sort of positive effect for anyone, anywhere? Uh, okay. And apparently, guys, this is for helping them. Apparently, according to Trump, we're trying to liberate them from a repressive regime. Okay. Yeah, Eleni, you're right. Soldiers are just as, again, yeah, Gwen, I don't blame you. If anyone wants to see what war is really like, watch the few first minutes of Saving Private Ryan. It is one of the most accurate depictions of war I have ever seen, and I'm not joking. It is horrific. Um, and okay, I just wanted to clarify that. And there's more to this than just what you're hearing in the media, right? A lot of times, the American media infantilizes the American public. It views it as incapable of seeing reality, and it ignores reality on the ground. It does it. We censor so much stuff in America. You're not going to turn on CNN and see an image of those dead kids out from that school. You're not going to see it. That's considered content inappropriate for television, even if it's true. All right, but I want all of you to know the reality on the ground. Okay? We need to know the reality on the ground about what our bombs are doing, what our government's bombs are doing to other human beings, what Israel's bombs are doing to other human beings. All right? Okay. Yeah, Meowzord. Um, yeah, and guys, I can't imagine. One of the reason I've been pretty emotional the last few days is I have an issue with like overthinking these things. I got really traumatized by reading accounts of World War II and the Nazis and things like that. And one of the things and I literally will have flashbacks. I have some PTSD from all that research and shit and other things that have happened in my life. But uh, I keep thinking back to that Iranian ship that got sunk in the middle of the ocean. And yeah, that was a military vessel. But you have to understand, guys. Do you know what it's like to be on a military vessel that gets hit by a torpedo and then sinks? Um, it's one thing to get hit by a bomb when you're on land and you can get away from the strike, but if you're on a ship, you can't run away. You have to. The best you can do is jump in the water and drown. Okay. So those Iranian sailors, they may have burned to death. They may have drowned. They may have their last few seconds of life may have been spent in excruciating pain. I'm not trying to disturb all of you, except I kinda am. And a lot of times, if you get sunk on a ship, you're gonna be going under and you'll still be alive as the ship is sinking, and you're gonna be very aware that you're about to die, and you know you're not gonna die well, okay? I just wanna be clear about that. It's one thing to be blown up by a bomb when you don't see it coming. It's another thing anyway. So, yeah, I just wanna point out that it's a form of torture along with being, even if that might be legal according to international law to bomb an enemy vessel, it's still a form of torture. Uh, okay. So, just to be clear here. So, anyway. Yeah, guys, exactly, Gwen, and I know that this is really dark stuff to talk about, but it's something I have trouble not thinking about. Okay, yeah, Loiso, you're not okay. Loiso mentioned thermobaric weapons. Don't even get me started on thermobaric weapons. Barbaric, Loiso, absolutely barbaric. Anyway, you know what? I've showed you guys this before on stream. Let me show you an image here. This one isn't disturbing, but we need to be aware. A lot of people, by the way, in America don't really care about what happens overseas, but we are paying for it. Our taxes are paying for it, and we're enabling it. Do you think those Iranians who survived that attack are going to like Americans after this? Okay. Let me show you something. And I've shown this before on stream. I just wanted, well, you know what? I'll show a different one. Thermobaric weapons. Loiso just brought these up. Now, Russia uses these quite a bit. America also has thermobaric weapons. All right. And I don't know the science behind it. You might guys might need to ask Loiso if you want to hear like a good scientific description of how this works, I guess you could say. That's kind of besides the point. So America also uses thermobaric weapons. Thermobaric weapons ignite. So they basically ignite the air. They're so hot that they ignite all the air around it, and they suck in. They're so hot when they explode. They suck in oxygen and air from all around them to feed the flame. And it will literally. Let's put it this way: if you're caught in a thermobaric blast, you know what'll happen? Your lungs will fill with fire. Okay, all the air in your lungs will ignite into flames, and you'll burn. They are a horrific weapon that are quite commonly used that literally just burns people, okay? Um, And these thermobaric weapons are used by, Israel uses thermobaric weapons. The United States uses thermobaric weapons. Russia uses thermobaric. Uses a lot of thermobaric weapons. They are barbaric, and we never consider it. We never consider it what these things are doing to people. Okay. So anyway, okay. Anyway, yeah, thermite drones are horrific also. I'm not trying okay. I don't wanna go too deep into this. They're allowed, Drizella, they're allowed, as if it matters, like, no one cares about international law, right? Okay, so I just wanted to do this point. Thank you. Loiso says they spray a microscopic aerosol of fuel in perfect mixture in a large volume and then ignite the fuel. So a whole volume of air turns into an explosive. 4 silos actually can do that too. Yeah, flour silos can do the same thing. So exactly, guys. Israel evaporates people. And I just want to remind people about what we're doing to people right now. Okay. I don't care if they're military or not. This is what war is. Okay. It's not this cutesy, what I just did earlier, like, oh, look, the Kurds might invade. It's more than that. It's more than that. All right. Okay. Um, huh. And now that I've done that disturbing part, guys, I want to make you angry because I am deeply, deeply, deeply infuriated. Okay. To the point where I have not yet, Meowsword. To the point where uh, I don't know how to express it anymore. So, okay, this was the news yesterday. Um, the Senate voted on a resolution that would limit Trump's ability to launch this war unilaterally. All right. It was the War Powers Resolution that would have limited Trump's powers to continue this war indefinitely. Uh, and the Senate refused to pass the bill. The vote was almost entirely along partisan lines, except for two people. There was one, Rand Paul voted with the Democrats, and of course, our favorite senator, our favorite evil, horrific, demonic senator, Fetterman, voted with the Republicans. Okay, so our Senate, which is supposed to represent the people of the United States, is okay with the president taking power from Congress and using it to launch wars unilaterally without the people's consent. Meanwhile, we happen to know that there are many Democrats in the House of Representatives who don't want to limit Trump's power because they're bribed by Israel. Um, so our government does not represent us. We know this, right? We know that only 20 some percent of Americans support what's happening in Iran. That is still far too high of a percentage. But that is a minority of the country supporting it. What are our politicians doing? Nothing. We don't have a democracy. Whatever happened to the revolutionary spirit of this country? And I'm not a rah America guy, but my fury, I cannot okay. Um, all right. So we have a Congress that doesn't represent us, and we're apparently okay with that. A lot of us are barely surviving day to day economically, while our taxes are going to blow up children in Iran. Okay. I just don't. All right. So again, we're useless. Congress, absolutely useless. And we wonder why fascism is on the rise. Okay. Okay. Now, something else here. And do we think that, by the way, are the Democrats who did vote for this, are they going to do anything to resist? No, no. You can bet a lot of the Democrats in the Senate are happy that this didn't pass. They just voted. They voted for it because they knew it wouldn't pass, and that they would at least look like they wanted it to pass. Right? You see what I mean? So they're not going to resist. There's a lot more they could do. There's a lot more they could do. They have the power of the bully pulpit. All right. Um. Okay. Yeah, exactly, Philly cheese. The Democrats were upset Trump did it and not a Dem president. Correct. So, all right. Disgusting. Disgusting. There's a lot more they could do, folks. And I don't mean I don't mean like legally. A lot of times, a lot of these legal things they could do, they can't do. They could get in front of a mic. They could do other forms of resistance. They should represent us. Okay. They could call out their colleagues. They should call out Fetterman. Oh, absolutely, Alberto Clauses. So there's one thing that I'm very enraged about is our Congress right now. Okay. Let's see here. Future of Earth says, I am part of the 20%. Future of Earth, good for you. Go and enlist. You want to go fight this war? You go fight this war. All right. Go fight this war. Okay. I don't want to hear from you, though, if you are support this war and you want to, okay, you better not send other people to fight for your stupid war. All right. Moving on. Um, so, okay. Here we have another scenario that also is enraging to me. Another, you guys know the things in this world that enrage me, absolutely enrage me. One of them is this. Okay, well, why won't it open for me? Why is this not opening for me? All right, there we go. Okay, open up for me. Open link in a new tab. Okay, so, uh, okay. So, all right. It turns out, guys, that there is some evidence that at the beginning of this war, through a that's true, Bright Love. Why don't the presidents fight the war if they want to fight the war? Okay. Also, I don't understand how anyone could be in this stream and have heard me list what is happening to people in Iran and still think that this war is okay. How much would you have had to dehumanize people or not view them as human to be like, I still root for this war? Right? Okay. Yeah. So apparently, guys, at the beginning of this war, uh, there is evidence that Trump actually was asking for a ceasefire with Iran. Okay? That through an Italian diplomat, Trump was seeking an immediate ceasefire to the war in Iran after they killed the top leadership of Iran. Okay? Which, by the way, is stupid for a number of reasons. That he thought that that would have been what ended the war. Okay. Right? Future of Earth. You say women can finally have more rights in Iran. Future of Earth, you do know that women have fewer rights in Saudi Arabia than they do in Iran. Do you want to go to war with Saudi Arabia? Because Saudi Arabia is an American ally. Second of all, are the women that are dying and being burned alive and having their body parts blown off of them, are their rights being secured? Anyway, so, okay. Anyway, moving on. So, okay. So Netanyahu apparently got wind of this. By the way, really disturbing thing here. Apparently, Mossad found out that through back channels that Trump was making these overtures for peace. And Netanyahu got pissy. Okay. Netanyahu got pissy. All right. When he found out America was trying to do a ceasefire. Why? Why do we think that Netanyahu got pissy that Trump was trying to do a ceasefire? Someone tell me. I don't need to tell you this, guys. You tell me. Yep. Guys, women in Iran are not very oppressed, okay? They're like like a lot of places in the world don't treat women well. Anyway, to go after Iran specifically is weird. Right. So do we know why does Netanyahu not like what's happening? Okay? And you're right. Women in Iran have far more college education than in the United States. All right. Guys, what do we think? So why do we think? Someone tell me in chat. Well, why do we think that Netanyahu was upset that they were trying to do a ceasefire? Why? Well, there you go, Gwen. Um, okay, what do we think? So obviously, this is about Iran. Israel wants Iran destroyed. They want it wiped off the map. This isn't about regime change for Israel. This is about destabilizing Iran and making it a failed state so that they can dominate the Middle East. So what happened, guys? This was in the news. This is a real story. This is from Axios. Okay. Uh, Netanyahu was very upset about this and called Trump to complain about him attempting to to do a ceasefire with Iran. Okay? So, just to clarify here, why, what's happening, if we didn't think this was a war for Israel, it definitely looks a lot like a war for Israel because we are continuing these bombardments and Netanyahu very upset that we tried to get a peace deal. And apparently, in these meetings, guys, in the meeting with that Netanyahu had with Trump, Netanyahu was mad because he said the United States that Israel has not achieved its war objectives yet. Therefore, we cannot end the war. Good, good. So apparently, Israel is okay. So to clarify, folks, we have a government. We have a government that is basically fighting for another country, and that is basically obedient to Israel. We have a Congress that refuses to represent us. Okay. All right. And okay. like I and we apparently were bowing to this small little Middle Eastern country that is a vassal state of the United States, and we really ought to put them in their goddamn place. Okay. And I know that sounds authoritarian to me. I don't care, right? I'm willing to flex the imperial might if it's for the sake of putting Israel in its place, regardless. Anyway, there we go. All right. So Israel, I'm just okay. There we go. I think I got one more story here for you guys. One more story here. Those are some of the stories I wanted us to be talking about in regards to the war in Iran. Okay, those are the few of the stories here I wanted to be talking about in regards to the war in Iran. Now, I wanted to go over here though and talk about something. So I have a brief little. This is also about Iran. This will be short though, guys. I did some research. All right, and you have to understand, guys, that when it comes to war, there are three things to think about. One is friction and innovation. So it's not as easy to just go to war against a country with a plan and then expect that your plan is going to work. You have to understand that in war, there's friction. The other side that you're fighting against is going to be also has plans, and it's going to adapt when they finally figure out your plans. So, okay, Iran at this very moment is likely adapting and innovating to adapt to how America is waging the war, which means that America will have to change and America and Israel will have to change what they're doing. And that's what happens in war. There has to be constant innovation due to friction. So let me show you something else that happened here, okay? During the Russian invasion of Ukraine, this is an example. The Russians had a plan, okay? They ran into Ukraine with mass lines of armored vehicles on roads, okay? So they basically went down Ukrainian roads with tons of armored vehicles, tanks and stuff right towards Kyiv. Well, how might this not work out very well? All right? Okay? How might this not work out very well? If you drive into Ukraine from Belarus with all your vehicles tightly packed together on roads. There you go. Drones, artillery, everything else. The Ukrainians were able to deal with that threat pretty easily. And Putin's so-called 3-day war is now going on 4 or 5 years because Putin was stupid. So, now then, when this happened, a lot of commentators are like, Russia is definitely going to lose the war. No way they can win. They're too deeply incompetent. This approach to war is absolutely going to fail. But this is not how you should look at war. The Russians are human beings. If they see that something isn't going to work, they're going to have to change what they're doing. And what do you know? They're no longer doing this. Now what the Russians do is that they're adapting and they're innovating. The main way they advance now in the field is they send small groups of military units against the Ukrainians, probe their defenses, and slowly push back the Ukrainians instead of massing all their troops and vehicles in like 1 or 2 places, right? Because they know that they're all going to get wiped out if they do that. So they adapt, they change, okay? That's what happens in war. It's called friction and innovation, okay? And that it's not like an army that's doing bad at the beginning will be doing bad by the end. Does that make sense? All right. And people always forget that. By the way, the same thing was true with the Ukrainians. They had several successful counteroffensives, and people were like, this shows the Ukrainians are going to win. Well, guess what? The Russians adapt. And then later on, Ukrainian offensives stopped working because the Russians would just wipe out all the armored vehicles that were amassing. Okay, so we're going to see something like that happening in Iran. Do not fully believe reports on either side because they will innovate and they will change their tactics over time. Just because a group is doing well or badly now does not mean they'll be doing well or badly in the future. Losing a battle does not mean losing the war, and winning a battle does not mean winning the war. Does that make sense? Just something to think about. Okay? Friction and innovation. Second of all, the fog of war. Okay? When I've said this exactly, you're right, Tiago. Blitzkrieg is not a good strategy these days. It just isn't, at least in the scenarios we've seen because of drones and stuff like that. Fog of war. Whenever there's a war, there is something called the fog of war. The fog of war, it means it's hard to really see what's happening on the field, what's happening in the war. There's misinformation campaigns. Governments and militaries don't want people to know what's happening because that's part of their OPSEC, their operational security. So a lot of information coming out, you have to be careful, okay? It's especially hard during war to know what's actually happening on the ground, all right? And both governments involved in the war, whether it be America and Israel or Iran, have good reason to want to lie, okay? Because how people view the war will affect how the war happens. Okay, so obviously governments have a desire to lie and a reason to lie. It makes strategic sense. So you can never be fully sure. So just be careful. All of the stuff we're talking about is covered in a fog of war. That's why I said earlier it's not 100% certain whether there's Kurds in Iran yet or not. Okay, I don't know because there are conflicting reports. Okay, correct. You're also very true and valid axiom. Fog of war also extends to unexpected outcomes of your strategy because you don't know what'll happen when you do a military operation. Okay, there are things that you might not know that are happening or unexpected things that might occur. All right, we got it. Lastly, here, another part of war that people forget. It is one thing to say that America has much better military equipment than Iran. Let's say that that's true. Now, I do think there is partial truth in that, and that America has very advanced weaponry because we spend so much of our money on it, okay? That, though, is not the only consideration in a war, right? If you have better equipment, that doesn't mean that you're going to be winning. Uh, there's also an issue of cost here. An economy is important for running a war, right? America is trillions of dollars in debt. It is. It is trillions of dollars in debt. So, one of the things we have to think about in regards to this war is asymmetric cost. Who is spending more money to run this war, to fight this war? Because in the long term, in a war of attrition, the person who goes bankrupt first or can't sustain the war will be the one that loses. All right? So, let me give you an example here. One of the most common weapon kinds of drones that Iran uses is called the Shahed drone. It's pictured here on the left. They have thousands of these things, okay? They have thousands of these things. Okay, exactly, Sir Bartholomew. And they're not the most accurate weapons of the world, but they work. Okay, these things will fly to a target, they can hover above the target, and then they will fall towards the target. They're not the most precise, but they are drones, and they fly below radar and targeting systems a lot of the time, so it's hard to pick up on them. Uh, but they cost around $20,000 to $50,000 per drone. Okay, that's very inexpensive for a drone, and Iran has thousands of these, and a lot of the strikes we've seen have been from Shahed drones. So what does America do? What does America and Israel and such have to counteract these drones, to shoot them down? These Patriot missile defense systems. And here's the problem, okay? These are very good weapons. What I mean by that is that they're very accurate and they're very good at shooting things down out of the sky. The problem is that one of these systems is $1 billion. So there's one issue. One, each of these systems costs $1 billion. 1 billion. $1 billion. Second of all, each missile that is fired from one of these Patriot missile systems, and this is what America uses, this is what we have supplied to other Gulf states to protect them from Iranian drones. Each of the missiles for this thing are about $4 million each. So what we are seeing happen right now is that Americans are using 1 $4 million missile to shoot down a $20,000 drone. And we're running out of these missiles already because they're expensive, and we have to supply not only ourselves but all of our Gulf allies with these things. Yeah, Meowsword, exactly. And I'm being nice because Meowsword has a point. They don't always hit the target. So sometimes you have to fire off like 3, 4, 5 of these things at a drone before it actually hits. Okay? With Paul Squaw, I am not saying that expensive means high quality. I have read studies on this. Yes, Patriot missile systems are pretty accurate and they're pretty good at what they do. That does not mean they're good military equipment because they are massively expensive. They're hard to maintain. All right. And a lot of stuff that's super expensive doesn't mean that it's good. All right. But many Patriot missile defense systems are pretty accurate. I got to tell you, I'm not just saying that. They are just really good. So exactly, Nathan, 200 times more expensive. How do you continue with a country that's already trillions of dollars in debt? We're now spending $4 million per missile to shoot down $20,000 to $50,000 drones. Okay, I mean, it's moronic. Okay, and Iran knows this. Iran knows this. Exactly, Paul Squaw. Iran makes the U.S. continually shoot down cheap drones with very expensive anti-aircraft missiles. You got it? And that can only go on for so long, guys. We're already running out of interceptors. Okay? It is gross, okay? We're already running out of missile interceptors because they're expensive and there's not that many of them. And Iran has used so many drones and missiles that they have not, that we are already running out of interceptors. A lot of the Gulf states are asking us to send them. Okay? That's interesting, Lois. I didn't know that. Export costs for is like double. I didn't know that, Lois. So I'm guess these are conservative numbers, I guess. So the 400, so it's even more expensive for other types of interceptors. Fascinating, Loiso. And yeah, you're right. So the Iron Dome, Israel's Iron Dome, their missile defense system, that's about $150,000 per missile. Like, that's also very expensive. Moving on. So, okay. In the long term, there you go. That's why we still have potholes and not healthcare. Yeah, you're right, Trumpfield. This is also about defense contractors. A lot of these morons, I got you, Loy. So a lot of these morons a lot of the morons up in Capitol Hill are bribed by people like Raytheon, by corporations like Raytheon, which is who manufactures these missile defense systems. As a matter of fact, guys, one of the most bribed members of Congress from the military industrial complex is a guy named Lindsey Graham, who never saw a war he didn't love, and who has been one of the big figures pushing America to go to war with Iran. I wonder why. Might it be that his donors would love a war like this because it would make them rich? All right. So, okay. Stupid, right? Very stupid. I will say this, though. Yeah, it's the gas prices are absolutely going up, okay? I will say this, though. This is just my calculation here, okay? Yeah, you're right, Gwen. And a lot of the expensiveness in the U.S. military is due to corruption because of our military contractors. Also, whenever the U.S. military goes through an audit, it fails the audit every single time because we cannot account for where all the money goes. I wonder where that money is going. Anyway, I will say this, though. Iran itself is also limited in stockpiles. So just as a last note here, because whenever you do these things, you have to think friction. Well, what about the other side, okay? So I suspect Iran will not be able to sustain a war against Israel for terribly long. Okay, why do I say that? They only have a certain amount of missiles that can reach Israel. That can reach Israel, essentially. Okay, it's a slightly they need a slightly longer range missile or drone or whatever to reach Israel. All right. So they probably have fewer of those. And so I suspect it'll be harder for Iran to maintain a war against Israel forever. They will likely run out of that equipment before other equipment. However, Iran can definitely maintain a war against the Gulf states for a much longer period of time because they have a lot more short and medium range missiles and drones that they can just fly out against American military bases and Gulf states. All right. So you're right. You're right, Loiso. The Shaheeds can reach Israel. My issue here is that they cannot. They all not all their missiles can reach Israel, and it's easier to shoot down Shaheed drones over that long distance. Um, yeah, no, you're right, Loiso. But you see what I mean? Like, for that long distance, it'd be a lot easier to shoot down a Shaheed drone. On top of that, they don't. The missiles are the ones that are more dangerous than the Shaheed drones. Okay. Um, moving on. So, Iran might run out of missiles. We don't really know, guys. Iran is supposed to have a massive stockpile of missiles and drones. We have to understand, though, America and Israel have been striking a lot of these stockpiles, apparently. So we're not sure how long Iran can last firing all these missiles. Here's my question, though. Does it matter? Even if they start running low on missiles and drones, um, yeah, there you go, Loisa, okay? Even if we start running out of missiles and drones and shit, they do like, does that mean that they have to just do what the United States says? No. Okay. Yeah, we're also financially tethered to the Gulf states, and a lot of oil flows from there. Unless we have troops on the ground, there's no way to ensure they'll do what we say, even if they run out of bombs. You see what I mean? It's just all so stupid. I don't know. Okay. So just some things to think about. Don't forget when we're talking about war, about friction and innovation, the fog of war, and asymmetric cost. Okay. Um. All right. Yeah, Jay Shadow, and guys, this is why we can't have healthcare apparently. Yeah, exactly, Trumfeld. The last time we had an audit, we had no accountability for like $800 billion. Who cares, guys? Meanwhile, Alyssa, are you here, Alyssa? Just to show you how stupid this is, how barbaric of a country we have here, how barbaric America is. I know that might offend people. I don't give a shit. Okay, we're a barbaric country. We treat our own people badly. We treat other countries badly. All right. So let me show you here. This is just to show all this money we spend on this military crap, these millions of dollars to shoot down cheap drones. Oh, absolutely, Paul Squaw. Yeah. So here we have this was actually sent by, I think, Alyssa. If Alyssa's here, I don't know if Alyssa's here, but Alyssa sent this to me. This is New Hampton Community Schools, I think in Iowa. This might be Iowa. This is either Iowa or Missouri. Here, there you go. Alyssa, was this Iowa? Okay. I wanted to make this contrast for all of you. All right. This is New Hampton County Schools in, I think, Iowa. And they released this. This was a statement they made, I think, on YouTube or somewhere to parents at the school. Please be aware that if your child brings a meal from home, that they cannot use the school's condiments without paying for them. They are 40 cents each. They will be charged to the student's lunch account as long as their account has a positive balance. So if their account doesn't have a positive balance, they're not even going to be able to get the condiments. Our condiments are purchased with federal funds, so we cannot give them away for free. So, okay. This, by the way, is not as bad as other school districts that I've even worked in. Alyssa has told me about school districts that she knows of where they do lotteries to determine which kids get free or reduced lunch, because so many students need free or reduced lunch. They cannot give it to everyone. So they do lotteries to figure out who gets a free or reduced school lunch. All right. Like, what are we doing in this country? We're okay with kids going hungry in our schools while we spend $4 million per interceptor missile for a useless war. Okay. I can't, all right. but you have to charge a kid who wants some catch-up for the food he brings from home or she brings from home. It's just like, what are we doing in this country? I just cannot. I don't know. Guys, I've told you too, I've worked in schools where kids come in hungry, come into school hungry. All right, they come into school hungry. And I have to feed them because how can you learn if you're hungry? And that money doesn't come from the state, that comes from my own paycheck. But I wouldn't be able to do my job if I didn't feed them. Um, so like I don't anyway. So I don't understand. And then we wonder why a lot of kids in this country are struggling to do well in school and stuff. Hmm. All right. So just to show you the state of the country. All right. Okay, you guys. But as always, guys, this last little note I'm going to make here about this presentation is don't forget about the Epstein files. Okay. Please don't forget about the Epstein files because all this shit happening in the world, don't forget about the Epstein files because it certainly seems like that's why we're at war right now. All right. All this crap going on. By the way, Iran gas, I'm going to actually check gas prices right now because I keep hearing that gas prices are shooting up because of the war. Iran, the Strait of Hormuz could easily, I mean, a lot of oil goes through there and Iran has shut it down. We're going to see a massive impact on gas prices. Yep. Yeah, gas prices are going up everywhere. So gas prices are going to go up. So we're going to have to pay for this shit. All right. Okay. Um, bro, tell me why I seen a sticker on the back of Trump's. What do Epstein future of Earth? What do Epstein files have to do with Israel attacking Iran? You mean with what does the Epstein files have to do with America and Israel attacking Iran? That's an easy one, future of Earth. Trump is attacking Iran to distract from the Epstein files. 100%, 100%, 100%. All right. That is 100% what's happening there. Okay. Yeah. So if you think that this war is just Israel attacking, that is not true. And Israel definitely wants, by the way, Israel does want us to attack Iran. That is part of the reason we're at war. And that might have something to do with the Epstein files too, but that would just be conspiratorial to me. Anyway, so it could also be that the Israelis have some sort of blackmail. Now, obviously, guys, that is not, there's zero proof of that. There's a lot of evidence, but not proof. So I don't take that for granted, but all right. So prices are up, guys. Also, you have to understand this will impact the global economy. Lots of problems, lots of problems, lots of problems. Okay, lots of problems. Yeah, absolutely, Matt Saga. We can do it. We can do it. But people are very cheap in America and they don't want to have to spend more taxes or whatever. All right. Yeah, 20% of the world's oil goes through the Strait of Hormuz, and that's being cut off. So that's going to cause a massive effect all across the world. Okay. All right. So, yeah, no, sure. Of course, they're making record profits. So that just wanted to mention that too. You're going to start seeing some major effects at the fuel pump. Yeah, no, absolutely, Mauser. It's not literally the Epstein files. Um, yeah, okay. It's sort of like a flooding the zone type thing. I do think Trump may have decided to do it now as partially as a distraction, like as one of the calculations for why this is happening. Okay, like as in maybe we should do it now, or tell Israel to do it now. It was more easy to convince Trump to do it now, so that he wouldn't have to talk about the Epstein files anymore. All right. Yeah, America needs to get 300,000 barrels of oil out of Saudi Arabia every single day to keep the lights on. Yeah. All right. Okay, guys. I'm gonna put my face up. Put my face up here. Oh, goodness, goodness. So that's fun. Got a lot of good news there, right, guys? I don't know what just happened. Thank you, Philly cheese. I will hydrate. Thank you, Philly cheese. Oh my God, isn't that lovely? Isn't that great? All right. So a few things here. Okay. Face game. Time to crank my hog after all the horrendous news. There you go, Invalid Axiom, just for you. Okay. All right. So let's see here. Sorry, English is not my first language. That's okay. Me neither, Meowser. I'm always like pronouncing things badly. Okay, guys. So a few things here. we have some more stuff to do. I'm going to, you know what? I'm going to eat some more of this food right here. How's everyone doing out there? How's everyone doing out there? Everyone doing well? Everyone doing well out there? I wanted to, some other things to talk about. We have a lot of other shit to talk about. One thing I wanted to mention is James Talarico. James Talarico, who is a candidate for the Senate a candidate for the Senate in Texas, beat Jasmine Crockett in the primaries for the midterm elections. Okay, that's interesting news. So, also what we saw, guys. You know what? Yes, it's good, Sir Bartholomew. Like it's better. I mean, it's somewhat good. Okay, what we saw in this primary was that tons of Democrats showed up to vote. Tons of Democrats showed up to vote. Most of the time, you don't see that many people showing up to vote in primaries, but tons of Democrats showed up just to vote for Talarico. That is good news because it shows Democrats are motivated and they want different people in office. Maybe, okay, we will see. So that's good news. A lot more people came out. Correct invalid axiom. Over 50%, so no runoff like the Republicans have to do. Correct invalid axiom. So, so I mean, it's a good thing. It's a very good thing, but it's also just good for. It's good news because Jasmine Crockett is more corrupt than Talarico. Now, Talarico isn't perfectly uncorrupt because he has been paid by the Adelsons. But hey, regardless, that's good news, at least, I think. Okay. Especially that so many people were inspired to go out and vote. That shows that there's some motivation to vote. Right. So my problem, Paul Squaw, is that Talarico, he might be pro-Israel too. I know he may not be verbally pro-Israel, but he's definitely paid by pro-Israel people, at least some of them. We'll figure it out. We'll find out. Also, good thing he got such a turnout after FCC actions. Correct, Wizards. So these are good signs, guys. These are good signs. These are very good signs. So that's good news. There is that little bit of positivity. All right. I know, right? Fox Emblem. That's why I'm like, I'm not, guys. I'm not fully bought on Talarico. The good news here is that so many Democrats came out to vote that to get rid of Jasmine Crockett. She was okay. She was still a corpo dem. Yeah, she's also the misogyny. I was not. Jasmine Crockett was good in a fight, but she was not the best candidate in a lot of ways. I didn't agree with a lot of the things she said. Okay. Okay. Gotcha, Antifa. All right. So guys, so there's that news too. I was going to cover it a bit closer, but I think that we need to really do is say that about it. So that's some good news. That is, I suppose, some good news. Okay. I wanted to show you guys something here. This was Meowzord, I believe, posted this. Meowzord always posting good things. So our favorite senator, our favorite Democratic senator, barely can call him a Democrat. It might be better to call him a national socialist. Yeah, Trump failed. We did. Yeah, we did. We did Trump. We've checked Talarico's open secrets a couple times, actually. Exactly. And guys, to be clear, I've said this before. You're right, Wizards. We need more than just electoralism right now. We've checked Hakeem Jeffries too. Hakeem Jeffries is one of the most corrupt people in Congress. I just want to be clear on that. Okay, Hakeem Jeffries, we all should know. Okay, Hakeem Jeffries is one of the most corrupt people in Congress. Okay, just to answer you there, I cannot stand Hakeem Jeffries. I'm convinced he's a sociopath. If you look at his face, anyway. Yeah, he's awful. Hakeem Jeffries is awful. Is anyone here like Hakeem Jeffries? I am curious. I'm just curious if, like, I honestly have never met. I've never met anyone who really likes Hakeem Jeffries. Okay, Meowzord does. All right. Anyway, regardless, I'm getting off track here. This is Fetterman. Now, I will say, if you want to give someone, he is awful. Okay, you do coke with. Okay, he's my hawk. All right. Here is this is a story. Yeah, how dare all of you say you like Hakeem Jeffries? I just want to be clear. I've literally never met anyone who really likes him. There are people who defend him, but anyway. There you go. Okay. Anyway, so here we have Fetterman. Now, I will say, guys, we are not going to do what's the term? How do I phrase this? Mithril, Hakeem Jeffries needs to return to his reef of Innismouth. I love the Lovecraft reference, Mithril. That's brilliant. Okay. Okay. So anyway, here we have Fetterman. Now, guys, we are not going to, what's the term? I'm having a mind blank here. Where you discriminate against, we're not going to do ableism. All right. You're right, Wizard. You're totally right. We're not going to do ableism here. Now, I suspect, and I'm not trying to forgive John Fetterman, but honestly, I literally believe that there was some major brain damage happening here. I'm not just saying that. He did have a stroke. He had one way of appearing to the world, then he had a massive stroke, and then suddenly he became a right-wing lunatic, which might tell you something about right-wing ideology. And I just suspect that some of this has to do with the fact that he has some issues going on in his brain. As a matter of fact, yeah, bro had a stroke and suddenly became reactionary. Quite the case study. And uh, there are accounts from his staff of him doing some pretty crazy things, like running into a street and doing other things. Okay, like he has done some really bizarre things. That being said, we are not going to show mercy because the man is a monster and one of the biggest traitors in my lifetime to the left, or at least to Democrats and to non-reactionaries. Okay, so this is what happened. There was a reporter from Zateo, Mehdi Hassan, the goat, his news source. All right. Okay. Uh, okay. And he Fetterman was walking somewhere, and one of these Zateo reporters comes up to him and asks him a question, and listen to his response, okay? Because this guy, by the way, is Israel's dog. He literally wore an Israeli flag around his arms and went to a pro-Israel protest. He is one of the biggest cucks to Israel imaginable. He never saw a war for Israel he didn't like. There's never been an action Israel did that he didn't support. He is a monster. Okay, he is an absolute monster of a human being, and he loves Israel more than the United States. So let's watch this clip.
Hey there, Senator. How you doing? I was wondering what you made of the Department of War's sinking of an Iranian naval ship today.
Oh, I want to offer condolences to your boss. I know he's all broke up about the Ayatollah. Was, you know,
Who's our boss?
what?
Who's our boss?
Huh?
You're offering your condolences to my boss?
Yeah, no. What I'm saying though, it's like I know who you work for. It's very anti-Israel. And
We just reported on humanitarian law,
he's
sir.
very anti-Israel,
Hello, LeBrons.
and I'm very pro-Israel. So we can agree and disagree on things.
Sure. Do you think it's okay for the U.S. to bomb an Iranian naval ship in international waters?
I think the world's better that he's dead now, and I think it's a good thing now that Iran will never acquire a nuclear bomb.
What about the naval ship today, though?
Where else to have that? And if they think it's a good idea to have a nuclear bomb, really disagree on that.
Is it okay for the U.S. to bomb naval ships without a declaration of war, though?
I'm sorry. I support killing the Iranian leadership.
I'm not talking about leadership,
why
sir.
wasn't he upset about the way they killed all the Iranians?
Senator.
Why wasn't he upset about it? He wasn't angry about
Who's he?
killing the thousands and thousands of young Iranians. He didn't seem bothered by that.
Who's he, Senator?
So there we go. That was him. By the way, Tiago, you should put my song once again to motivate the troops in chat. Also, gives me the words, you know. Oh, God, we'll watch that too in a second. Forgive me. Is that okay? Now, Elliot, is that right? Now, are you lying, Elliot? I mean, not lying. Are you being honest, Elliot? Yes, Meowser. We were going to watch this part. Is that true? Did Trump fire Kristi Noem? Regardless, guys, he is scum. All right, and Tiago, we're not going to do that right now. Thank you for the contribution, though, Tiago. Right, we're in the middle of this, but maybe eventually we will. So, okay. Is that true? Okay, let me look that up, Elliot Waffle. So apparently, according to Elliot Waffles, Kristi Noem has been fired. Kristi Noem. It says here that it's been weighed whether she will. It's saying that he's leaning towards firing her, but that she or do we know for a fact she's been fired? Anyway, regardless, that is like Fetterman's awful, okay? And okay, you saw that. I don't need to add much else to that. Oh, I know she does need to be tried and jailed. I'm just curious. It's an interesting. He just announced it. Okay, so uh, apparently, what's the term? Christy Nome has been fired. Okay, all right. He's considering. Okay, that's what. Well, okay, maybe we'll see if it is happening. So Fetterman is awful. By the way, I am not. Let me show you images here. Okay, I know this, guys. This doesn't matter. This is let me do a gay moment here. Yeah. I'm being stereotypical about gay people. I know, but like, can I just complain about something about John Fetterman real fast? Can I just complain about something about John Fetterman? I know this is a small thing. I'm going to be elitist for a second. Please pardon me. Look at this. What the fuck is he wearing? Why? Why cannot this? By the way, look at this. Compared to every other member of the Senate, he always wears a hoodie and shorts. Everyone else is dressed in ties, okay, suits and shit. Apparently, he just excuse me, he just feels uncomfortable going to work wearing a tie. But like at this point, I just don't give a shit. I just like wear a goddamn suit and tie. You look like a slob. There's nothing wrong with dressing like this. I'm not trying to be an elitist, but like for him especially, I hate it. You know what though? Can I just add one more thing? Okay, I know. And I'm just insulting him, guys, because I don't like him. I literally don't care about what you wear. I want to be clear about that, but please let me vent about him. This just screams, I don't give a shit, right? Do you guys know the one time he did wear, actually, he's done it 2 times, but the one time he wore a suit, remember what I said about Israel? What was the one time he wore a suit in Congress? I'll show you when it was. So, the one time he wore a suit and tie, I even just confirmed it, was when Netanyahu addressed Congress. So if that does not further justify how he is more for Israel than the United States, I don't know what else does, okay? The only time he wore a suit in Congress was when Netanyahu, wore a suit. I mean, was there in Congress, okay? Future of Earth, we stopped Iran from causing World War III. You're right, Future of Earth. You know what? We decided to try to start World War III to prevent Iran from starting World War III. Is that what you're saying? Okay, no. Iran didn't have the capacity to start World War III. That's a lunatic thing to say, Future of Earth. Okay. Anyway, so just a note. Yep, it was. Yeah, it may have been Alyssa that he did it twice. It was either one or twice that he wore a suit, and one of the times was when Netanyahu came to visit. Okay. Anyway, just so gross, so gross. Where is my suit? How dare you, Luke? Okay, I'm just making fun of him, guys. He is a slob, and he is a horrible person. Yeah, so stupid. I don't care. Like he's so stupid. Whatever. Okay, so there we go. All right. Another thing, guys. Now I don't know if I thought I found a video of this. Maybe I didn't. Okay. How's everyone doing out there, by the way? You know what? Let me do a little self-promotion here. Let me do a little self-promotion, and then we'll move on to the next thing. Exactly, Paul Squall. All right, guys. So first of all, if you like my content, you become a member for as little as 99 cents a month over on, I'm sorry, about $1. Okay, so we still haven't, it hasn't been confirmed. Gotcha. For as little as $1 over on YouTube, you'll get access to a cute jester hat and members only emojis over on YouTube. You can also subscribe over on Twitch for free if you have Amazon Prime. Okay, how dare all of you? Screw all of you and your statement there. Okay, your statement, whatever. I don't know if it's been confirmed, guys. Whatever. Just go look to see if Noam has been fired. Whatever. Okay. So you can also subscribe for free over on Twitch using Amazon Prime, which will help send me some of Jeff Bezos's money. All right. Thank you, Matt Saigai. It has been confirmed. So You can also subscribe in a regular way over on Twitch, which would also be very helpful for me as I try to do this long term. Second of all, if you are subscribed over on Twitch, you'll no longer have to see ads. Isn't that lovely? I also don't think you see ads on here if you subscribe for about $1 a month. Okay. You can also send me money using Buy Me a Coffee, which is in the uh, lower right hand corner of the screen, or it is linked at the top of the YouTube chat and the Twitch chat. Okay. You could also please join our hello Pussy. Join our Discord server. We have a fast and growing community on there. All right. We have a fast growing community on there. You can also recommend things for me to react to. All right. Join our Discord community. It's a great community. Highly recommend it. Highly recommend it for everyone. Pussy, welcome. What are you saying? Okay. ALA, Nazi Germany. Would you please you need to clarify, Pussy, whether you're being a Nazi or not, because that's very unclear. And also, please stop what's the term? Spamming. We saw what you said the first time, okay? Oh, I get it. I get it, guys. Guys, okay, we're gonna ban you. Bye. Bye. All right. Well, right, there we go. No, come on, Future Earth. You have zero evidence to back that. Would you just stop, Future Earth? It's just not true, okay? I don't want to have to explain it to you either, all right? You just don't like Iranians. You think Iranians are subhuman. You think it's okay to murder people in the Middle East. I don't know what else to say to you. You have a lot of you have a double standard about things. I don't even know you or your arguments, and I know that's the case. Okay. Um, highly respected. All right, gotcha. So it is in fact a new Mark Wayne Mullen is going to be the new secretary. Okay, interesting. Okay. Thank you guys for blocking that person. Moving on, you guys. So, as I was saying, you can also please join our Discord. Okay, I'd highly appreciate it. I don't even know what I was saying. Screw it. You can also support me by sending me bits over on Twitch or a YouTube super chat. Would love that also. Would love that also. I know we're getting a lot of weirdos in the chat today. It's okay. All right. So, guys, some other things to talk about here. Oh, there's a lot going on in the world, right? Did you all hear about the guy who probably had his hand or arm broken by how dare you, Cody? His hand or arm broken by security. He was a Marine and he was trying to fight against the war. He was working against the war. Oh, thank you, Invalid Axiom. You know just what to say. Okay. There you go. Elaney, 1, no people who don't live in reality. 2, no flat earthers, don't be rude, and no Nazis in chat. That's basically it, guys. To be clear, guys, we rarely, for my mods and stuff, like people in here, we know we rarely ban anyone, right? You have to come in here and be being a complete asshole to be banned, right? You have to be like doing Nazism or being racist or whatever, or spamming a lot. I am occasionally criticized for being too open-minded, okay? There are a couple people in chat right now that do disagree with us, but they have been respectful. All right. So just to be clear, we rarely ban people, okay? I just want to make sure we all know that. That doesn't mean I won't be mean to you, right? Okay. Right. No, Levrons. Okay, Levrons. So Levrons, an example of a person that I disagree with generally. Levron says, okay, LeBron says, anyways, I don't think people who are supporting this are justifying bombing of Iranians. So LeBron's, I understand that. And you know what? I'm not saying that people want to see Iranians die, but the fact of the matter is that launching this kind of a war will see the death of Iranian civilians. That happens in every single war. And if people don't think that's going to happen, they're ignorant and they shouldn't be making decisions. They shouldn't be calling for a war if they don't understand what war does to people. Okay. And to be like, well, it's okay. There's always necessary sacrifices. That means that you think that it's okay for lots of civilians to die to overturn the mullahs. You think it's okay to kill the people you're claimed to trying to be to liberating, which just doesn't make sense to me. Anyway. All right. But okay. Oh my god, we got a lot of lunatics in chat today. Don't Not you, Lavrance. I'm talking about someone else who's putting shit in here. Oh my god, isn't that cute? Oh my god. Ooh, look at this. Look at this, guys. Oh god, guys, I'm getting popular. Oh my god, I'm getting popular. Look at this. I got it. Don't worry, guys. I got it. Thank you for the people who are oh, I am not able to block people on YouTube right now. I'll do it myself. Are there any mods over here? Any mods over on YouTube to block these? Thank you, guys. Thank you. Thank you, Outer Signal is our hero. Good job, Outer Signal. Right? Good job, Outer Signal. Okay. Anyway, are you being botted? CR, finally, I've made it, guys. I've made it. I'm finally being botted. Yay! Thank Outer Signal. You're a god on Earth. I hope you know that. God bless, um, God bless Outer Signal and his mighty sword of conquest against these. I don't know. Okay, a lot of people dying before attack. Deaths have come less since the mullahs lost control. Have they, Lavrance? Have they? And by the way, Lavrance, how do you know how this is going to end? How do you know how this is going to end? You keep making it seem like, well, the mullah is gone. Everything is okay now. No, they're already considering a new mullah. I don't know how. We don't even know how. That's the issue with regime change. You make it sound so easy. Just get rid of the leader. Everything will be fine. That is not how regime change works. Okay, we might see a civil war break out. The Kurds are considering invading Iran now. Like this could become a mass death scenario or a civil war. All right. Okay. And I don't know why people are willing to roll that dice. Okay. Tiago, don't donate, everyone. The jester is a far left scammer who asked for money. In the end, he is a dirty capitalist who is going to read everything that I send because this is also a donation. Thank you, Tiago. Thank you. That's not the definition of capitalism, Tiago, but thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. Thank you for the donation. Dolly Boy, thank you so much for the donation. Thank you in your groove. Guys, we need more bots in here. People seem to donate to me more. Okay. IK Future, I get it. You want a new leader of Iran because they disrespect America. I get it. I get it. You're a far right nationalist. I got it. So you do know that Lavrans isn't. Lavrans at least says that Lavrans cares about the people of Iran and isn't like an America chud. Okay, so you just are basically a fascist, somewhat. Okay, you think that the mullahs should be gone because they quote unquote disrespect America. Which, of course, America is the biggest terrorist state in the world right now. We're constantly bombing other countries and killing vast numbers of people. But no. The mullahs are the problem, right? The mullahs are the problem. We have no problem there. Okay, anyway. Okay. Moving on, guys. Okay, I'll stop this shit. Okay, the medieval times when a ruler died, no one cared because it didn't affect the average person under feudalism. You were, yep, you're right. In medieval times, a ruler died, no one cared. Yeah. Yep. Okay, you captured the king. The game is not over. Exactly, Elaney. You're absolutely right. That's a good historical reference there, Elaney. All right. Sorry, guys. I'm pausing because of all this mod shit happening. Okay, guys. So we have a few other things to talk about. Yeah. I know, Lois. So I'm saying that at least they're presenting as that way. Okay. All right, guys. Okay, so we have a few other things to talk about. I wanted to, as a sort of brief intermission here. Meowsor, I've only seen the clip, and I really want to watch the rest of it now. After watching this clip. Okay. So let's quickly, guys. I'm gonna put up my favorite guess. I wanted to show you guys a clip. All right, I'm gonna show you guys a clip here. This is from a movie, and this is sort of a yeah, I would love it, Meowsor, because I've heard it's a good movie. So this is a Japanese movie, all right? This is just a clip from it, and I hope I don't get Philly Cheese, may I ask why you keep bringing up the Iran hostage crisis? I'm not sure. Why do you keep bringing that up? I think Philly Cheese. I love you, Philly Cheese. I think you may be overestimating the impact of that on the current thing happening today. I think you may be a bit overestimating how important that is for what's happening today in Iran. Because I know you keep bringing it up, but historically, that's not really the main trend about why we're attacking Iran, if that makes sense. Okay, so guys, this is a scene in a movie from Iran, and I think that as sort of a palate cleanser, all right? As sort of a palate cleanser, I wanted to yeah, this is a scene of a guy who's having a dream, all right? This is a guy who's having a dream, and this is his dream. Now, I wanted to show it to you because it's in Japanese. I will have to translate it for you because I couldn't find a version that had it translated into English online that I'd be able to show you. So I will tell you what it's showing and what it symbolizes. It is a very big critique of capitalism. Okay? Yeah, okay? And so this dream sequence is a critique of capitalism in Japan, and I kind of it's triggering for me because it kind of feels the same way here um as like our reality because Japan is capitalist too, and they have some similar issues. So here we have this guy's dream in the movie Paprika. Is there a way I can put on subtitles here? I really want to find a version with subtitles so you guys can see the subtitles because I don't know everything they're going to be saying. Paprika, let me quickly see if I can find a different version for you guys. Okay. Paprika dream scene English. Is this the one? Okay, this'll work. Oh, but that's not great. I'll look, okay, Paprika parade scene. I just want to find a version, guys, with subtitles. I think you guys will really like it, and I really need to see the whole movie. I haven't seen it. Maybe this one will be better.
It's a showtime!
Here we go. Okay, so here we go. We'll watch this first. Everyone ready? Everyone watch. Okay, now just think about how this is a critique of capitalism, right? Let's watch. It is weird, but okay, watch. So he just said, it's showtime, okay? So Japan has a big issue with suicides. And at the beginning of this dream sequence, you see a bunch of men in business suits jumping off of a building and sell it. It's almost like a carnival atmosphere. The fact that there's these guys killing themselves and they're like, it's showtime, and they're jumping off a roof. What do you think that symbolizes, guys? All those different products. Did you see that? Like, it kind of is like America. This parade in Japan, look at all this stuff. Umbrellas, chairs, fridges. What is this critiquing in Japan and under capitalism, right? Yeah, it's this big spectacle, right? Consumerism. The obsession with things, Okay. Look at okay, this scene right here, guys. All this shit. You have the Statue of Liberty. You have a knight. You have a duck. You have a Chinese shrine thing or a Japanese shrine thing. I'm not sure if it's a Chinese. I think it's a Japanese shrine thing. You have a samurai. You know, like all of this shit is like a conglomeration of all these different cultures, but it's all things that are bought and sold and kind of integrated into the culture. Japan has a vast amount of like different cultural things. Yeah, and like it's almost like consumerism mixed with like you can choose your ideology, you can choose the culture you want to believe in. Yeah, you're right. It's not physical stuff or commodities. Capitalism turns ideas into commodities. Exactly. Ideas are commodified. Like ideas and culture is commodified, okay? And turn into this big like parade where it's like nothing has any meaning and you can pick and choose anything. All right? All right. Notice those people are becoming products, human beings as products, right? And that your value is tied to what you produce. So maybe those guys are musicians or something and they're becoming products. Okay. Uh Pretty crazy. Um no guys, I see it. Yep, I believe you. Christy Nome is sacked. I see it. Yep. These are parents. Okay, these are parents whose children these by the way are like fortune dolls and stuff, symbolizing that parents treat their children as money-making machines, as like luck charms for financial gain. That you need to have a child so that child could make more money for the parents. Okay, that one's kind of disturbing. Do we see it? Do we see that? These schoolgirls whose faces are on or are phones, and then all these men line up to take pictures underneath their skirts. And we shall and like how it's done out in public and no one cares. All right. It's like it is an absolute parade of horror, right? Like, but that's kind of the reality, right? We are objectifying women. Uh like the internet all is all about taking photos of people that are attractive or whatever and exploiting them. Um, okay. These are a bunch of homeless people in the parade who are very tired and shit, okay? This symbolizes politicians. Okay, as in like it's the same politician. You make a vote by putting a vote in one of this guy's eyes, but it's all the same guy, right? So these politicians being like, if you're upset, vote for me, vote for me. It's all the same politician you're voting for. It doesn't matter which eye you put it in. You see what I mean? This is okay. So that's it. I just thought it'd be interesting. I saw that yesterday and I thought I would really find it interesting. Doesn't it kind of feel like that in America, like living in a waking nightmare sometimes? Like this constant stream of consumer goods, the constant turning of people into commodities. I really like this because it kind of reminded me of like a carnival, right? Like a carnival type thing, a carnival type situation. Yeah, and which is great for like a jester. Like the celebration of people offing themselves, and the citizens are all products, and the society of the spectacle, right? And it's madness. Like that's how I feel a lot of the time, guys. It's like you look at the news, you look at our society, and it's like absolute circus madness. Um, and then like there'll be homeless people, but no one really cares, right? Yeah, LeBron's right. You agree with this at some part, right? It's just kind of this like there's nothing is sacred anymore. And I'm an atheist, but like still, like everything is consumerized and a consumerized bot product. Um, yeah, I will watch it, guys. I need to watch the rest of the movie Paprika, but from what I've just from seeing that scene, I really want to watch it now. So yeah, very interesting kind of analysis of things. And again, yeah. Anyway, so there's a little palate cleanser I thought we could all look at. Thought it'd be kind of interesting. Okay, I'm gonna put my face back up, guys. So this is what we're gonna do now. I have to use the restroom, so I am going to use the restroom, and then I'll be right back because you guys know I pee. I have a very small bladder. Yeah, you guys. Thanks to whoever shared this. So no one shared this one, the qual. I actually found this one. I'm pretty sure I found this one. I don't think anyone shared it. And because a friend of mine recommended Paprika, so I watched a scene from it, and I really want to watch the rest of it now because this critique of is beautiful. I love the artistic value of it too. Okay, guys, I'm going to use the restroom. How dare you all insult me for my small blower? Oh, was it you, Meowzord? Okay, forgive me, Meowzord. It was Meowzord that shared it. I'm not surprised. Okay, I need to see the rest of Paprika. Okay, but but who agrees with me? Though, real fast. So, who agrees with me? Like, does anyone else kind of feel like you're living in a circus? Why do you think I started dressing up like a jester, folks? It's a coping mechanism. I feel like I'm living in a goddamn circus sometimes. I know jesters aren't in circuses, clowns are, but still. um, just going out, yeah, like going out, if you go to like Walmart or like go out somewhere, you go to a grocery store and you see all these products and all these bread, that's all exactly Philly cheese, all this bread and circuses. Meanwhile, there are children burning alive in hospitals and shit. And like our government is full of like it I don't get it. It's a mad society. It's a mad society. All right? Okay. Um Yep. Okay. I'll be right back, guys. I gotta go pee. Give me 1 second. I love you all very much. Behave. Behave while I'm gone. How dare you? Behave. Okay, I will. Okay, I will. Thank you. I am not unreal. I will drink first. Whew. Okay, I'll be right back, guys. Ugh.
Wanna feel that rush, rising, rising like the golden sun. Gonna take one touch, lightning lets me know that you're the one. Yeah, you took these rough diamonds, my heart is like a loaded gun. And I'm gonna use that love, I'm gonna use that love. Now we're here tonight, I'm gonna use that love, use that love. Till it's running dry, I'm gonna use that love, use that love. I was empty, so hollow, since you came around. I'm gonna use that love, I'm gonna use that love, use that love, use that love.
All right, folks. Hello. We're back. We're back. Hello, guys. Hello. Um, how we doing, guys? How we doing out there? Let me see who we got here. Let me see who we got here. There's something going on with my YouTube chat. I got to figure out what's going on there. There we go. All right. See your politics of fancy music. Okay. So, there was no music on the break, you said? Was there really no music on the break, guys? There was an OBS problem, really? Huh. That's weird because the music is turned on. Huh. Anyway, I know you guys are lying. It's okay though. I can play along. Anyway, so guys, few things here. You know what? You know what's funny though is like, yeah, I know you guys. I know you can't hear me. I know. So here's how we're gonna play this game, guys. Here's the thing. You know, do I have to tell you guys? I was a teacher. I was a teacher for many years. I know bullshit when I see it. Okay, I know when you're trying to prank the teacher. So this is what we're gonna do. Now watch this. Watch this. This is gonna work 100%. It's a good teacher move. I've done this before. The first person to say in chat, casual revolt, this we can definitely hear you or something like that gets a boop, gets a free boop. The first person to say I can hear you gets a boop. Thank you, Sir Bartholomew. Thank you. Sir Bartholomew gets a boop. Boop. All right, done. That was easy. See, it is so easy. There you go. A bright love gets a boop. 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 So you guys, you know, if you're gonna try and mess with me, make sure you get everyone on the same page, okay? I will always win. I will always win. I know how to turn an audience against itself. That was easy. That was super easy. Okay? There you go. You got, okay. All right. Good. That was good. Love that. Okay. So, yeah, what a prisoner's dilemma, right, Meowsort? Isn't that fun? That was kind of fun. All right. That was a teacher move, by the way. That was a teacher move. Yeah, guys, if I was the capital class, you would have all just failed, okay? All right. I am unreal. There you go. I win. All right. So that would have been like the capitalist offering like whoever does the best job will get a raise, or the person who goes against the union will get a raise, or will be promoted. Okay, anyway. No stream solidarity. All right. Anyway, moving on. Okay, moving on. So, hello, buddies. Okay. So, what do we got going on here? You say that Christy Gnome's about to speak. Is that true? Is that true? Your real name is Judas. I believe that, Sir Bartholomew. Okay, I know. Isn't it disappointing that you all failed? I'm not surprised at all. This isn't the first time you've all failed at this. Okay. Yeah, well, I'll give you a pizza party, whoever reports the other. Okay, anyway. This is, what is it called? Yeah, she apparently has been fired now. Oh, yay! Okay, you know what? Good. Let's watch, guys. Everyone ready to feel very sad for Christy Gnome? Let's watch this very sad press conference. Everyone weep for her. Everyone weep for Christy Gnome. Everyone weep. I don't know if she can cry anymore with all the work she's had done on her face. Do you think her tear ducts even work anymore? Okay, let's watch Christy Gnome's thank you, Val. So let's watch Christy Gnome being all sad and shit.
Under our Constitution and our laws, and they should be prioritized. And
okay, let's see if there are questions.
So with that, why don't we open it up to some questions? It's on a uniform, that wears a badge, that steps out every...
Okay, I don't need that. I just want to see the question she's asked.
So all of your suggestions
there
and
you
ideas,
go.
bring them forward. I will
unreal.
continue to push for that, because I'm a strong believer that we need you at the top of your game every day. And that means that your family needs to be right beside you, happy,
Gwen.
healthy, and whole.
Gwen, are you saying you weren't watching, but now you are? How dare you? Okay,
and that God can continue to protect you and
No,
protect
J-Mac,
them
I
and
don't
make
hate
sure
women,
that
I
you have a
just hate
chance at the
you.
American dream too. So with that, why don't we open it up to some questions? I know some of you may have some
Right, hello,
prepared, and some of you may just thought, hey, I've always wanted to ask her this. You sure can.
What?
Yes, sir. Yes. Oh, thank you.
Given our current state in Chicago,
Yeah.
we have no qualms about
It- what? Can you guys even hear what's being? He's talking so quietly.
more of a targeted response. I think the hearts and minds of a lot of my great grandson of Mexican person. A lot of people, they just
Okay, answer. Okay, can we ask? Like, this is boring. Ask the question. Don't write an essay for her. She can't read. She doesn't understand. I know, Tiago, because the person asking the question is very
Right.
quiet. Yeah, that was weird. What was that? You want to ask me questions, and then no one had a question. There you go, Albright
Yep.
Plaza. Yeah, I'd be like, hey, just a question. Are you a reptilian?
Yeah, no, I think that's great advice. I don't know if you guys heard that question, but he talked about targeted enforcement. And Rob was saying how it's much more
Yeah.
effective in a lot of, especially these sanctuary cities, where we can work on targeting those individuals who have a criminal history besides their legal status that may be in violation of their visa or work permit, but that we work on those and make sure
know what
we're
I
going
need,
out
guys?
and doing that with the local law enforcement as much as we possibly
That's
can.
true, Body Swap.
And that is something that we are going to continue to do.
I'm sorry, guys. There's some great comments here. This is boring. I'm actually not going to watch this because this is boring. But J-Max says, Christy, how does it feel to be a loser? Body Swap says, but Sam, what if he's an ant and that's why he's quiet? True. Nowswood says, sycophants in the crowd, it sounds. Yep. Trump failed. Classa just ask her if she sheds her skin weekly or daily. Hello, Jonas. Yeah, Jonas, inadvertently admitting they're not focusing on criminals. Correct, Jonas. Those children with guy. Sorry, this is funny. That's funny, Arbeiterklasse. Routine shedding. Yeah, send her back to North Dakota. Everyone in North Dakota out there, hide your dogs, okay? Hide your dogs. You know, she's coming back.
And make sure that we're focusing and prioritizing those individuals and make sure that we're addressing the public safety threats there. Thank you.
That's going to be hard for her. Do you think there's any plastic surgery offices in North Dakota? That's probably a long trip she has to make to like get her lips, get the injections in her lips and stuff. Like she's probably going to have to drive a few hours or take a private plane or whatever. That's a shame.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, exactly, Paul Squaw. Right in the groove. Wait, is that true in your groove? She isn't going home yet. She's going to be the special envoy for the Shield of the Americas. I would not be surprised, but that sounds so LARPy, that title. Oh my God, you're kidding. So she's being reassigned to be the special envoy for the Shield of the Americas. Are you kidding me? Okay. Like Sturmführer, like this is like Nazi language. Okay, you know what? While we're listening to that, I'm going to read this article.
Okay, let me visit with him about it. That'd be great. Well, we're talking about doing some other tax benefits for other, so that may be something we could wrap into that conversation. Great idea. Perfect. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Madam Secretary.
You know what's
my name's
interesting?
Chris Galligan. I'm the Vice President of San Francisco
Yeah.
Police Officers
Oh my God, you're not
Association.
wrong. Sorry. It does say here. Trump says he'll make Noam a special envoy for the Shield of the Americas. What the fuck? Sorry, what are we doing? We have like Operation Epic Fury, a special envoy for the Shield of the Americas. Oh my God, they're LARPing. They're LARPing. Okay, that's cute. That's very cute. Jesus. I'm trying to see. By the way, the guy that's replacing her, who is, yeah, it kind of sounds like it, LaCroix. Hello, darkness, right? A pizza that giant? Okay. Can we also point out here that, yeah, there you go, Gwen. I know you've been fired and been giving you a Marvel title. So here's a funny thing. I mean, none of this is funny. It is kind of funny, though, because, you know, she's probably suffering, which makes me happy. The guy that they appointed instead is a guy named Wayne Mullen, who I happen to know about. He got into a fight with the head of the, what was it? The Teamsters Union. And he is a brutal man. He's the one who said he would fight He was meeting with the head of the Teamsters. Yeah, Mark Wayne. He was in a hearing with the head of the Teamsters union, I believe, and he tried to get into a fist fight with him, literally. So they're choosing a thug now to lead the department. She was also a thug. Yeah, he wanted to fight the Teamsters. So the guy that she's being replaced with is a known thug, is like a brown shirt, thug level Nazi type character. So just yep, Gwen. So that's good. We have to. The person that she's being replaced with is a known thug. Is very much an Ernst Rohn type character, minus the gay part because Ernst Rohn was gay. So that's good. Great.
First of all, I just want to say thank you for recognizing major
Okay,
cities and all of our
bootlicking.
police unions here across the nation. It means a great deal for you to be here today, so thank you for that. My question, local officers
you
have
know it,
increasingly
J-Mac.
been on the front lines of Homeland Security.
I'm going to
yet
find
we
that
are still
real fast.
funded and staffed like a city responsibility, not a national one. How will DHS ensure local agencies aren't carrying federal priorities on local budgets and with local staffing?
So you maybe have some challenges in San Francisco just because of your state laws and local laws that may, although you've got a mayor that works with us very well.
So LeBron's, this is Kristi Noem. She was the head of the Department of Homeland Security, who has been in charge of ICE deporting immigrants to the United States. It's been under her watch that this country has become much more authoritarian and much more brutal to the people living here. And under her authority, that several Americans have been murdered by ICE agents. She's been the one that's been at the head of creating concentration camps and things like that. She's a horrible human being. Okay. I don't think she is really doing much of the leading anyway. I don't think she has the competency for that. Okay.
Great.
He probably doesn't want me to talk about it a lot, actually, but he has been cooperative, and we have great conversations and talk quite often. And many times in doing law enforcement in your city, if the federal task force is coming in, it's more preferable for the FBI to lead and the Department of Homeland Security to come in supportive roles, which is what we've done, and that works very well in your city.
Now, let's talk.
Thank you for your focus there too. I think.
Okay, shut up. So real fast, just to show you who Mark Wayne Mullen is. Okay, just to show you who Mark Wayne Mullen is. This is Mark Wayne Mullen. So this is the guy who's going to become the head of the Department of Homeland Security. Okay. Well, Jonas, I don't think that is sexist, Jonas. That's how Trump thinks. Okay, it is possible she was chosen because Trump liked how she looked. I know that is sexist way of thinking of things, but like, let's be honest. In the matter, when it comes to Trump, that is how he thinks. Okay, so I don't think that's sexist, Jonas. I think that's possibly true. Okay, yeah, LeBron's. You said why is she fired by Trump? Because she has gotten a lot of people mad. Okay, I mean she is one of the reasons why the Trump administration looks so bad. Admittedly, it's Trump's fault, but they're trying to make it seem like it's her fault. So let's say Mark Wayne Mullen. So this is him. This is the one who's replacing her, and this is what happened when he tried to get into a fist fight with a head of the Teamsters union. Which, by the way, if you want to lose a fight, get into a fist fight with the Teamsters. They're not known for being weak. Okay.
About Mr. O'Brien himself, his behavior, as everybody knows, and it's here. And the last time, him and I kind of had a back and forth. Appreciate your demeanor today. It's quite different. But after you left here, you got pretty excited about the keyboard. In fact, you tweeted at me 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times. And let me read what the last one said. Quit the tough guy act in these Senate hearings. You know where to find me, any place, anytime, cowboy. Sir, this is a time, this is a place. If you want to run your mouth, we can be two consenting adults. We can finish it here.
Okay, that's fine. Perfect.
You want to do it now?
I'd love to do it right now.
Well, stand your butt up then.
You stand your butt up.
Oh, hold on.
Big
Oh,
guy.
oh, stop it.
Is that your solution?
Hold on. No, sit down. Sit down. Okay. You're a United States Senator. Sit down.
Active.
Oh, okay.
Sit down, please.
All right.
Can I respond? Mr.
Hold
Chairman?
it. Hold it.
So, okay, that's the guy who's now replacing. We all know who will win the fight. The Teamster will win that fight. And then he'll have the whole Teamsters coming against him. But isn't this humiliating, guys? Isn't this humiliating? I mean, obviously, the head of the Teamsters, like, that's how Teamsters talk. That's kind of like they're a union. They're supposed to talk tough and shit, right? But then, like, this guy is you can tell he's such a weak guy, right? Like Mark Wayne Mullen, like you want to do it? Let's do it now. Let's do it now. Let's fight. Let's fight, man. Like this. Oh my God! As a teacher, I remember breaking up fights like this. This is like a teenager type situation, right? This is like stereotypical toxic masculinity shit. Yeah, JDH. Like, oh my God. Okay. All right. The guys out there, you know that the guys that do this sort of the things are the ones that are the most self-conscious, the ones that are the most have something to prove. Okay, like anyway, all right.
This is a
And then of
hearing.
course Bernie Sanders.
God
talking
knows
reason,
the American
talking
people have
reason.
enough contempt for Congress. Let's not
I don't
make
like
it worse.
thugs and bullies.
You have,
And that's
you
what-
have,
I don't like you because you
Hold
just
it.
described yourself.
hold it. You have the mic.
Yeah.
You have time.
All right.
Make your statement.
Then let's do this, because I did challenge you and I accepted your challenge, and you went quiet.
No, I didn't go
Look,
quiet.
they're still doing it. They're still doing it.
Hold it.
You challenged me to a cage match,
no,
acting
no,
like a
sir.
12-year-old schoolyard
Hold it.
bully.
Excuse me. Hold it. No, excuse me. I have the
I
mic.
will say exactly.
Senator
what you
Mullen,
said.
I have the mic. You have questions on any economic issues, anything?
Okay. Anyway, gotta love Bernie. All right. So that's the person that is now the head. Yeah. That is the person. you know it, Jonas. You know it. That's hilarious, Jonas. Okay. I think people know what Jonas means. Like, okay, just to be clear, yeah, like, all right. So that's the person who's now in charge of the Department of Homeland Security. Mr. I'm a big bad guy, right? Oh, you got it in your groove.
I think the city is seeing some dramatic improvements
It has.
under
Yeah,
this
right,
leadership.
Gwen?
When you talk about funding, we have tied a lot of our funding that we have for enforcement this year and prioritized over $1.5 billion towards 287G
Okay, you know what?
agreements.
We get it.
So we, I think
Kristi Noem is no longer the head of the Department of Homeland Security. I'm sure we'll all miss her terribly. And of course, she's being replaced with someone who may be worse even. So there we go. There we go. Isn't that great? Yeah, there you go. For SoCal, I can just see the limped hand swatting and 4-foot distance between, right? Like, no, Mark Wayne, like, okay. Yes, pending Senate approval. I got you in your groove. So, he will definitely get through the Senate, right? He's one of them, I'm pretty sure. He's either a senator or a congressman. Okay. So, woo! Interesting news. That was quite an interesting development that has now randomly happened. All right. Yeah. By the way, guys, to be clear, this does not solve the problem. This is like Donald Trump trying to distract from all the anger because of Homeland Security. That this does not fix the problem, right? She was not to blame for what happened. She was part of it, but Trump was to blame. His administration was to blame. So a lot of times, the buck stops with the president. So he's basically, sorry, I know there's food in my mouth. He's basically throwing her under the bus. Okay, he's throwing her under the bus. Now then, there is a positive to this. There is a positive. Apparently, there was enough pressure on the Trump administration to make him have to throw her under the bus. Okay, so imagine if the government makes another really big mistake where, like, more people get killed. And there's even more pushback than what we saw happen here. You see what I mean? You see what I mean? Oh, excuse me, God, I need to stop choking on this meat. I'm sorry. Wow. I'm sorry. I meant it's ham and eggs, and I was choking on the ham. I want to be clear, clarify my words there. I know some of you are degenerates, and you'll misinterpret that saying. Dolly boy, no, Trump failed. Don't you dare clip this. No, invalid. No, in your groove. No. Okay, that was a mistake. It's not better when you say it that way. I'm just, no, like the ham. Oh, you're right. Okay, whatever. You guys get it. I have ham. Okay. Nothing, Sir Bartholomew. I said nothing. Okay. Anyway. Yeah, but literally, it was a piece of ham that I was kind of choking on. Anyway, moving on. You know what? Stop it. I'm gonna, okay, we're done. No clipping it. All right. I love you all very much. You're all angels. And I'll remember this. Crime against me. Okay. So, something else here I thought we could watch together. All right. Now, hello, thank you, Body Swap. Body Swap gets a boop. Boop for not participating in the dog pile happening right now, okay? For not participating in the dog pile. How dare you, invalid axiom? Okay, how dare you? All right. I have to send that to Mr. Eye Candy. Okay, I was gonna say something, but I won't say it. But anyway, all right. Down, boy, down. Okay, Jesus. Trump, you're all awful. I'm not even gonna So, okay.
Upon releasing
Real fast here. Woo, educational content. How dare you, LaCroix? How dare you? Okay. W, at this rate, we'll have a new Secretary of Homeland Security every year. I know. Right? Thank you, W, so much for that contribution. Really. Yeah, right? That often happens in authoritarian regimes. You see people go through. Yeah. I know, right, Jonas? We talked about that earlier, the Mujahideen. We did. We talked about that earlier. Okay. How dare you, Loisa? Okay. Back on track, folks. Get back on track. That was all of your faults, okay? That was all your fault. Okay, that was not intentional, you monsters. Okay, so real fast, we are talking about, I just wanted to watch this video fast. If anyone saw this, the CEO of McDonald's, I didn't mean to start it, Jay Shad. Okay. The CEO of McDonald's did a little advertisement thing where he tried to bite, he tried to eat, I know, Jay Shadow, he took a bite of a McDonald's burger, and it very much appeared as though he was not into it or was, like, uncomfortable having to take a bite of this burger. All right? It's just kind of funny that the McDonald's CEO doesn't even want to eat McDonald's, okay? And this is a short video, 2 minutes, talking about this trend. Right, calling a burger a product. Totally, Jonas. That, too, he calls it a product. Right, Levrons? This video is about this new trend of CEOs coming out and trying to make themselves appear more human or make themselves presenting themselves as more, on your side and crap like that. So let's watch this real fast. I haven't seen it. I hope it's good. If it's bad, I don't take responsibility for it. That's the one good thing about stealing other people's content is that I don't have to take responsibility if it's bad. Okay. W. Yes. I saw it, Drizilla. Thank you. I already thanked W for that. Thank you so much, W, for that contribution. Okay. Everyone ready? Let's watch.
his opinion of the new Big Art.
So there he is. By the way, he doesn't look human, by the way. Like, why do CEOs always look like robots?
His opinion of the new Big Arch burger, the CEO of McDonald's, Chris Kempczynski, gave a very non-enthused reaction. He took tiny bites, he called McDonald's product rather than a meal, and it came—
Oh my god, you're right, Paul Squall. Why is there a sign behind him that says petty? Petty way. Okay, it's obviously partially being blocked, but that's kind of funny.
Off a lot like that Simpsons bit where Krusty bites his new ribwich and immediately spits it out after cameras are done rolling. But why would a rich CEO bother to put himself in front of a camera to sell a fast food burger? Well, it turns out that companies don't just want to promote themselves as companies, they want to promote themselves as people. It turns out that humanizing corporations—
Oh, Tom Petty? Okay, who's that? Is that like a golfer or something? I don't know these people. Who the hell's Tom Petty?
Used to be a trick that would be achieved with certain mascots, such as Grimace or Ronald McDonald. However, that era is over, and companies are now able to simply field the people in charge to present their brand in a manner that says, I am a real person, in order to make consumers trust them more. They essentially have a direct link to consumers through social media, and you can bet that they spend every dollar they own on advertising through these convenient channels. Chris actually has his own Instagram account in which he fields questions and undertakes publicity stunts such as showcasing new fast food items. However,
no, guys, let's put it this way. I gotta admit to you guys, I don't know a lot of pop cultural things, all right? I know. Yeah, it was kind of attempt. It was kind of I kind of was fishing by saying, who the hell's Tom Petty? I do know who Tom Petty is. I just don't know, like, much about him. I know that he's a famous person. I know he's done some shit. He was probably a musician or some shit. I don't know. Something that people care about. Something like that. Whatever. Who cares? Okay.
As has occurred with his review.
Oh, he's the one that did Free Fallin'. Okay, that's fair. That's a good song. Okay, whatever. I don't know. He's probably a good guy. I don't know. Maybe he's not. Maybe he assaulted people. I don't know. I get all these names mixed up, folks. I'm a nerd. I have my nose buried in books half the time. I don't know what happens in the real world. Okay, anyway.
Sometimes this can go horribly wrong and instead dehumanizes a company, as it turns out Chris has made himself look a bit too much like an incredibly rich and powerful person who never eats McDonald's. This is because fast food has long been associated—
I'm sorry, I know I'm distracted. He also did American Girl Won't Back. Oh, that's right, Won't Back Down. Oh, yes. Okay, I know who this is.
With the common person. Going and getting a cheeseburger is supposed to be unpretentious and unassuming. It symbolizes a very specific class.
By the way, don't listen to Meowzord. The movie The Menu is a good movie. I don't care what Meowzord said. Meowzord's opinion doesn't matter when it comes to this movie. Everyone should see The Menu, and it's a great movie.
Place in life, which is why films such as The Menu go to such great lengths to present cheeseburgers a certain way in
I'm holding a grudge against Meowzord for saying it's a bad movie.
Opposition to all that is snobbish. The CEO of McDonald's is a multimillionaire, and so the fact that they are presenting him as just like everyone else who eats there is bound to fail eventually. It's exactly the same as Mark Zuckerberg being the face of
Yes,
Meta.
do we remember that when goddamn Mark Zuckerberg was like sipping his water, he was just like a little rat or something?
Facebook. For a long time, he seemed more like a robot than a human being. However, now it is clear that he's trying his hardest to rebrand.
What? Wait, is this serious? Did he really do this? Did he get on a surfboard with an American flag while drinking a beer? Wait a minute. I'm sorry. Are we living in idiocracy? Or is this AI? Are we living in Is it AI? But still, we're living in idiocracy, aren't we? Aren't we kind of living in idiocracy at this point? Yeah, exactly, Gwen. I like music. I just never know who's singing the songs. Okay. Doesn't that somehow make it worse? Okay, whatever. Okay.
And as a cool tech bro to mixed results. In short, it seems like this is an open and shut case of McDonald's trying its hardest to appeal to the average—
Look at that. He's just like, God, I'm a human. Guys, look, he's trying to convince you he's a human. Thank you, guys. Look, almost everyone agrees that the menu is good. There's only 2 degenerates in the chat who don't like it that I've seen. And that would be In Your Groove and Meowzord. Yeah.
Social media user by humanizing its CEO. However, the fact that he's a multi-millionaire who lives in a different world to the average Joe finally slipped out on camera. See you next time on Lessons in Internet.
Okay, anyway, I guess I thought there'd be more to that, but yeah, that was funny. The fact that this McDonald's. By the way, I used to like McDonald's. Of course, I got sick eating one of their burgers. Like a couple of years ago, I had one of their burgers. I may have been undercooked, and I got a stomach virus. And then after that, I have not been able to eat it again. Regardless, they're also much more expensive now. McDonald's is much more expensive now. Prices have been going up. So yeah. Yep, it's super expensive now. Lois, so I got the mixed squirts exactly, Paul Squad. It's disgusting. I don't know why McDonald's. Yeah, but McDonald's is popular in a lot of places, but different countries have different kinds of McDonald's. Like, it isn't the same everywhere because they edit the burgers for where they are located. Lois, so she gets away because of class solidarity. Saying she got away because of the burger isn't. I agree, Lois. So it is class solidarity. There's kind of a weird Marxist message to the whole thing, I guess you could say. Ew, God, I totally get it. Invalid axiom, totally get that. Yeah. My wife is the same way with scrambled eggs. She had them for breakfast when hungover from vodka. Hasn't eaten eggs since. Absolutely. Okay. I know it does, Doug. It makes me feel so gross that the $1 menu is now $2 to $5. Anyway, One Piece Celestial Dragon. Meowzord just sent a video. What is this, Meowzord?
I was going to do a video about all the movies about movies that came out.
No, we're not watching this, Meowzord. How dare you? We're not watching this. Post it somewhere else, Meowzord. Post it where someone cares, all right? I'm not going to watch your trash critique of the menu. I bet I could go out and find a trash critique of Jojo Rabbit somewhere, right? Anyone can find a trash critique anywhere. Doesn't mean it's a bad movie, okay? Now, I will say it can be a bit heavy-handed. It can be a bit heavy-handed. But I still think it's a good movie. I like the food critique and like the shit like that. Okay. Don't support Meowzord. Don't support Meowzord. I'm utilizing don't you dare, Doug. Don't you dare support Meowzord. Okay. Just kidding. All right. Okay, guys. But Jojo Rabbit's a really good movie. That's fair. Okay, yeah, that's true, Meowzord. That's fair. All right. Okay. Anyway, so Look,
Now,
something-
let's talk about Mr. O'Brien
Culture.
himself.
What
his
the hell
behavior.
happened? Okay, there we go. Some other stuff here. Some other stuff to look at. Funny how Trump feed the American hot. I know it is. Oh God, this is disgusting. Okay. I wanted to
You're in
watch
a job
this with
interview.
you guys too. This is something else I found, or maybe someone posted it. I honestly can't remember. If someone posted it, I'm sorry. I'm sorry about that. Okay. Future of the Earth. You have food stamps. Yeah, future of the Earth. I'm sorry that this country is horrible. It treats people like garbage. I'm very glad you have food stamps. Okay. I wish that everyone had the money they needed so that people didn't have to have food stamps. Alas, we do, and I'm sorry about that because we live in a horribly cruel society who likes to spend money on foreign wars like what we're doing in Iran rather than helping its own people. You should not have to rely on food stamps. You should be thriving, not having to get food stamps to survive. Anyway, LeBron's, it's both. Okay, I am against consumerism, but for a number of reasons. It promotes a lot of problems. Okay, all right. So. Okay, just to watch this real fast. So something I wanted to watch with all you guys. This is a video about how passion became a job requirement. Has anyone here gone to a job interview recently and been asked like, why are you passionate about this job? Or where they try to figure out if you have passion to do the work, quote unquote, being passionate about the job, do you have, what makes you passionate about this work? All right. We were talking a few days ago about some of the corpo speak out there. Okay, correct. I get it, Doug. All right. There you go. I was asked that for my interview at Burger King, right? Like, who has passion to work at Burger King? So I just wanted to watch this video real fast about how the word passion is being used in job interviews and shit. Correct, JDH. Because it's code language, folks. It's the basic idea here is that you better slave for us. You better slave for us and pretend that you like it, right? You better show passion. You better not show that why you're doing this is to make money to survive. Okay, like it's clearly, it's code language for basically don't show that you're being oppressed. You better make it appear as though you're happy with your oppression. So let's just watch this video. I haven't seen it, but I suspect it'll be good. Like why passion became a job requirement. Let's go.
Going well. Qualifications match, experience is solid, salary range works. Then comes the question. So, what are you passionate about? And how does that passion align with this role? You pause. You need this job. The rent is due, you applied because it pays well and you're qualified. That's it. That's the whole story.
I have so much trouble lying during job interviews. Let's put it this way. I have trouble not smiling or laughing at the questions. Like when I'm lying, I tend to start laughing because I can't help it. So like if I get asked, are you passionate about this job? Like are you passionate about this job? I'm like, yeah, I'm so passionate about it. Like I have trouble not laughing. LeBron's, you say in short, it's the system of capitalism, am I right? Absolutely. Yes, I am a socialist, LeBron. So yes, not a fan of capitalism. I think a lot of the people in here are not fans of capitalism at all, okay?
But you can't say that. So you dig deep, find something, anything. I'm deeply passionate about optimizing supply chain logistics. You've never once thought about supply chain logistics outside of work hours, but you said it with conviction. And now you have to maintain eye contact while the interviewer nods enthusiastically. That's great. We really want people here who are passionate about what we do. You got the job. You are not passionate about supply chain logistics. You are passionate about paying your mortgage, but nobody's allowed to say that out loud anymore. So how did we get here? That's what this channel breaks down.
Real fast, guys. Sorry, someone mentioned in chat. Yes, we have a very international community here. We have people from India, from Nigeria, from America, from the UK, from Germany. We had a person from France. We have a person from Brazil. We have people from all over the world in here. I love it. Okay, anyway, just trying to advertise for the community a bit.
How did I need a job that pays well turn into something you have to hide behind a performance?
Yeah, guys, job interviews are humiliation rituals, 100%. They are humiliation rituals. You get like you have to give them your job history. They sit there and they break down your job history in front of you and find things that are wrong with you and then question you about them. And like you have to get dressed up. Um, like it's just I can't. It is a disgusting ritual that we engage in, right? It's also meaningless. There's zero way, guys. There is zero way that a job interviewer can possibly get the full picture about the person they're hiring with 1 or 2 interviews, right? Like, there's no way they're actually learning anything about you. It's like, you know what I mean? You also most of the time, they're not even gonna check yeah, they're not even gonna check your resume. They're not really gonna check to make sure it's true. There are tons of stories of people putting false information on their resumes and getting hired for jobs they have no qualification for. It's it's just a mess, okay? Now, unless you're, like, in a specialty job, like, as a teacher, they will check your background. You'll get background checks done and things like that, which I support because you don't want what you might get if you hire teachers, who like children, for example. My point is, it's just it's so humiliating, and it makes you feel so inhuman, doesn't it? Like, your value they're trying to see if you are valuable enough as a human for them to hire you. Okay.
Passion just to get hired.
Okay.
Let's go back to how jobs worked for most of human history. You worked to survive, to provide for your family, to afford a life outside of work. The job was a means to an end, not an identity, not a calling, not a purpose. Your grandfather didn't love the factory. He didn't feel called to tighten bolts on an assembly line. He went because it paid enough to own a home and raise a family. He punched out at 5 p.m. and that was it. Work stayed at work. And nobody thought that was sad.
Yeah,
that was just
guys, it depends on the career, right? Like doctors, work never really stayed at work. Like especially today, that's even more so. But doctors never really, they would still get calls and stuff even at night. But for most fields, yeah, there was sort of a clear cutoff, mainly because the technology wasn't there to communicate with people after they left the workspace. I think a lot of this intrusive after work stuff happened because of the invention of the internet and cell phones and stuff. Okay.
Life. Honest.
Yeah, Gwen.
Normal. Then something shifted in the 1990s and accelerated hard in the 2000s. Companies started borrowing language from religion and therapy. They started talking about mission and purpose and calling. Work wasn't just work anymore. Work was meaning. Apple told you to think different. Google told you the workplace could change the world. Startups told you they were building something that mattered, something important, something worth dedicating your life to. And the message was seductive. Who doesn't want their work to mean something? But
LeBron's, that's not true. Okay, I'm not going to talk about it now, but generosity exists in socialism and capitalism. You can be generous in socialism or generous in capitalism. Generosity is a human trait. Okay, if anything, capitalism suppresses generosity. Socialism, in theory, is where the whole society is generous. Okay, like you generously provide what everyone needs, and it's done. Everyone does it. Okay, I'm not sure. I'm not sure you understand what socialism is. Okay.
Here's what they were actually doing. Reframing your job as a personal mission. So you'd work harder, longer, and for less money without complaining. Passion became a productivity hack, and you didn't notice. The tech industry started it.
So, LeBron's, you'd rather people die from starvation or not having health care because, and you'd rather people die for not having like food or health care, rather than having a society that provides those things, because in a society that provides those things, providing those things are forced. So yeah, those people can die as long as people aren't being forced to help those people. Is that what you're saying? Because, by the way, under capitalism, it's also forced, right? We still have to donate we still have to pay taxes to build roads and things like that. It's just a different kind, like the taxes go to different things under socialism. So as long as you agree, Levrons, that maybe there should be zero taxes, then that would be more correct. If you agree, if you think there should be no taxes for anything, then that is more consistent with what you're trying to say. But that would, of course, would be crazy.
Silicon Valley created this mythology of work as vocation. The founder who sleeps at the office because he believes so deeply in the mission. The engineer who codes through the weekend, not because she has to, but because she loves it. And the money flowed to these companies. The culture got written up in magazines. Business schools started teaching it. Corporate America looked at tech and thought, we need some of that. Every company suddenly had a mission statement, not just legal boilerplate, an inspirational declaration about why they existed and why it mattered.
Yeah.
We're not just selling insurance, we're protecting families. We're not just processing payroll, we're empowering businesses. We're not just making spreadsheet software.
So Arbeiterklasse, I actually disagree with you a bit here. Arbeiterklasse says capitalism also doesn't necessarily need to be antisocial. Antisocial culture creates antisocial capitalism. I disagree, Arbeiterklasse. Capitalism creates antisocial culture. That's kind of how culture gets created. It grows out of an economic system, right? If you have a system that relies on private ownership of property and the extraction of profit and the turning of people into cogs in a machine, that's going to create an antisocial culture where all that matters is profit and things like that, okay? Now, you can mitigate that, but with less capitalism, right? In like social democracies, which are capitalist, the less capitalist they are, the less deranged their societies are, in my opinion, okay? So capitalism, by its foundation, does promote sort of an antisocial cultural ideas, if that makes sense.
Software, we're enabling human potential. No, you're selling insurance, processing payroll, making spreadsheet software. But the mission statement made it sound cosmic, made it easier to ask employees to care. The job posting language changed. This is where it got personal. Used to be job ads described the role, duties, required skills, salary range.
Okay, Arbeiterklasse, you know I love you, right? I disagree. Japanese capitalism is not pro-oriented. It just isn't. They have really bad suicide rates. They have massive rates of alcoholism. Fathers have trouble spending any time at home. Men suffer tremendously. They never have a chance to, they rarely have a chance to see their families because they're always working so hard. They have a more collectivist form of management under Japanese capitalism, but the capitalism is still very deranged and very harmful for the society. Yeah, Japanese work culture is almost worse than American work culture. Like that video we just watched a while back was kind of showing that, like the massive suicide rates. There's like an idea in Japan, that a lot of fathers are absent. They rarely get to see their wives or their children because they're working all the time. So it's not good for the proles. They may have, there may be some more benefits given to working class people, but it's very bad for the Japanese people. You see what I mean? There's different capitalism is detrimental to different societies in different ways. Okay.
Practical information for a practical decision. Now every job posting reads like a cult recruitment flyer. We're looking for a passionate self-starter who thrives in a fast-paced environment and is excited to disrupt the industry. Must be a visionary thinker who bleeds purple.
What? This is an actual job posting. Must be a visionary thinker who bleeds purple.
Actual quote from an actual job posting.
Jesus.
We want people who don't see this as a job, but as a mission. You're applying for an accounts payable position. Nobody bleeds accounts payable.
Yeah.
Nobody wakes up at 3 a.m. with a vision about invoice processing. But you have to pretend, because the job posting demanded passion, and the interview will test for it. And if you've ever had to perform passion for a job you just needed for the money, hit that like button. It tells me you've played this game. The exhausting performance of pretending work is your deepest calling. The interview process weaponized it. Passion became a screening mechanism.
Yeah, so Bartoclass, don't get me wrong, you're right, okay? They have better social programs and things like that. Like a lot of capitalist countries, America's pretty bad about the social programs, but their work culture is hell, okay? It's just not good. It's not compassionate capitalism at all. It's still very extractive and brutal to its own people.
Culture fit, culture add, alignment with company values. These all mean the same thing. Do you seem passionate enough? Not skilled enough, not qualified enough, passionate enough. Interviewers are trained to spot genuine enthusiasm, like they can tell the difference. Like someone's ability to convincingly perform passion is a reliable indicator of job performance. It's not. It's a class filter. Who performs passion best? People with time to research the company extensively. People who know how to code switch in professional settings.
Yes!
People who weren't raised to see work as transactional because they had to be. People who can afford to care about meaning because their survival isn't at stake.
Yeah.
First generation workers who need this job to support their family, they struggle with the passion performance because they're being honest. Work is how they survive. That's not a flaw, that's reality.
God, yeah.
The passion requirement quietly screens out people who actually need the job the most. Then came the salary negotiation trap. Passion was used against workers. We're offering below market rate, but we think you'll find the mission compensates for that. The mission won't pay your rent. But if you're passionate, you shouldn't care about money, right? Money is for people who don't believe in the work. Saying, I need to be paid fairly, became evidence that you're not truly passionate. And if you're not passionate, maybe you're not the right fit. It's elegant manipulation. Companies underpay workers.
LeBron's, what do you mean? Through one man's work, many mouths are fed. Have you seen what poverty does under capitalism? One man's work is not enough to feed many mouths anymore. Maybe in some places, but I think it's insane, LeBron, to say that. It literally blows my mind that someone would say that generosity is one of the ethics of capitalism. Like, seriously, like that is, you just keep coming to the streams. You'll quickly see, LeBron, that that's not true, right? We oftentimes talk in these streams how capitalism is the opposite of generosity. It's all about making a profit. The people who own companies have an incentive to give as little money to their workers as possible so that they can keep that money. I don't know what else to say here. There's a reason why we need welfare programs and stuff in the world. Is because the money isn't going to people who need it. It's going to people who want to make a profit. Okay? Okay.
And frame accepting it as proof of commitment. The startup world perfected this. Equity instead of salary. You'll earn less now, but
by the way, we could easily say that generosity was a trait of feudal societies. There was something called noblesse obligée, where nobles felt they had a duty to at least provide some amount of social support to the poor so that there wasn't a revolution against them. Okay? Does that mean it's a just system? That if you need to maintain it by tossing a bone to the poor? And the fact that the nobles could just at any point be like, nah, I'm not going to feed these peasants. That seems rather unjust to me. Okay.
Something that matters. The equity is worthless 90% of the time. The passion was real though. You just directed it at someone else's company for below market wages.
You're totally right, Invalid Axiom. Pizza parties instead of bonuses. Correct. Passion rewards. Okay. Guys, like, do you see how this is sort of a form of like a form of imposed insanity? The people that work in these businesses are like forced to be fake all the time. You have to constantly have a smile on your face and like constantly fake your joy. And we wonder why there's a mental health problem in this country. You're constantly forced to not express who you are and to act like Mayflower Kid, hello, I didn't see you came in here. Okay. Right. Like, not great. So yeah, exactly, Loiso. Okay, so LeBron's, what you guys are saying, you are attacking capitalism for what greed incentivizes. Core ethic, core ethic of capitalism can be best seen within family, where not all can work. But no, LeBron's, that's not capitalism. You know, guys, we're not going to debate this now, but you have to understand, that's not we need to understand what capitalism is before we talk about it, okay? That's not, I don't know what you mean by within the family. That's not true, LeBron's. That's not what capitalism is. Okay, anyway, okay.
Work-life balance.
Hayori, you say in Japan is more mixed now with work culture in recent years. This is partially because unions have gained more power, I personally have never worked at a black company type job, but I have friends, and the main issue is team pressure to always be available even during mandated days off, right? Drinking parties are thankfully not as much of a thing. Got you. Okay. Interesting there, Hiyori.
Balance became suspicious.
I
If you're
never
truly
thought it.
passionate, why would you want to stop working? We work hard and play hard here. Translation, we work all the time. Our team is super passionate, so we often go above and beyond. Translation,
There's that phrase, above and beyond. You better work outside of hours and with no pay.
overtime is expected and unpaid. Leaving at 5 p.m. became a statement. Oh, leaving already? Said
Oh
with
my
just
God, that is so true. You know, Aaron, the guy I brought on stream the one time, right? They often make him after 5 p.m. comes, when he's supposed to be off work, he still has to like slowly walk around the store with his manager, making sure everything's okay. And there is pressure for him to do that, even though he's not paid for that. He's not paid for doing this slow, meandering walk towards the exit. But if he does try to leave, they're like, why are you trying to go so quickly? And there's like social pressure put on people to work beyond hours. All right.
just enough of a tone to make you feel guilty, to make you question your commitment, your passion. The passionate employee stays late, responds to emails on weekends, takes calls on vacation, not because they have to, because they love it, because passion doesn't have an off switch. Except it does. It has to. Humans aren't built for perpetual work, but the mythology of passion says otherwise. Burnout got rebranded.
Yeah, Gwen. A lot of European countries are much better about time off and stuff. They have many more limits on capitalism, right? Many more limits on what a capitalist enterprise can do to its workers. The idea here is that capitalism is better the less capitalist it is. Does that make sense? Okay, the less all right.
If passion leads to exhaustion, you weren't truly passionate. You were performing passion, but not feeling it.
I got
The
you on
logic
signal.
is circular and cruel. Burnout from working too hard? That's evidence you were.
Yeah, see, Gwen, like, I will say that's really low, though. Like, fathers need more than 2 weeks of paternity leave. Yeah, we don't have any mandated paternity leave or maternity leave in the United States. We live in a horrible society over here, okay? Very brutal society.
Faking the passion. Real passion would sustain you. Real passion doesn't deplete. Real passion refuels you. So the burned out worker isn't a victim of an exploitative system. There's someone who lied in their interview.
You're right, Gwen.
Who couldn't find meaning in their work. Who wasn't truly called to this mission. The problem is you, never the system. Social media made it public. LinkedIn became the platform of weaponized passion.
Yes.
Every post is someone performing how much they love their work.
Yeah.
So grateful to announce that after 16
and they do that on purpose, you know, Alberto Clauso. They will try and make it so all the workers are contract workers and they don't have to pay them full time or give them health benefits by limiting their hours 100%.
Hour days and complete sacrifice of my personal life, we hit our targets. This is why I do it. Nothing beats the grind when you believe in the mission. You can't post, I did my job adequately and went home at a reasonable hour. That's career suicide on LinkedIn. You have to perform, show the passion, document the sacrifice, signal your commitment publicly. And the likes roll in. And your boss sees it. And suddenly passion is not just a private feeling, but a public performance with—
No, Levrons, that's not true. That's not capitalism. Capitalism is not just labor and eat, labor and eat. That happens in every society. Socialist societies are labor and you get to eat. Laboring and, you know, produces what you can have to have food, right? That is not capitalism is a form of economy where you have private ownership of, you have private property. You have people who own the businesses and then who use the labor, who basically use the labor of others to produce a profit. Okay. Private owners of businesses who then use the labor of employees to produce stuff. It is not about eating or things like that. All right. That we need to perhaps do another stream about what capitalism is, because capitalism is pretty simplistic. It's the kind of economy we have where you have business owners and employees. Okay. Rather than anything else. Okay. No, no, that's not okay. Leverage, you don't know what capitalism is.
Professional stakes. Younger workers got hit hardest.
Arbeiterklasse.
Gen Z and millennials were raised being told to do what you love, follow your passion, find work that doesn't feel like work. Beautiful advice, genuinely well-intentioned, completely disconnected from economic reality. You were told to find your passion and monetize it. So you spent years trying to turn hobbies into careers, fighting for jobs in passionate industries, arts, media, nonprofits, education, that pay terribly because passion is supposed to compensate. Supply chains flooded with passionate applicants. Wages stayed low because passion subsidized employers. We can pay less because people love this work. The industries that help people, that make art, that educate children, those are all underpaid.
That is, guys, it's so true. Amongst teachers especially, teachers are often paid very low because, and also, a lot of teachers have a passion for doing education, and that's exploited. I can, okay, Levrons, there is nothing to do with capitalism in the Bible, okay? Capitalism has nothing to do with the Bible. Capitalism did not exist in the time of the Bible, all right? It did not. There are some things about trading and monetary stuff in the Bible and loans and crap. If anything, the Bible is anti-capitalist. If you okay, the Bible has nothing to do with capitalism, all right? I don't think you understand capitalism. Capitalism is like came about a lot later in history, all right? By the way, for most of history after the Bible, it was there were feudal societies. Okay, there I don't if anything, if you look at what Jesus was doing, he was pretty brutal on people who hoarded wealth. Exactly. There was okay, anyway. Yeah, there you go, Macon. Markets are not capitalism. All right, but regardless, I'm sorry, I'm getting off. Yeah, we can all right. So, what did he just say here? I'm sorry, I lost track of it.
Because people love this work. The industries that help
exactly, Gwen. That's socialism. Okay.
People, that make art, that educate children, those are all underpaid. Because passion absorbs the cost that wages should cover. The ones who figured out the game worked backwards, picked high...
That's not capitalism, Levrons, I'm telling you. I don't know where you learned that, but that is not capitalism. Capitalism is not laboring in each. As a matter of fact, socialism is more fair about labor. So under socialism, your labor produces the value you get, all right? Under capitalism, there are people who don't have to do practically any labor, and they still get tons of money for it. Do you think Elon Musk is laboring like 8 times as much as his lowest employee, or probably tons more than 8 times? No, he's not. He's getting paid far more than the value of his labor. Under socialism, that doesn't happen. We all get paid to the value of our labor, and our labor isn't exploited. So if anything, that is a socialist idea, that you should be, that the value of your labor is what you get, all right? Now, there's more to that, but all right.
Paying careers, finance, engineering, tech. Developed competence and found...
outer signal, exactly. Remember that one part of the Bible, Levrons? It is easier for a camel to go through the eye of a needle than for a rich man to enter the kingdom of God. And I know you're a Catholic, Levrons. What did the last pope say about how we need to stop this massive concentration of wealth? That's capitalism. That is capitalism. Catholic monasteries and convents are communist societies. Communist societies. So is socialism about according to each man labor? So is the reward? Yeah, it is. Okay, that's not what capitalism is about. All right.
Meaning in being good at something and well compensated for it. Then performed passion in interviews. Got hired, got paid, went home at 5 p.m. with no guilt. That's the actual life hack. But nobody tells you that. And here's the uncomfortable truth underneath all of this. Companies don't actually want your passion. They want your compliance dressed up as passion. A truly passionate employee asks hard questions.
Yeah, there is a difference, though, between socialism and communism. They're both socialists, but regardless, okay.
Challenges bad decisions, pushes back when the mission isn't being served, demands accountability. Companies don't want that. They want someone who works long hours without complaining and feels
True.
personally invested in.
I'm sorry, guys. What I was saying before, teachers are often exploited in this way, okay? Because a lot of teachers are very passionate, but they don't get paid much. So they're very heavily pressured to use the passion as a reason to work more. And you're constantly told as a teacher, well, we care about the kids. You care about the kids, don't you? So you need to work harder and longer and work more and do more and be more and do more because of your passion. And then teachers get judged and told that they're not passionate about teaching if they don't work past their hours, if they don't put out more than they're paid to do. And teachers unions are massively demonized. A lot of times cities will say that teacher unions are trying to get between teachers who love the kids, are trying to stop teachers who love kids from being able to teach and other that kind of nonsense, right? Yeah, Meowsord, you're not buying 40 sets of crayons yourself. You must hate your kids, right? Right? Okay.
Outcomes, so they don't need to be managed closely. They want your emotional energy, not your professional opinion.
No, Levrons, capitalism isn't in the Bible, and I don't know who taught you that. Someone who taught you that doesn't understand capitalism.
Real passion is inconvenient. Manufactured passion is profitable.
So how did we get here?
Companies borrowed religious language about calling and mission to make work feel meaningful. Silicon Valley mythology created the passionate founder template everyone copied.
Yeah, Gwen, I agree, Gwen. That's why I don't see us ever having a communist society. I just don't. I think we should try to get close to that as we can, but I don't think it's going to happen, but as close as we can. Let's put it that way. I'd love that.
Job postings.
But some lefties disagree with me on that.
Demanded passion as a screening mechanism. The interview process rewarded performance over skill. Passion was used to justify below market salaries. Staying late became proof of commitment. Burnout got framed as personal failure.
You got it.
Social media made passion performance public and professional. A generation was told to follow their passion and discovered it made them poor. And companies got free overtime, reduced wages, and increased loyalty by convincing workers that caring too much about compensation meant they didn't really believe.
By the way, guys, our Arbeiterklasse means like working class. So, okay.
In the mission. You were never supposed to be passionate about your job. You were supposed to be good at it and paid fairly for it. Those are two completely different things. And somewhere along the way, one of them got forgotten. Maybe the real question isn't how we got here, it's whether we can go back to being allowed to just be good at what we do without having to pretend we do it for free. If you've ever performed passion in an interview for a job you just needed to pay your bills, hit that subscribe and like button. We're exposing...
All right, that was good. Like the use of passion, which is a super structural thing, guys. Remember the whole thing I've shown you guys before that I'm trying to get in all of your heads because I found it very useful. The cultural materialism thing. Okay. I'll show it to you again. Oops. All right. So remember this thing, guys? I keep showing it to you. So the idea of that's okay. Thank you, Levron. That was okay. Thank you for being like respectful, etc. All right. If you read the part where it says that coming of wisdom brings prosperity, it certainly supports the idea that wisdom creates the riches and riches bring providence. Yeah, but that's not capitalism, Levrons. I'm sorry to say that's not capitalism. Okay, that's all right. So I know, right? Exactly, Paul Squall. So let me show you here. So superstructure in a society. So the way these are the ideas, ideals, beliefs, values, and how people make sense of themselves in the world. Yeah, you're not a nuisance. It's just, yeah, we disagree with you, Levrons, but you're not a nuisance. I think we are enjoying talking with you about this. You're not being an asshole like a lot of the people who come in here to disagree are. Okay, so in a society, guys, you have the infrastructure. As culture as yes, invalid axiom. So basically, okay, let me explain this, right? So at any society or culture in the world, okay, you have an infrastructure. That is the methods and technology used to extract resources from the environment. All right. So like if you know how to do farming, that is a form of infrastructure. Okay. So that the technology you have and the techniques used to harness food and energy from the environment. All right. So, okay. then coming out of that, so that limits the kind of government and power structure you have, right? So if your way of getting goods out of the environment is hunting and gathering, you're not going to be able to have a massive society like with a kingdom and shit like that, okay? Because you only can do that in small groups. Does that make sense? It also, by the way, the infrastructure also includes your population. So if you have a small population and you only have the technology to do hunter and gathering, you're not going to be able to form like a kingdom or a civilization. You see what I mean? All right. So coming out of the infrastructure is the social structure of a society. This is your government. So how are you organized in a government way? All right, in like a governing way. How are your families organized? How are your organized family? Like how are family units organized? How are there classes? Are there class relationships? Basically, the social structure determines what happens with the resources after they're extracted from the infrastructure. So again, infrastructure is how you get things out of the environment and population. Social structure is what you do, who decides what happens with the resources after they're taken out of the environment. And then out of that comes the superstructure. And this is how do people view the world that they live in? This is internal. This is in your head. How is your social structure and your infrastructure justified with how you think? All right. So, for example, to give you an example I always use, right? We live in a capitalist society. Which part of this structure is capitalism? Is it infrastructure, social structure, or superstructure? Someone tell me. Okay. Which part of the society here is capitalism? Is it infrastructure, social structure, or superstructure? Based off what I just told you. Anyone know? Okay, correct, Paul Squat was much different, right? No. So, okay, technically it is all of it. I should say, let me rephrase this. Okay, so capitalism is basically is social structure, right? It's how you organize production. It's how you decide who gets what, right? So it would be a social structure. It's a power structure, right? You have one group of people that own stuff and other people that work for them. Okay. So out of this capitalist social structure comes an ideology that supports the capitalist structure. So what are some things we do? Okay. What are some things we believe that really support the capitalist structure? What are some beliefs we have in society that reinforce the capitalist power structure? They say the capitalist social structure. For example, I can give you an example here. The idea that the Puritan work ethic, 100%. The idea that working hard brings you closer to God. Who does that benefit? It benefits the wealthy and the powerful and the capital owners. Outer signal, correct. That capital is more valuable than labor. Correct. Okay. That hard work is like the most important thing you could do. Yeah, Nathan. Okay. Another thing here we can consider. This is why I'm talking about this. Everything consumerism. Correct. The idea that you need to buy, consume, because who does that benefit? The owners of the businesses. All right. There you go, Nathan Runyon. Life just isn't fair. This sort of sense of dismissing oppression that's being done to you by saying, well, you're lazy, or, well, life just isn't fair, okay? The very idea that you're lazy if you're not working all the time is a form of social control that comes from a superstructure. You see what I mean? Okay. So that's what I mean by superstructure. It's the way that a society views the world, and it comes out of the economic structure. If I were to give you another example, feudalism. So before capitalism, when there were kings and queens and nobles, all right, you had a completely different worldview for people. How was that supported? They would say things like, well, the reason we have a king is because he was appointed by God, right? The nobles are there because God wants them to be there, right? They have been placed there by God. Boy, isn't that nice, right? You don't have to defend the fact that you have more power because they've all just been appointed by God, right? That certainly helps support the structure, right? You see what I mean? Okay. So the idea that, well, we need people who are passionate and that passion is important. That is a superstructural idea that comes right out of capitalism, okay? There you go, Paul Squall. So this happens in every society, right? Even we can even give the example. Well, I don't want to give that example right now. There are tons of examples of this. So this is a great way of viewing societies, how societies are structured. You have an infrastructure, a social structure, and a superstructure. Boy, are a lot of the things we think just really reinforcing of capitalism, aren't they? Okay. Even a lot of the religious things we think, and I'm not, one of the things about Christianity, guys, is that you can adapt it to various economic systems to support those economic systems. Christianity was used to support slavery, and it was used to fight against slavery. Christianity is used to support capitalism, and it's used against capitalism, right? One of the reasons it's such a popular ideology is that it is so liquid, and it can be, there's so many different views that come out of it. You can adapt it to anything. One of the views of Christianity that's very supportive of capitalism is heaven. Think about it. You know, the suffering you experience in this life doesn't matter, right? All that matters is how good you are, and then you'll move on to the next life, all right? And you'll be in heaven forever. It doesn't matter that you're being oppressed. As a matter of fact, being poor makes you more holy. So don't worry about being oppressed. Don't fight back. If you're poor, you will end up going to heaven. So your oppression in this life doesn't matter. That's kind of advantageous for certain things, for the power structure, isn't it? Like, okay, you guys get my idea here. So Christianity can be used as a superstructural worldview that has been used in multiple different economic systems. Okay. Yeah. Give there you go. Give money to the church, folks, because that'll help them out. There you go, Mayflower Kid. Okay. So, like, my point being here that superstructure works that way. Okay. Or for example, guys, we have a superstructural belief that, and Jonas, and I'm being fair, Jonas, not all parts of Christianity are supportive of the power structure. All right. A lot of times you can use it also to go against the power structure. Right. Okay. So religion is can be used in that way too. But I will say, okay, I'm trying not to overcomplicate this. Exactly, invalid axiom. I'm trying not to, but okay, bye-bye, Louise. I'm trying to not overcomplicate this, but within these structures, these cultural materialist structures, there are also ideologies that come about that are anti the system. Because if you have a social structure with two groups of people where there's one oppressing another, you're naturally going to develop people who are against that system. And for those that are exactly, there you go, Mayflower Kid. For those that are Marxist out there, you know dialectical materialism, and this is what that is. So you will also get in the superstructure the development of ideas that are against that system, including socialism, which is what we're doing, right? We're still in this system, but the system creates its own problems. Does that make sense? Okay. So my point you guys get what I'm saying here? Or like a liberational theology, right? That's another example. So it can be used in multiple ways. All right. Okay. And by the way, is it any coincidence? There you go. Is it any coincidence, by the way, that a lot of times the Christian theologies that are very pro-wealth are pushed by the wealthy? Like, it was Ford who wrote the gospel, what is it? The Gospel of Wealth and stuff. Okay. All right. Moving on. You guys got, Paulinity, right? So, this is my point though. Okay. So that's just my point here, is that a lot of these ways we think in society come out of the superstructure. Come out of this structure. Does that make sense, guys? Am I talking too much? Someone I need some feedback here. Someone in chat acknowledge that you either learned something or you're deeply confused. Whatever it may be. I'm used to being in a classroom. Okay. Okay. All right. The CIA Yep. A lot of times, guys, like the CIA actually killed a lot of people who were associated with liberation theology. Okay. You're not. Thank you, Outer Signal. Slightly confused. That's okay, TJ. That's okay. You're confused now, Mayflower Kid. I'm sorry. Thank you, Elevator Lady. All right. You're deeply confused by what you learned. Okay. I know this is confusing. This is like graduate school shit. I hope I'm not going too crazy here, but the social structure and the superstructure can influence each other. Correct. All right. You're all on the same page. Excellent. Okay. Because I use this, I talk about this stuff a lot. All right. I got you, Jonas. All right. I can like make this more. Yeah, exactly. For all those that are confused, it's okay. I kind of randomly started talking about this in a disjointed manner. It's just a way to view the world that I think is very useless. Okay. You say that as if some of us weren't prepping for PhD at the age of 50. What, TJ? Okay. How dare you, TJ? All right. Okay. So it's just a good way to understand how a society works. All right. How any society on the planet works. You can do this. You can analyze things like this way. Okay. I got you, LaQual. All right. Okay, guys. I'm going to put my face back up here. My whole point here, guys, is liberate yourself from the oppressive superstructure. You do not need to think the way that you're taught to think by our society. All right? You do not need to buy into what you're told. And guys, who here has ever felt like has blamed themselves and looks at your life and you're like, God, if only I would have done this better. If only I would have been a harder worker. If I could go back in time, I would have done this better. You know, I just haven't worked hard enough. I'm going to blame myself for this. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. A lot of this superstructure gets internalized, does it not? We internalize a lot of these ideas. Invalid Axiom. Hey, CR, I just wanted to say thank you for putting this information out consistently. I don't have that kind of energy. Oh, yeah, no problem. No problem, Invalid Axiom. Wow, never right, Mayflower Kid, okay? There you go, Nathan Runyon. Like, who here does the self-blame thing where you're like, I didn't work hard enough, or I should have been better about this, or, you know, I should have gone to college and gotten that degree, right? This is a form of social control. It is very helpful for people in power structures to have you internalize these ideas so that you self-police. You are human beings, okay? There's nothing wrong with you if you didn't follow what the power structure wants you to follow. There you go, Sylvie. There you go. Why do we think so many people in this country are depressed? Okay? Okay? Right? You see what I mean? There you go. And this is okay? This is self-indoctrination. This is self-policing. All right? Become ungovernable, folks. Become ungovernable. Ungovernable. I can't speak that word, all right? Become ungovernable. If that makes sense. All right. Does that make sense? All right. Anyway, I apologize for all the theory, guys. I apologize for all the theory that I just threw out there. Okay. Good. I'm glad, Macon. All right. Liberate yourselves, folks. You have value, even if you didn't do what you've been told. All right. Yeah, I want to encourage people to only buy from places the government won't get a cut from. That's fair. That's almost impossible, but okay. The Matrix is real. Kind of? Yeah. Oh, you know what? Yes. That's kind of true. I see what you're saying. You know, how dare you, a bright love? Don't make fun of me. I know I had trouble saying shut up. I can't say it. My mouth isn't working. Okay, my mouth isn't working. I'm sorry. Okay, how dare you, a bright love? I'm banning you from the chat. Okay, yes, sir. I will become ungovernable. How dare you? All right. Elevator lady, don't laugh. Don't you dare laugh. So Nathan Runyon asks, what kind of sword do I have in the back? Well, I have two kinds of swords. I know I've showed these before, but let's just we can take a brief break. I might as well show off to you guys again. Why not? Okay. Let me show you my two swords. Okay. Invalid axiom, how dare you? Okay. All right, let me show you. I know some of you have seen the swords before, but I'll show them to you again. All right. All right. All right. So you see this sword, guys? You've seen. I don't know. We won't. I won't take. I know you guys have. Some of you have seen these before. If you have, just hold on. I will talk more about it. I mean, I'll talk about other things too. So this is a. This sword right here is a. Yeah. Don't you like the handle on this one? This is a rapier. All right. And this sword is a long, thin sword. Okay. Now, this is not a historical sword, okay? This one was made more recently. I think this was made in like 2012 or something. It is not that old of a sword, but it is designed by kind of like as a European sword would have been designed. These swords were traditionally used when people weren't using when knights weren't wearing as much armor. And it's thin, so you can stab it in between slots and armor, okay? And of course, there is a guard on the handle to prevent your hand being slashed at as you're using it. Oftentimes, you'd put your two fingers like this so you can aim it better at slots in armor, okay? And by the way, oftentimes they would actually hold the blade to aim it, all right? And kind of go in like that. So this is just a rapier. It doesn't really have much significance apart from it's cool. And so I have it back there, this rapier. There you go, Mithril. It's a basket-handed rapier. All right. I don't know if you guys know this. It's kind of weird because I have a history degree, a military history degree. And when I was in college, I would have these military history classes where I was like one of two people who weren't in the ROTC. So in these big lecture halls, in comes gay Sam with my painted nails and my like fruity clothing coming in here, and then everyone else in the room would be wearing military uniforms, and it was a very interesting experience. They were always very nice, but I was a little gay guy in the back in these military history classes. Okay, one second. I'll show you the one that I'm sure you guys really want to see, which is Chainbreaker. All right, but first I'll put this sword back. Now, this one I have to be more careful with. Okay, this one is a historical sword. You're right, Jonas. There were probably other gay folks in there, but they definitely didn't show it. Here we have Chainbreaker. Now, Chainbreaker is from the Civil War. I'm not joking when I say that. This has been passed down in my family since the late 19th century. And I can't, if I hold the handle, that's a problem. You see it's falling apart. The handle is falling apart. Okay, because it is very old. All right. So this is this sword again is thought to have been. There's a legend in my family that says it was responsible for the death of 7 slave owners, and it has always in my family been called Chainbreaker. Now, have I been able to verify that? No. Okay, there's not really a way. Yes, I had family members who were Union soldiers. Well, there's no way to verify that. I will say this though. If you look closely, do you see that rust on the blade? Do you see the rust on the blade? It has a splatter pattern, which could implicate that there was some sort of liquid on it. That could have been blood. I will say though, it also could have been water damage. We don't know. Okay, but it is said to have been responsible for the death of 7 slave owners. And if you look really close at it, it might be hard to see. I don't know if you guys can see it. There's a design on the blade. It's actually the blade itself is it has a design on it. I don't know if you can see it very well. It's hard to see, but it's kind of pretty. If you can see it, it might be kind of hard to see. Anyway, so there is there's Chainbreaker. All right. And I don't want to damage it. I'm going to put it back here. Lick it to see? No, thank you. Okay. Anyway. maybe I could do a DNA test on it or something. It might be very well, though. I don't know if I doubt there's any blood left on it at this point. It's just been damaged from that. But this has been passed on my family for quite a while. All right, so this is Chainbreaker. I'll put it back there. All right. Okay, if I get rich, guys, if I get rich doing this, I'll put it in a, okay, if I get rich, I will make sure to put it in a case or something. Yeah, maybe good point, Meowsword. Even an appraisal or someone who knows swords might be able to give you more insight. That's true, Meowsword. That's very true. Get your tetanus vaccine. That's fair, Mayflower Kid. All right. So I have a bunch of other stuff. I don't know if I've shown you this. For those that have been in my community a long time, you know that I have a bunch of random artifacts and shit laying around the place. Do you guys see what this is? What do we think this is? What do we think this is? Someone tell me. What do we? And if you've seen it before, if I've told you about it, don't tell the chat. What does this look like to you? What does this look like to you, guys? Yeah, you're right, Outer Signal. Okay. There you go, Outer Signal. It's an axe head. So I live in a part of Ohio where there are a lot of, like, you can just go, well, there are a lot of native groups that lived in Ohio, okay? And a lot of archaeological digs. This is this is a Neolithic axe head. This is from thousands of years ago when human beings during the Neolithic period were wandering around. And my father actually found this. He was walking in a field near his parents' house, a field where there were known to have been, there's a lot of arrowheads and stuff, and there was just a Neolithic axe head sitting there, all right? And he actually brought this in to get looked at, and it is a Neolithic axe head. So some ancient Neolithic human had turned this piece of stone into an axe head to use to cut stones and stuff. And so this is a thousands of years old axe head from ancient humans. Isn't that cool? There's a lot. I have a lot of random cool shit kind of laying around here. All right. Okay. I am real. They are indeed cultural systems. Absolutely do have links to the power system. Okay, they absolutely do. I have a degree in anthropology. I'm not making that up. Cultural systems do have links to the power system. They don't always line up perfectly, but they do have links to a power system. 100% they do. All right. Levrons, I still need to recall. Bye-bye, Levrons. All right. Yeah. All right. So, okay. There you go. So that I have other stuff I can show you too, guys. If I've shown you, we have a bunch of, I've shown a lot of you I did study Nazis, Mayflower Kid, and I have a bunch of Nazi artifacts. I've shown them on stream before. I have a bunch of Nazi artifacts too. Partially that my grandfather captured while he was over there. I also have a institutions of superstructure power that exists to maintain the current base of production. Nope, I am unreal. Thought patterns also maintain the way a society works. You cannot have a working capitalist society if people don't believe that it is it is a fair and just part of society. Okay, so yes, culture does in fact is part of the power system. Okay, so if you guys want me to, I can show you the Nazi artifacts too. Maybe not today. I can show you one. I can show you one right now. All right, I'll show you one right now. No, Mayflower Kid, I have a degree in history and anthropology. Okay, give me 1 second. If I can, I'm not sure if I have it near me. I might. Yep, I do. I think I've showed it to you guys before. I'll show it to you before. All right, Graham Hancock is a lunatic. Nathan, I cannot stand Graham Hancock. So, okay. This is, I have this because when I was in grad school, a friend of mine was at a flea market in, I think, Virginia or North Carolina or something. I can't remember what state. And he was a historian too, and he knew that I was studying Nazis, and he found this at a flea market, and the person selling it did not know what it was. Okay, and didn't realize it was real. So he quickly bought it for me for like $5. Okay, like $5, a very little amount of money. Okay, and brought it back to me, and it's legitimate. It's real. And so this is what it is. All right. Now, you see here, do you see it? We all see it. So the Nazis had a program called Die Deutsche Mutter program. The basic idea here was that for women in Nazi Germany, they wanted you to have as many babies as possible. They wanted to, give birth to good Aryans and shit like that. Some weird, like women were viewed as baby making machines. So they would hand out medals to women based off the number of babies they had. Literally. So this is a silver medal. There were 3 classes of medal. I can't remember the colors, like bronze, silver, and gold, some shit like that. And the more babies you had, you could upgrade your medal, and then there would be a ceremony where you'd be granted a medal for having certain number of babies for the Reich, which is really creepy, right? So this is one of those medals. It says Der Deutschen Mutter, which means the German or for the German mother. It says it around the swastika. On the back, you guys will find this interesting, is a signature. Okay, I don't know if you can see it. I don't know if you can see this. You may not be able to see the signature because of the. I don't know if you probably can't see it very well. Oh, there we go. It says 10th of December, 1938, and then beneath it, it has Adolf Hitler's signature. All right. So now, obviously, it's not his literal signature. He didn't actually sign this, but this is. Every woman who had enough babies would be granted this with the signature of Adolf Hitler. One of the key things, yeah, exactly. Women are basically under fascism. Women are treated like chattel. Almost every fascist society, there is a very big dose of extreme misogyny. Okay, so yeah. It's true. You're right, Body Swap. So there is a very strong amount of misogyny. Think about what's happening in America today with how women, there's this big like trad wife trend and shit like that. Okay. No, I'm not saying that. I didn't say that the elites create the culture. I'm saying that the economic system creates the culture. All right. So, like, the capitalist economic system results in a certain culture. It's not elites directly doing that. Sometimes it is, but not always. It's just how people start thinking in a way that reinforces the economic structure, but not always. Sometimes it's the opposite. All right. Okay. So there you go. There's some artifacts for you guys. I think I'm overdoing it because I don't want to bore a lot of the people who have seen this shit before. I have a bunch of other stuff I could show you. Okay. Yeah, retroacture. I have a bunch of other weird artifacts and shit lying around. Okay, you guys. So moving on. Yeah, I know, right? It's weird. Like you guys are gonna clip me and be like, "Look at this Nazi. He has this." I even have guys. I have a Hitler Youth armband. We actually have a signed, captured Nazi flag. I think you guys remember showing you to that on stream before. We have a Luftwaffe hat. From a captured German soldier who had a was from the German Air Force, and we have his hat. Like a weird shit. Okay. I do have a Ukrainian flag, correct? Because I support Ukraine in its war of and I support the freedom of Ukraine. I know, right? Jesus, you're all gonna think I'm a bunch of Nazis now. Okay. Take out all my toys, make fire get. How dare you? All right. I have other stuff too, but I have a whole bunch of newspapers. Really, GDH? You know what? I can show you one more thing, guys. Give me a second. Give me 1 second. Okay, so I can't find the thing I wanted to show you. I might have to go look for it. But if you guys got an example here, okay. I am not unreal. Why do some Ukrainians valorize Bandera? Yeah, that is sketchy. Do you know why do so many Russians love the Nazis? I am not unreal. I mean, there are Nazis in a lot of countries. Russia has far more Nazis than Ukraine does. Okay, so to be like, why do some Ukrainians valorize Bandera? Yeah, that's a Putin talking point. That yeah, there are some people in Ukraine that are Nazis. Yeah, there are. Okay, there are tons of people in Russia who are Nazis. So yeah, okay, Ukrainians are that to say that Ukraine is Nazi because there are some Nazis in Ukraine is stupid. I know you're not saying that, but I'm just saying that's what Putin shit says. And okay, so this is a okay, come on. Excuse me, I am not unreal. Are you a Putinite? Are you coming in here and saying that Ukraine is Nazi and that, you know, we should not like Ukraine because they have a Nazi faction? And by the way, I am not unreal. Do you really blame okay, you don't support the war. What do you mean you don't support the war? You don't support Russia's war? You don't support Ukraine defending itself? Because, you know, um uh, I don't know about you. I exactly. There are Nazis in the Russian military, but the Wagner unit. Okay, the Wagner unit. So the Nazi unit in the Ukrainian army. Of course, they have a lot of power now. You know what causes radicalization? Having your country invaded. All right. So, you know what has gotten the Nazis a lot more popular in Ukraine and has made them appear to be heroes to a lot of people is the fact that Putin invaded Ukraine. They were not nearly as powerful of a faction before Putin invaded Ukraine, but shocking, the far right figures are very, very, are sometimes get more popular when their country is invaded. Okay. All right. So here we have newspapers. A newspaper. Now, I'm trying to find, you know what? I don't think this is the one I wanted. This is a newspaper. Okay. All right. This is a newspaper from when 9/11 happened. Okay, I have a whole bunch of newspapers. Like a whole bunch of newspapers like this. Didn't some Ukrainians burn pro-Russian activists in Donbass? Maybe. Probably. Some Ukrainians do bad things all the time. Russians do bad things all the time. Okay, I don't know if you know this, but the Soviet Union, under the Russian centralized state, starved to death millions of Ukrainians. So we could nitpick here and be like, yeah, some Ukrainians attacked pro-Russian people. By the way, pro-Russians kill Ukrainians all the time. All right, yeah, like I don't. Anyway, so I do not support any country being invaded, right? Ever. I don't care. Ukraine is a free country and ought to be free and shouldn't be oppressed by an outside imperialist power. And neither should Iran. Neither should Gaza. Neither should any country on earth be invaded and treated in this way. Now, the reason I specifically have a Ukrainian flag is because I already had one. My father had one, so I put it up back there. I would probably have other ones too, but you know, I also needed to take up more room. Okay. All right. Excellent. I am not unreal. You think Russia should have sought a diplomatic solution to the Donbass issue? Good. They didn't, though. Of course, Putin illegally annexed it. Putin illegally invaded after illegally sending troops into the Crimea and the Donbass. Ukraine kept trying to negotiate. Okay. There you go. Yeah. So anyway, I don't mean to be. I'm very sensitive about that. I'm not unreal because I just am very sensitive about when there's people on the right, by the way, like on the left, who hate NATO and America so much. Which I get it, that they seem to think that Ukraine is somehow an oppressive regime and that the Russians are being like badly treated. Unfortunately, America is not the only only state in the world that does bad things. Okay, Russia has its own empire that is also very abusive of people, and Ukraine is an innocent victim in all this. I care about the Ukrainian people. I don't care about NATO's power or America's power, all that nonsense. I feel bad for the Ukrainian people that they're being attacked by their neighbor. And the fact that there are some people on the left out there that dehumanize Ukrainians by making it seem as though the Ukrainian people are somehow guilty of something, which means they deserve to be invaded, is insane to me. It's very inhuman that there are people on the left that do that. And we're not the only country that does bad things, I will say. I don't like any kind of imperialism. All right. Yeah, no one deserves to be invaded. All right. And I also, by the way, feel bad for the Russians thing. He is especially sending ethnic minority groups to the front lines to be slaughtered in a form of internal ethnic cleansing, where he's bringing non-Russian Russians to the front lines and getting them slaughtered. He is a horrible human being. I cannot stand Vladimir Putin. All right. Anyway, does that mean I think America should go to war with Russia? No, but I do support the poor Ukrainian people who are pawns now. All right. We got that? All right. Marzipan Power, redeemed hydrate. Thank you, Marzipan Power. Yeah, Jonas, and oftentimes kidnapping them. Russia's offering citizenship to non-Russians if they fight, and oftentimes literally kidnapping them. Okay. Okay. I don't like the I didn't say meat grinder. I am not unreal. Did I say meat grinder? Putin is sending ethnic minorities to the front lines on purpose because they die in much greater numbers. He's also literally abducting people from foreign countries or bribing them and then tricking them into the military. He is a monster. Monster, monster, monster. Okay. All right. Anyway, so just a side note there. I support the Ukrainians, and unfortunately, they're not going to win the war. I know. I know. Unfortunately, hey, you spelled it right, Mayflower. Good job. I will say the Ukraine isn't going to win the war. Unfortunately, they're not going to be able to do it. Russia is slowly gaining ground. Yeah, they're losing a lot of troops doing it. That'll likely end in a stalemate, but Ukraine's never going to be able to get the territory in the east they've lost. I'm very sorry. You guys know I don't want that to be the case, but it's true. So eventually there's going to need to be a negotiation, and I'm worried Ukraine might need to lose some territory. I'm sorry. It's horrific, and it's deeply unjust. But I don't see any way of dislodging Russia from eastern Ukraine at this point. Ukraine no longer has the capacity to do that. Okay. And you have to understand, guys, there is a fog of war situation. And remember, there's propaganda coming out of both sides. There's a lot of Ukrainian propaganda out there that makes it seem like the Ukrainians are doing great. They're not. They're not. They're not at all, unfortunately. So there's propaganda on both sides here, but, Putin is a monster for killing all these people. No, I have a Trump failed. No, that's an overestimate. Maybe that's right, but okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I'm sorry, I'm not real. What does that have to do with anything? Okay, see, I am not real. Do you believe Russian propaganda? You know Russia is not a socialist state, right? Russia is a mafia capitalist state that is massively abusive of its own people and is vicious mafia capitalism. Okay, well, you said if minorities are being more represented, they absolutely are being more represented. Okay, that is propaganda. You make it seem as if that isn't a fact. It is a fact. Okay, yeah, they're an oligarchy. It's a horrific imperialist, ultra-capitalist state. And I don't know, again, but I am not unreal. What does America's military have to do with this? Are you saying that because America does it, it's okay that Russia does it? I don't think either group should do that. America does something similar. Yeah, they get the poor into the military and especially poor minority groups into the military and then use them. That does not mean that when Russia does it, that must be okay then. And this is what bothers me, guys, is like a lot of left people out there seems to think that if America does it, that means it's okay that other people do it. Okay. All right. I am not unreal. There are multiple reports of this coming out of Russia. What do you mean? It can't be as simple as pushing minorities forcibly to the front line. It absolutely is. It absolutely is that simple. Okay. Look it up. Look it up. It absolutely is that simple. Reports from within inside Russia, reports from without of Russia. Oh my God. Okay. I'm going to lose my mind. All right. Um, all right. Geez. Okay, guys. So, okay, guys, I'm sorry. I go on a little rant here. I get very defensive about this. Um, so Nightfall says, CR, I have a question. Nowadays in the world, there seems to be a lot of Islamophobia, especially in Europe and America. Being a Muslim myself, what would you recommend me to do to try and stop it? What advice would you give? So Nightfall, that's a very hard question to answer. Unfortunately, um, uh, unfortunately, let's see here. There is a lot of that isn't something you can really control. There's a lot of demonization out there of Muslim people. You know this on Nightfall, right? There's multiple Muslims in the chat right now. Muslim people are being dehumanized everywhere. The media dehumanizes them. Politicians are dehumanizing them. The best thing I think you can do is to interact with people who are not Muslim. And the responsibility really isn't on your shoulders, but I think that, like, if more people who weren't Muslim interacted with Muslim and were able to be like, oh, they're human, because that's, it's pretty hard to hate Muslim people if you interact with them, if you're around them, because it's pretty quickly understood that they're human beings and that they're not different. Okay. So I guess if I were to give some advice, try to interact with more non-Muslim people. Maybe you already do. I don't know. But honestly, I don't know what much else you can do there, right? Yeah. Unless you're in a position of power, you could run for office. There's other things. Right. All right. All right. Let me see here.
I recently made
do. I'm gonna see here. Okay. So, I also point to remind people of why many Islamic countries are in the state. Exactly, Jonas. Yeah. Yeah, forgive me. I am Unreal. I wanna point out. I like having you in here, Unreal, and I know I got a little emotional in our debate about this, but it's just like a pet peeve of mine. The stuff with Ukraine is a pet peeve of mine. It reminds me a lot of like people who defend what Israel's doing in Gaza. It just kind of triggers me a lot, even though technically what's happening in Gaza is worse by most estimates. Okay. Um. Yeah, exactly, Jonas. It's not it's geopolitics, not religion causing the issues. Absolutely. You have to understand, guys, Muslims are human beings, right? They're human beings. They're okay. I mean, I don't need to say this to you. You all know this, right? They're human beings. They're like you and I. Like I said, they have grandmothers who give their grandkids candy and shit like that, okay? Unfortunately, a part of the world that's heavily occupied by Muslims is constantly being bombed and exploited by people from outside that region, which causes radicalization, right? Imagine if the Middle East was populated by Christians, you would see the exact same thing happening, except it would be Christians who would be feared all across the world, okay? You see what I mean? It's all about geopolitics. It has nothing to do with Islam. Any religious group would become radicalized in a scenario like that. Okay. Okay. Does that make sense? Okay. All right. Okay, guys. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm done ranting here. Any other questions? I know I kind of got off track. We can look at we can watch something else now. Anything else interesting happening in the news? I know I rambled on there for a while. All right. So you know what? I Am Not Unreal, since we're talking about
I
it, why
recently
not?
made a
Okay, so let's watch this video. I Am Not Unreal sent this, okay, and I'm willing to watch it, asking if this video was sent to us by I Am Not Unreal, saying that can we watch something dumb? Oh wait, we just watched watch CR rant. How dare you, Invalid Axiom? Okay, so let's watch this. This is a video. We'll see. We might not watch the whole thing. Thank you for sending this. I'm Not Unreal. It says the main problem with Ukraine, and then it also says why supporting Ukraine is a bad idea. Okay. So first, I kind of want to see who this person is. So whenever you watch a video like this, there is so much Russian propaganda out there. Yeah, this is not true, okay? So it says here that that Nazis are the main power in Ukraine. That is not true. Okay? That is not true. I can tell you here. This person says how I started to support Russia. Yeah, hey, so I Am Not Unreal. All of this shit in here is like our Russian talking points. They literally have a video here celebrating Russian Victory Day in Mariupol, which is a nationalist Russian holiday. Okay, this is a Russian nationalist that making these videos. And hey, I Am Not Unreal. I can show you videos of Ukrainians who are doing Ukrainian propaganda, but there are also Russians doing Russian propaganda. Look at this, it's celebrating Russia, Mariupol 2025 with a Russian flag. All right. So my point is like, it's Russian propaganda, right? You can't. Both sides do tons of propaganda. Okay. And I will say there is in Mariupol some native Russian speakers who are pro the Russian regime. Okay. Okay. So, but let's quickly see what the video that you want us to watch is about. And then once we see how bad it is, we'll go on, okay?
The video about Ukraine, in which I explained that this country's sole purpose is to destroy itself
I
in a
already
fight with
covered it,
Russia.
Nathan Runyon. I already
That video
talked about
got a lot of
Kristi Noem
views
being
and
fired.
comments, so I decided to make a second part. Today I'll share some interesting statistics on Ukraine
Yeah,
and share some of my thoughts on this wonderful country. I read all the comments under the previous video. Initially I wanted to say a few words about the degenerates with room temperature IQs, and also mention that for many of them reality itself seems like rage bait. But then I decided not to focus on that. Anyway, there were interesting questions from neutral and pro-Ukrainian people, so today I will answer them. For example, many of those who aren't deeply interested in this conflict have a question. If the front line is in the...
Really, Macon? Let me go back here. You said lack of Crimea on the map? Which map, Macon? Oh, yes. Okay. Already, if you look here, guys, on this map of Ukraine, they're not including Crimea or the Donbass as part of Ukraine because Russia has claimed to annex them. So automatically, this map is siding with Russia and saying, well, that territory is Russian now.
Today I will answer them. For example, many of those who
Good catch
aren't
there, Macon. I didn't see that.
deeply interested in this conflict have a question. If the front line is in the stalemate, how can Russia even win? After all, the front has barely moved in a couple of years, and it's obvious there won't be a battle for Kyiv anytime soon. Back in 1944, by the way, Germany drew propaganda posters with the same logic. According to their calculations, the capture of Berlin was supposed to happen in 1952. In any case, even if Ukraine holds out for another...
So do you hear the implication there? He's like, don't worry, we'll get to Kyiv soon. Don't worry. When the Germans said there's no way they'll get to Berlin, only a few years later they got to Berlin. He thinks that Russia is going to be able to take Kiev. Insane. Insane. No way, okay? I'm telling you, the best thing that happens for Russia is that they slowly keep gaining more territory, or it grinds to a halt and they just end up gaining the territory they've taken. They already tried to get Kiev and they failed tremendously. So that is cope right there, absolute cope. The Russian military is not going to be able to take Kiev, at least not in the next decade. Okay.
Year or two, that won't bring it any closer to victory. Each year of war creates new problems for Ukraine, while old ones worsen. For instance, the number of deserters is rising, as are attacks on TCK. And this could weaken the Ukrainian army so much that the front collapses. Speaking of the front, even in 2024, there were already cases when Russia managed to achieve a breakthrough, capturing significant territory and several fortified towns. This could happen again, especially since Ukraine now has far fewer fortified positions than 2 years ago. And
they've made breakthroughs, but barely. They're taking very small swaths of territory. I literally check the map every single day. They're very barely taking territory. They're taking little tiny bits of territory. They have slowed down tremendously because they cannot sustain the level of offensive they're doing. And they're losing tons of troops while doing it. It is an unsustainable push. Yes, there is no way for Ukraine to regain the territory Russia's taken. I agree with that. Okay.
Building new ones is extremely difficult. And don't forget that over all these years, Ukraine has still failed to stop Russia's advance. Ukraine has other problems as well. Attacks on its energy grid, a non-existent economy, and you can see this on a map with the front line. In short, I believe that although Ukraine may hold out for a few more years, its defeat in the war with Russia is inevitable. I'll also add...
Okay, I kind of agree with him there. Actually, he's kind of right. Like, I do think Ukraine, it is inevitable that Ukraine will have to either give up some territory, okay, and they might be able to hold out for a bit longer, but yeah, unfortunately, I don't see how they can retake the territory they've lost. I just don't.
Address one of the most popular arguments. What about Russia? I'm not going to respond to those who think that Russia is just as bad, or worse. That would take too long. As I've said before, for me,
that would take too long, but you have time to say that Ukraine is worse than Russia?
Russia is simply a country.
Yeah, Sylvie.
Yes.
Yeah, I wonder why their economy is not existent. Maybe because Russia's launching a war against them.
It has its downsides, but you can't compare it to a kamikaze drone. But I will respond to those who believe that this war could destroy Russia just as much as it's destroying Ukraine. In my opinion, it's obvious that although Russia is also suffering from this war, compare it to Ukraine is out of the question. Both Russia and Ukraine have armies of roughly 1 million soldiers each. Exact figures are unknown. But Russia has a population of 146 million, while Ukraine has around 30 million. By the way, the demographic shift between Russia and...
What do you mean invalid axiom that my bias is showing? What do you mean?
Ukraine over the last 35 years is quite revealing. In 1991, Ukraine's population was around 35% of Russia's. So Russia was about 3 Ukrainians. By 2020, Russia was already 4 Ukrainians. And by 2022, it was 6.25 Ukrainians.
Oh, no, that's okay, invalid axiom. I didn't think you were talking about me. I just felt like yelling at you, okay? All right. Why isn't it?
I also came across a chart showing those rates in Russia and Ukraine over the last 60 years. The trend is pretty consistent for most of the time. Russia had 2 to 3 times more births than Ukraine.
Look, well, how dare you?
Currently, that gap has widened to 7 times.
Yeah.
By the way, here is a comparison of birth rates in Ukraine and Europe.
There you go, Sylvie. Me too. I have a bias towards countries that get aggressively invaded too.
Yes, there are problems in both Russia and Europe, but that doesn't change the fact that Ukraine won't be able to recover from this war.
No, I agree.
And
that's
here's
unfortunate.
a map showing the change in the number of...
But what's his point? I want him to get to a point. So what? Yeah, Russia is destroying a country next to it. What does this have to do with... What is his point?
Over the 3 years of the war. The overall decline in the birth rate since 2021 is 40%. Of course, if you don't know anything about Ukraine, you might say that after the war, people will start having more children. But as a Ukrainian, I can tell you that even before the war...
he's right. Unfortunately, Ukraine has a problem with birth rate, and if Russia does annex the territories it's taken, it'll basically make Ukraine an unfunctional state. They'll lose so many more people that the state will no longer be able to function very effectively. It'll basically become a dysfunctional rump state. I know it's horrible, but you know, thanks Russia, I guess. The monsters, okay, or at least the regime.
The
Yeah,
biggest
brain drain. Also, they've had tons of people fleeing Ukraine. It's gonna become a failed state. But unfortunately, there's no way. There's no way that they're gonna get back the territory. So Russia, monstrous regime that did this.
achievement you could hope for was to leave for Europe. The main thing you need to understand about Ukraine is that both Europe and Russia are simply paradise compared to it. By the way, this summer Ukraine allowed men under
Europe
23
and Russia
to
are
leave
a
the country.
paradise? What?
I found
I'm sorry. Europe and Russia, he said, are a paradise compared to Ukraine. Do we know that? Okay. Do we know that? I forget the percentage. What percentage of people in Russia don't have toilets? You know, and guys, I'm not trying to do like grading people based off standard of living, but it is just a lie, okay? Right, percentage of Russians. Yeah, two-thirds of Russians do not have access to, oh, I'm sorry, I read that wrong. So, okay, over 20% of the population doesn't have access to indoor plumbing. Let's see what about Ukraine. Uh, I can't find anything about it. I'm almost certain, folks, that more. Anyway, you get my point here, right? I'm almost certain Ukraine has mainly everyone has indoor plumbing. Okay. Can you show the population density map money? It's like most people in the South would because the country is nearly, yeah. Okay. Yeah, I could, Nathan. It doesn't matter. Okay. The point here is that it is just not true that Russia has this amazing standard of living. If you live in a city, yeah, you got a pretty good standard of living, but for many rural Russians, it's not great. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. This isn't good information. It's just state propaganda. Okay. Going back. Did I just get out of it? I probably just got out of it, didn't I? Crap. Okay, here we go.
I found a video where a member of parliament says that 500,000 young people have
Yeah,
left for
there's
Europe
not even a number.
since then. Here's one more proof that everything just keeps getting worse for Ukraine. When I made my previous video about Ukraine, many Ukrainian cities were already on scheduled power outages, and I showed that. Since then, a month has passed, and the situation has changed significantly. Kyiv experienced uncontrolled blackouts.
Yeah.
There were times
Again,
when
what's
people
the
had
point?
electricity for only 2 or 3 hours a day, or even less. There were also problems with heating. But don't worry, here's a Ukrainian
I just
woman
wanna see what
writing that
point
it's
he's trying to
better
make
to be
here.
without electricity than under the Russian flag. Oh wait, she's not in Ukraine. Never mind. Now Ukraine reintroduced scheduled outages and people have electricity for half a day, but the power
Yeah,
situation
why?
in other
Because of the
regions
Russian war.
has deteriorated considerably. And of course the situation is improving now. It's getting warmer
Yeah,
and
he might
there
not
are
come
more
to a conclusion.
electricity.
He's just spreading
But
propaganda.
the problem is that strikes on the energy infrastructure continue, so the energy system isn't getting any better.
But like, you see what
Someti-
I mean? Like, he's not even saying who's doing those strikes. Russia is. He's like these random strikes on the, who knows where they're coming from. All these strikes on the electric grid really damaging Ukraine. Not a great place to live right now. Why are there strikes on the energy grid?
Sometimes due to the poor condition
Who
of
is
the
doing
energy
it?
system, transformers and substations catch fire even
Yeah, we're
without
trying to find who did this, and there's no data behind his claims. A lot of the maps and stuff he's showing are Russian.
Russian strikes. Overall, if you look at Ukraine, you'll understand that for the last 10 years or so, everything there has only been getting worse. And the problem is that Ukraine has
That's not true. That is absolutely not true. Not for the last 10 years, since the war began.
consistently chosen the worst option, disregarding the alternatives. Until 2022, it was possible to implement the Minsk agreements, keeping Donetsk and Lugansk regions within Ukraine. In 2022, it was possible to negotiate peace, avoiding a long war of attrition, and so on. But the worst is that in Ukraine there have always been people who didn't support the government's actions, and they were simply crushed. Before 2022, activists attacked them, and many were killed. In 2022, any alternative viewpoint was completely forbidden, creating the illusion that...
Okay. So these pro-Russian parties banned in 2022. Yeah. You know what's funny about these pro-Russian parties? Do we know that it has literally been found that they were literally actively collaborating with the Russian government before the invasion of Ukraine? Literally. There have been multiple instances where these pro-Russian politicians have been found to be communicating or giving intelligence to the Russian government. Any state in the world would ban a party or a group of people doing that. Imagine if there was a pro-Iranian party in the United States spying on the United States and sending Iran information about American military installations and shit like that. And their whole purpose was to be like, we think Iran should invade the United States and take a chunk of it. Like, it's just treason. And as a matter of fact, they were funded by Russians. And by the way, one of the reasons it was so easy for Russia to enter. Yeah, forgive me. I wouldn't mind if there were, Iranians doing that. I'm just saying, I'm just using that as an example, right? If there were like Russian groups in the US doing that, or whatever, or wherever, it doesn't matter. Okay. Okay. But they're also, when Russia started the war, they had a really easy time invading into Ukraine, because all the, a lot of the roads, all of the bombs and stuff that had been placed on bridges to blow up in case Russia invaded had suddenly been deactivated, because there were spies within Ukraine working for Russia that deactivated them so that Russia could just come right on in. And it was found to be linked to pro-Russian rebel groups. Okay. Anyway, I'm going to stop. Oh, I agree. So Jeffrey Sachs, I like a lot of what Jeffrey Sachs says. I am not unreal. I also like a lot of what Mearsheimer says, but they don't, they are not, that doesn't mean the Ukrainian people, though, don't deserve, that they are not victims, okay? The Ukrainian people are absolutely not, are victims of this. We're going to stop watching this, guys, just because I don't want to give him too much credit or too much watch time. And I can tell it's Russian propaganda, but, all right. So, okay. So, okay, I am on Unreal. Let's put it this way. Do we think that, does that justify invading a country and killing a bunch of civilians? Seizing a country full of civilians, killing all the civilians, cutting off their water, cutting off their electricity? No. Okay, I don't. Why do we need to justify an Iranian attack? I mean, sorry, a Russian attack, God, on Ukraine? It's imperialism. It's straight up imperialism. So I am not real. Maybe some other time, just not right now. Okay, we're actually running out of time. I don't want to over focus on this. We get the idea. It's propaganda. Okay. All right. So guys, let me put my face up here. I know. I forgot. I know a lot of people don't like this talk. If this is propaganda, Van can get this many views, so we can. Yeah. He's not getting many views, so that's good at least, right? I might, Meowsword, I might play Slay the Spire. I might play Slay the Spire. All right. So, okay. For those that, so when it comes to Russia and Ukraine, guys, Mayflower Kid, what the hell was your idea? You didn't even tell us what the idea was, Mayflower Kid. All right, you guys. I got just one last thing here, okay? When it comes to NATO and stuff, right? I know NATO is partially an imperialist arm of the American empire. Yeah, America is helping Ukraine, guys. America's helping Ukraine, not because we care about the Ukrainians, but because we want to ensure our empire. And we also want to weaken the Russian state. And we're not involved for good reasons, all right? I don't really care, though, about any of this. Why don't I care about this? Because I care about the Ukrainian people, because they're humans. And they are being invaded by a foreign country. And I don't blame them for wanting America's support, okay? And I don't blame them, because we always talk, this is what bothers me. Whether you're Russian, okay, or you are an American imperialist who's like, well, yeah, NATO and crap like that. Those are both imperial ways of thinking. It ignores one important group of people. That would be the Ukrainian people. I care about the Ukrainian people, right? They don't want Russia to invade them. Whether or not America is helping for good or bad reasons, they don't want Russia to invade them. I feel for the Ukrainian people. And it seems like they are stuck between, people screaming about Putin, being bad and we need to crush Putin. And they're stuck between people saying that, no, Ukraine is bad and we need to let Putin win. What do the Ukrainian people want? It's kind of like when we talk about Israel and Gaza. Like, well, I think this is best for the Gazans. I think that is best for the Gazans. Maybe they should decide for themselves. Maybe they should be able to decide for themselves. And right now, the Ukrainian people don't like being invaded and killed by Russia. Okay? All right. You see what I mean? This is why it just bothers me, okay? None of this would have happened if Russia didn't invade. They're the ones who are continuing the war illegally against international law. Okay, moving on. All right, I'm done with that. I'm done ranting about Russia and Ukraine. How's everyone doing out there? How's everyone doing out there? What happened to Minsk 2? I'm not sure what you mean there. I am unreal. Okay, I know what Minsk is. No lie detected, CR. Well, so thank you, Invalid Hexium. Yeah, Putin sucks. He does suck. But like a lot of people in the West, they're like they just don't like Russia. And there are people in the West, guys, who are keep saying Ukraine is winning, Russia's about to lose. They're constantly screaming that Russia is always on the verge of losing and Ukraine is always on the verge of winning. They're not. Ukraine isn't winning right now. And Russia is not on the verge of losing. And no, it isn't. It's not. We can't let this go on indefinitely because Ukraine's not going to win. All right. My point, though, but at the same time, it also isn't okay to be like, well, Ukraine should just give up and they should, Putin was in the right to invade and all this other stuff. Okay. It's like both sides, both craziness of both sides. Why? Okay, why do you hate Zelensky so much? I am not unreal. How is he? Zelensky is far less horrible than Putin is. He's not perfect. Putin is far worse than Zelensky ever was. Okay? You do know that Putin might be one of the wealthiest men on the planet because of how corrupt he is, right? Like, how could you say that Zelensky is bad and then you think he's bad compared to Putin? All right. Anyway. Again, love you. I am not unreal, but moving on. How's everyone doing out there? Let me hand out some boops. Everyone who wants some boops? We need some boops after all of that. Okay? We need some boops after all that, right? I think I need to hand out some boops. Mayflower Kid, you get a boop. Boop. Sylvie, you get a boop. Boop. Dolly Boy gets a boop. Boop. Thank you, Invalid Axiom. You get a boop. Boop. LaCroix gets a boop. Boop. Tiago gets a boop. Boop. Meowser gets a boop. Boop. Cody gets a boop. Boop. Body Swap gets a boop. Boop. Who else wants a boop? Am I overdoing the boops? Anyone in the background I missed who wants a boop? I'm losing viewers because I've been rambling. Macon, you get a boop. Boop. Retro Asher gets a boop. Boop. Cody gets a boop. Boop. You all get Marzipan Power gets a boop. Boop. We all deserve boops, okay? By the way, where is I Am Not Unreal? You get a boop. Thank you. Good debate. You know what? You get 2 boops. I Am Not Unreal. Boop, boop. All right. For taking my yelling at you. Sylvie, I tried to give you a boop, Sylvie. Sylvie, boop. Nathan gets a boop. Boop. Okay, Invalid Axiom. I agree. I gave I Am Not Unreal 2 boops. I Am Not Unreal and I disagree with a lot of stuff, but I Am Unreal engage as well, right? Okay. Streamer confirmed Azov Battalion boop dispenser. How dare you? Paul Squall gets a boop. Boop. All right. So guys, if anyone else want a boop that I missed, LaQual, you want a boop? Boop? Did I give you a boop? I don't know. I gave you lots of boops. Mayflower Kid, stop being so proud of yourself, or I'm going to give you a bonk. Okay, I'm going to give you a bonk, Mayflower Kid. All right, that sounded dirty. You know what I mean. All right. So guys, God, I'm weird. Such a weirdo. Oh, okay. We're down to very few people watching after that rant. Okay, it happens. What can I say here? How many? So, thank you everyone for what time is it? How long have I been streaming for? It feels like I've been streaming forever. Meowzord, let's see here. The final The Boys trailer. What is this, Meowzord? Let's take a look at whatever Meowzord is. I'll bite your claw so you get a boop.
My power
All right.
is absolute.
Shit.
And heights no one's even dreamed of. My power is absolute. But I have a bigger.
The Boys. Oh, The Boys. Okay. I'm not gonna watch it, Meowzord, but I don't know if there's going to be music in it that I'm going to get copyrighted for or anything, but I love The Boys. The Boys is a great show. Virtual Violence, where the hell have you been? Everyone yell at Virtual Violence. How dare you? Where have you been, Virtual Violence? You get a boop. Boop. We are a cult, Virtual Violence, and if you're not here, I'll come after you. Okay, well, I'm sorry. I don't really come after you, okay? You can come and go as you please. Right. So glad you're here, Virtual Violence. So guys, again, a lot of crap happening in the world right now. And I know I'm on my, oh, what's this? Oh God, looks like Trump's about to be live. President Trump participates in a visit of the 2025 Major League Soccer. Oh, I don't give a shit. Thank you, Virtual Violence, for conquering Narnia. All right, that ice witch is just causing all kinds of problems over there. Okay, we're not going to really watch Trump, but I just saw that he was about to go live. All right.
I recently made a video about.
All right. SoCal, you get a boop. Boop. You know what? I do kind of want to watch Hegseth's update on the war, though that's going to be a while from now. You know what? Okay. I wanted to talk about another story really fast here, guys. I know we're kind of coming near the end here, but no one say it. No one say it. I know. Okay, you know what? Never mind. Okay. Marsman Power, U.S. military. Yes. So there is a, I wanted to point out, I don't think I've mentioned this. There was also a report that came out yesterday. I haven't covered it because there was so much other stuff to talk about Ecuador. We actually have special forces in Ecuador right now. We've sent special forces into Ecuador to assist their government in attacks on drug cartels and stuff. So we also have military forces in Ecuador right now. Isn't that fun? Great fun for all of us. Great fun for all of us. Great fun for all of us. Okay. So, okay. You know what? Let's do this. Mayflower Kid, thank you so much for the contribution, really. Mayflower Kid sends me a contribution, says, yeah, I'm the greatest. Yes, you are, Mayflower Kid. I agree. Okay. U.S. military assist Ecuador. Okay, so that, yeah. How about we do this, guys? So Pete Hegseth is about to go live. I kind of want to see what he has to say. I don't know how long it'll take, though, for him to come up here. About to get real expensive. Not the world police, except, yeah. I know. It's all stupid, guys. I'm trying to see. Yeah, it looks like they're still waiting for people to come out. You know what? Here, I'm going to put it up. I'm going to put it up on the screen here. We'll stay on for a little bit longer and see what he has to say. All right, let me get my face up here. So, guys, you know what? I'll be nice. I'll be merciful, okay? I'll stay on for a bit longer. We'll see. I don't know when he's going to come on. We'll wait for a little bit, and if he does come on, we will watch Pete Hegseth, all right? In the meantime, we could... No. I am not unreal. You're not unsufferable. Okay, you're not unsufferable. Okay. Yeah, no, I am not unreal. Don't get me wrong. Don't trust Western media either. But both, like, Russia lies a lot too. They're all lying. Both sides are lying. So you're not wrong about that. And yeah, I could be wrong about some of the things about Russia. I am not unreal. But Russia is not a good actor. The West is not a good actor. Okay. You're fine, okay? Oh, thank you, Invalid Axiom. Thank you for that on-screen celebration. I don't know what that means, but thank you. Okay, I'll stream longer. All right, I'll stream longer. Fine. Okay, I'll stream longer, guys. All right, so we'll see what Pete Hexes has to say. How's everyone doing out there? We can do a little, while we're waiting. Why not, guys? Why not? While we're waiting. How are people feeling out there? Any questions, comments, concerns? Anything you want to discuss? All right, anything you want to discuss? Yeah, that's a fair point, Matt. It's like, hey guys, if you want me to stream longer, you better donate. Okay? That's a good call, Matt. It's like, I should have done that. I should have been like, if we get enough super chats, you better donate, all right? Invalid Axiom, thank you very much. Okay? Thank you for that. You said donate. Invalid Axiom, you're a god. Thank you very much, all right, for that donation there. Okay. LaQuan, oh my God, you guys, you're the best. We have a hype train. Jesus Christ. We have a hype train over on Twitch. Love that. Absolutely love that, okay? Fantastic. Okay. All right. That was all my bits. Thank you, LaQuan. You guys are the best. Thank you, right? Everyone good out there? Everyone good? Invalid Axiom, thank you so much. In your groove, guys, thank you for all the contributions. Okay, I'll definitely stream longer now. Okay, how about that? I'll definitely stream longer now. Okay. This is really funny thing. Okay. Your other Venmo details are not in the title section for the stream. I don't have Venmo details, though. I have a, thank you, guys. Thank you so much for all the contributions. In your groove, Dolly Boy. All right. Only because you're so dumb. Thank you, Invalid Axiom. You're dumb, too. All right. What the hell are you talking about, Mayflower Kid? You can do a buy me a coffee, Mayflower Kid. Give me some of that doctor money, Mayflower Kid. Why don't you do a Jester After Dark? Screw you, SoCal. You're trying to exploit me. All right, you're trying to exploit me. You're trying to make me do a Jester After Dark. How dare you? All right, I want to watch Pete Hegseth. Yeah, Venmo details in the title get shadow bans. How dare you, okay? Yeah, doctors are rich. Yeah, Mayflower Kids, send all your money to me, okay? Send all your infectious disease specialist money to me. Help the working class. You are part of the working class, but okay, anyway. Oh, Mayflower Kid. How much money? Maybe for some money, I will bend over for you. Anyway, Meowsword, thank you so much for the contribution. Yes, guys, so for those who don't know, I haven't done it for a while. Wow, we just got level 1 complete. Good God. The entire message, what? Yeah, I'm the greatest. Yes. Okay, real fast. Yes, occasionally we will do a Jester After Dark, where I will stream late at night. Late at night, it's like 7 p.m. to like 8 p.m. Eastern time or whatever, if not longer. And I will be drinking something, and they're only on Twitch. I'll be drinking something, and we'll listen to music from all around the world and do some comedy shit, and it's fun. I haven't done it for a while, okay? I know, Mayflower Kid. I'm just being an asshole. And I know the perception. Not all doctors are like, have money coming out the wazoo, all right? I'm just being an asshole, all right? But thank you, though, Mayflower Kid. Could you at least send me a vial of Ebola or something? That'd be kind of fun. That'd be a cool thing to discuss at dinners. If I can pull out a vial of Ebola that an infectious disease specialist sent me and show it to people, that'd be kind of cool. It can be dead. It doesn't have to be alive. It can be like, what is it, inert? But just so I can lie and say, look, I have a vial of Ebola. That'd be kind of fun. I will accept payment in Ebola. Let's put it that way. All right. Jester After Darks or Peak. Yes. Yeah, SoCal, I don't believe you. You don't care about me. Okay? You guys are the best. Thank you so much for that. Ooh, we got an award, guys. We got an award for this train we just did. I'm sorry. Ooh, God, that sounded bad. For the, what is it called? God damn it now. Oh, shit. I just said something very inappropriate. What is it called? The hype train. For this hype train we just did. Matt Saigai, thank you so much. Oh, my God. Sure, I am Unreal. Let's watch.
So I thought the best way to proceed was to get everyone in the one room.
Good thinking.
Okay.
Okay, let's watch this while we wait.
I'll come straight to the point. This white paper is recommending we spend close to $400 billion over the forward estimates.
Guys, thank you.
At some point, the PM is going to be asked a very simple question. In order to protect us from which enemy?
Is that true, Mayflower Kid? I'm sorry. Really. You don't have to tell us what happened. I would be curious to know. Maybe you can tell me some other time. I'm sorry to hear that, really.
It's so hard to say.
400 billion, pick one.
A regional player.
Specifically, Colonel.
An Indo-Pacific regional player.
More specifically?
Indo-Asia Pacific.
That's broader. Who are you leaving out? Europe? Yeah, I sort of need a country.
Or an unaligned player.
No, a country.
One that might threaten us. Just one.
Yeah.
I wouldn't want to raise tensions.
Where?
In this room.
You know what? I'll name one and you just nod. China. Yeah, okay. And what exactly are we protecting?
Strategic interests.
Specifically, Colonel?
Indo-Pacific strategic
Again,
interests.
Brigadier, really
This is fun. This is true, okay?
specifically.
Indo-Asia Pacific.
This is about Australia's defense policy. Guys, thank you so much for all the contributions, really. Okay?
You know what? I'll say it and then you nod. Our trade routes. Yeah.
Oh my God, I can't believe polio's coming back. Dear God. All right. That's terrible, Meowsword.
And who is our #1 trading partner?
Shall we use the nod system?
Sure. China? Yeah. So under this scenario, we're spending close to $30 billion a year to protect our trade with China from China. And that doesn't strike anyone at this table as odd?
Hilarious. Yeah, okay. Yeah. That's funny. Thank you, I am on. That's very reflective. Okay. Okay. Let's see here. Sorry, I keep getting messages. What is happening? It's like some disaster happening up there. Shh, quiet, Mr. King K, quiet. How dare all of you. Guys, here, let's do this. I'm gonna go use the I gotta go pee again, okay, I know. I'm gonna go pee, and then I'll be back, okay? So, I'm just taking a brief break. I know you all hate me. I am gonna be around, I'm gonna try to be on for a bit, liar. I am a sheep in was closing. I am not a principled leftist. Hey, that's fine, I am not a real, I love it, okay? All right, you're not a principled leftist, it's fine, I am not a real, okay. Let's, you're now a member. Thank you, Nathan, really, for becoming a member. Thank you very much. Welcome to the resistor status. Okay, fantastic. So I'm going to be right back. I will be on still, guys, but I got to use the restroom, okay? 1 second. I'll be right back. Boo-boo-boo-boo. Bye. Maybe I'll be right back.
I'm walking on a tightrope, and I wish I could touch the ground. My future's covered in smoke, but my head is up in the clouds. And maybe this will all fade after one bad day, and I'll be okay. But my life is in the worst place, and I can't wait for heartbreak from my mistakes. I don't
You tell me you love me, you kiss and you hug me, have some fun. I give you a smile, hang around for a while, getting it on. And I don't really show it, but you're the only one that breaks my walls. Now baby I'm all for it, and every time that I pick up the phone, I love it when you say my name. I love it when you say my name. I love it when you say my name. I love it when you, I love it when you, I love it when you say my name. I love it when you say my name. I love it when you say my name. I love it when you, I love it when you figure me out, all the things I'm about, nothing I hide.
What the hell is happening here in chat? What is all these cute little... I mean, what are all these cute little emojis going on here? It's like there's a party in the goddamn chat right now. All right. Hello, guys. Welcome back here. So this is funny. Let's see here. We're having a rave. It looks like it. Dear God, it's like we were celebrating your... I believe it, invalid axiom. That is an invalid axiom. Invalid axiom, okay? That's actually not an axiom. Anyway, whatever, screw it. Okay, okay, calm down. Everyone needs to calm down. Don't make me put you in timeout. I will turn off the chat on the screen. I will turn off the chat on the screen if I have to, okay? I will turn off the chat on the screen if I have to. All right. Don't make me do it. I'll put you all in timeout. We need to calm. There's no joy. There's no joy in this community. We shall not have joy. By the way, join the Discord if you haven't already. It's posted. Thank you, Tiago. Fuck you too. It is posted at the top of both the YouTube and the Twitch stream. Okay, chat. I know you do, Matt Saiga. I know you do. All right. Okay. So, still waiting for Pete Hegseth to do his meandering nonsense. By the way, Donald Trump, it has been reported, guys, has said that he demands a role in choosing Iran's next leader. That's good. That's good. Okay. I'm glad you actually know what my name means. Yeah, the funniest attempt to understand what my name meant was a streamer said I was an incompetent lumberjack. Obviously, they don't know philosophy, right? Okay. I'm not stripping for you today, okay? I actually might strip for you because I am getting kind of hot because the room's getting kind of hot because the computer's been on for so long, so I might need to put on a muscle shirt just to air myself out. And I'm not going to do it on stream, though. I'll take this shirt off and put on a shirt and come back. But screw you, Matt Saiga, okay? That's for my OnlyFans. So, yeah, I think he does think that. That is such a funny... Just go get naked, CR. How dare you? Are you gay, invalid axiom, or are you just an fake being LGBTQ just to get on my good side, okay? How dare you? Okay. Yeah, the murderer should always have a say in who gets to replace their victim. Right, okay. Jockstrap Holt. What is wrong with you people? How dare you, Paul Squall? Okay. I know, well, actually, speaking of that, you guys, I do this occasionally just because I'm curious. Oh, I got you. Okay. That's better, invalid axiom. Invalid axiom says, nope, but I'm confident in my masculinity, so I can say a man is attractive. Invalid axiom, I deeply appreciate you. Guys, this is what, follow invalid axiom's lead. If you want to be confident in your masculinity, call me attractive, okay? Thank you, invalid axiom. Okay. So, let's see here. All right. Let's do this, guys. Faking gay. Pull him down. Let's see how fake this is. God. So, guys, we're waiting for Pete Hegseth now to come on here. Like that Shia LaBeouf clip. Exactly, right? Waiting for Pete Hegseth to come on here. Okay. Do-do-do-do. What a sad little stage this is. Right, it is. Very sad little stage. So, okay, again, Trump just announced that he would need to be... I'm going to quickly check. Let's see what else is going on in the news while we're waiting, shall we, guys? I don't want to have to just sit here and make you guys sit here and watch this with me. I need to do some entertaining or some shit, right? I mean, that's my job, is to kind of do more than just sit here. So let's try to do that. Don't forget about the Epstein files, as always, as I always keep saying. So what else is happening in the world? Anything interesting? No, they don't. There's no such thing as straight people. No, I'm not going to do that right now. I'm not unreal. I can't be biased here. I can't just watch the shit you send me. I'm sorry to say, okay? But maybe some other time. I'm not unreal. Are you in our Discord? If you join the Discord, you can actually put it in the React channel. And I can probably do it later. All right. Israel says it is starting the next phase of the war as Iranians express tiredness over conflict. Okay. Let's see. I'm going to see what Al Jazeera is saying. What is the next phase of the war? Right. Apparently, it's not a war, though. Right, Meowzord? Okay. Okay. Breaking news. Iran fires missile at Gulf nations. Lebanon's death toll rises. Yeah, there's no military action in Bat Sing Sing. Yeah. Okay. Love it. Love that goddamn show. What is it called again? God damn it. There's no war in Bat Sing Sing or whatever she says. Avatar. Who just sent that one? Disgusting, Tiago. Disgusting. Although that's probably best for all the people around you. Thank you, Avatar: The Last Airbender. So, okay. United States continues to bombard Iran. Oh, good. So, guys, here, new numbers about the number of people that we've bombed, that we've killed. Killing at least 1,200 people since Saturday. So the United States and Israel have killed at least, goodbye, Tiago, 1,200 people since Saturday, as Israeli military forces issued evacuation orders for the entirety of Beirut's southern suburbs, home to hundreds of thousands. Good. Great. U.S. President Donald Trump has told the media that the son of assassinated Iranian leader Ali Khamenei is an unacceptable choice. Oh, wow. Okay. And that the U.S. must have a say in choosing the future leader of Iran. Oh, great. Great. Hey, Mayflower Kid, this is a positive thing. We're talking about positive things. Look, I have a jester hat on. It's a carnival. There, did that do it for you, Mayflower Kid? There's a little bit of positivity for you. Here, you know what? I'll make it more positive, Mayflower Kid. I got some other stuff for here. Here you go. Let me, oh, Mayflower Kid, don't throw tomatoes. That's so mean. You should pay the jester, right? What are you doing? Soundboard. You know what? Here you go. Here, let's add some joy to this stream, right? Let's add some more joy. Where is it? Clown. Here we go. There we go, guys. No worries in the world, right? We're all so happy. Ooh, yay! Ooh. So excited. There you go, Mayflower Kid. Was that enough positivity for you? Mayflower Kid? Okay. All right. Anyway. All right. Going back to the horror, now that we've had a slight little deviation from that, those were expensive tomatoes, Mayflower Kid. In today's economy, Jesus. Trump claims to destroy Iran's capabilities every single hour, right? Oh, let's watch this. Okay, here we go.
Liberal. Happy fun, la la la. Human smuggling, fentanyl deaths. Forced government euthanasia, chopping up children's genitals, la 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 la.
Is this Alex Jones?
La, 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 la. Liberal. Liberal, liberal,
Okay.
liberal, 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 liberal. Liberal.
I'm sorry. Okay, that's funny. I'm sorry. That's horrific and a lie, but that's really funny. Okay. Thank you, Matt Saga. That is actually quite hilarious. I should make that part of my regular sounds thing. Just randomly goes liberal, 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 liberal. I know. Fair, Mouse. I'll save sounds to it. Fine. I'll save. I need a soundboard, guys, so I can do like the cute little noises all the time. Like I can. How dare you, Matt Saga? Don't call me a liberal. Screw you. All right. Liberal, 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 liberal. All right. What so we can do this? Oh, that was loud. Sorry, guys. I didn't mean to make that so loud. I hope I didn't deafen anyone. What's this? Oh, I don't know if I should use that one. That might be against certain. Ooh, that's a good one. Okay, I'm sorry. I'll stop. I'm sorry. Sorry, guys. Sorry for the flashbang. I know it's very bright. Oh, Charlie Kirk. Let's try this one. Oops.
We are Charlie Kirk, we carry the flame, we'll fight for the gospel.
This is kind of cringy. Okay, we don't need to hear that again. Thank you, Matt Saigai. Thank you. Love that. Yeah, Charlie Kirk. You know, I've been trying to get an interview with him for so long. He's so rude. He never responds to me. Don't know what happened there. Shocking. He's so rude. Never wants to do an interview. Interesting. Wonder why. Wonder why that is. Do anyone know? Has anyone ever been able to get in contact with Charlie Kirk? I mean, dear God. Such a rude POS he is. Anyway. Okay. You should message Candace Owens and interview her. Oh my God, she would never. Guys, I'm way too small for that shit. Now, if I get like super big and famous, which will never happen probably, but if I do get super big and famous, I would love to interview Candace Owens. I would totally wear the whole jester outfit and shit. And like, I would do the kind of shit. Really be humiliated. Like in the middle of her saying something nonsensical, I'll just break out laughing and shit. And then say it's a disorder. I'll be like, sorry, I can't help it. It's a disorder. I can't help it. It's a medical issue. You know, something like that. It'd be kind of fun. Okay. We're still waiting for Pete Hegseth here. What's this one, Matt Saigai? What is this, Matt Saigai? Oh, that actually sounds kind of fun. I like that. I don't know what that is, though. I only speak American, so I don't know what they're saying. Oh, it's a song for Palestine. Well, now I feel like an asshole, man. Okay. That's really cool, though. All right. Oh, my God. There you go. There you go, Invalid Axiom. I have a medical issue. It's called grifter pseudo-bar effect. There you go. Pseudo-bar effect. That's hilarious. Okay. So, let's see what else I can look at while we're waiting for this shit to happen. What's happening on Beirut skyline? Oh, wow. Oh, Palestinian. I should have known that, Matt Saigai. Okay, it kind of looks like Palestine. The word does. That makes sense. All right, let's see here. What's Al Jazeera saying?
Minister Abbas Araghchi spoke to U.S. media saying he's not worried about an American invasion.
They came here for a regime change, perhaps. They came here for a rapid victory, so that can,
Yeah, I wouldn't be worried about a regime change war either, because we have an incompetent military that won't possibly win that. All right. What else should we do here? Let me see here. You know what? Let's see what we got over here. Can you turn up the YouTube just a little bit? Yeah, sure. There you go, guys. Let's see what we have to react to. Okay, so let's react to some things over on what's it called? Over on the Discord. Okay. Oh yeah, let's watch this video. So guys, have we seen this, right? This is the soldier. I don't know if you guys heard about this. There was an American Marine. I think I told you about this, didn't I? That's a good point, Valid. So we could do that too. But first, let me just show you guys. This is the Marine, the U.S. Marine, who was protesting. Okay, and he got dragged out of the hearing on the War Powers Resolution, and apparently he broke his arm or damaged his hand or something. And they did it pretty violently. They violently pulled him out of the room. Screaming that he doesn't want to die for Israel. Is there a snap? Ugh, I don't know. I haven't actually watched it. I just know he gets injured. But I'm going to watch it anyway. So cover your ears, I guess, if you don't want to hear a snap. That's really gross. Okay. And then we'll play the food game. I think that's a good idea, guys. Let's watch.
Out! No one wants to fight for Israel!
His hand! His hand! Oh! His hand!
I heard that. Okay, that was very uncomfortable.
Let go of
Ouch.
Let go of the door. Let go of the door. The senator broke his hand!
Oh God, so that was his arm snapping. Did you guys hear that? It was kind of hard to hear from that angle, but I definitely heard it.
Sir. Okay. Arm stuck in the door.
What a badass guy, though.
Just broke the hand
Really?
of a Marine!
By the way, a senator is helping drag him out.
A U.S. senator just broke the hand of a Marine! You're a coward.
God, disgusting.
Go fuck yourself. That's why you got kicked out, fat ass.
Jesus. The women filling turns to other U.S. Army leaders, and they're not even turning around to look. Oh my God, really?
Everybody sit down, please. I'm getting out of here. That's fine. Everybody sit down, please.
Is your hand okay? No, it's not.
This is disgusting. Disgusting.
Based. What a based guy. What a sexy man that is. You see that? He didn't even care. He's like, yeah, just break my hand. I don't give a shit. I'm going to keep screaming about fighting for Israel. Dear God. Yeah, MAGA senator that's been paid about $50K, $500K from Israel. Of course. Absolutely. I'm not surprised at all to hear that. Okay. So let's play the food game a bit, guys. I don't have much planned right now, so let's just play the food game, okay? Let's do that while we wait for Pete Hegseth to come out. All right. I need a brief break here. My ADHD meds are wearing off. This is great. Let's play the food game. I will keep this on in the background so that when Pete Keg's breath does come out, we will know. We will know. It will be obvious. Okay, so let's do food guesser. Yeah, I'm surprised it wasn't Mark Wayne Mullen, right? Okay, so let's do this. Everyone ready for this? We all know how to play, right? You guys are going to help me guess where the food comes from. The food comes from any country in the world. And we better get gastronomical genius or I'll be very angry. Okay, I'll be very angry. If we don't get gastronomical genius, I will blame all of you. Okay? So, again, I have the sound turned on over there, so we will be able to hear when he comes on. All right, so where is this from, guys? Is this a steak? Is this what, beef tartare or whatever? No, it's not. Lean ground lamb, bulgur wheat, onion, olive oil, salt, black pepper, allspice, cinnamon, marjoram, fresh mint, fresh basil, radishes, scallions, pine nuts. It looks kind of French to me, right? It looks kind of French to me. A little bit of French. Kind of looks French. Does it look French? Turkey? Yeah, it doesn't. It's not exactly something I would want to eat. Maybe. Traditionally served with pita bread. Maybe it is turkey. You know what? Let's try turkey. Let's try turkey. Yeah, me too. I don't like raw meat of any kind. Let's try turkey. That's just okay. Let's try turkey. Okay, well, all right. It was Turkey, Cyprus, Lebanon, Syria, Palestine, and Jordan. Ooh, okay. All right. Kibbeh nea, traditional Levantine dish made from raw minced. Yeah, no, thank you. I can't do the raw. All right, I can't do the raw part of that. Fantastic. Next round. Okay, good job. Whoever got it right. Invalid axiom. You get a boop. Boop. Meowser gets a boop. Boop. Anyone else get a boop? I don't think it gets a boop. Okay, this one we have potatoes, onions, beef drippings, salt, pepper.
We've got a 1 minute warning.
1 minute warning. Ooh. okay. He's probably finishing his last shot before he comes out here. Yeah, he's too busy at the keg. Oh, you ordered food. What are you eating, Mayflower Kid? What are you? Oh, thank you, Mayflower Kid. Please, did you really Instacart me some milk, tomatoes, and cheeseburgers? I love that. Okay, that's fantastic. Potato, onions, beef dripping, salt, pepper, leftover meat, carrots, and turnips. All right. What do we think, guys? It looks like... That looks like an American home. I could be wrong, though. What do we think this is? Dish is a hearty and comforting Poland? Poland? Do you think Poland, guys?
Well, good afternoon.
God damn it. Okay.
I'm honored to stand right here today alongside one of America's finest, Admiral Brad Cooper, Commander of U.S. Central Command. We just had a chance to spend a couple of hours together, better part of 2 hours, going through the entirety of this operation, Operation Epic Fury. And Admiral, I want to thank you for everything you do and your incredible leadership, for your dynamic thinking, the way you're
Mayflower Kid, if you're serious, I swear to God, Mayflower Kid, I swear to God.
this problem set on every level. In just days of Operation Epic Fury, you and your team have delivered nothing short of devastating, precise...
Oh, God, here we go. Guys, it's so gross.
...strikes, taking out the better part of Iran's Navy.
Remember what we read earlier about how these bombings affect people.
Making it combat ineffective, neutralizing missile sites and launchers, and establishing total dominance over the skies we fly over and seas we fly over. Our forces are executing with unmatched skill, and the mission is advancing decisively. This is the kind of no-nonsense, results-driven warfighting
yeah, he does
that
get off on
America
this stuff.
demands. And you're delivering it in spades. You are the man for this moment. Admiral Cooper, on behalf of the President, the Department of War, and every American watching, I want to thank you for the outstanding job you and CENTCOM are doing. Keep pressing the fight, and we are with you all the way. A few thoughts before I hand it over to the Admiral for an update. Iran is hoping that we cannot sustain this, which is a really bad miscalculation for the IRGC in Iran. You see, there's no shortage of American will here. We remember and honor our fallen, those six that we will soon welcome at Dover, who gave everything for their country in this mission. We remember them.
Oh my God, I can't.
But we remember them by rededicating
rum.
ourselves even more fervently to this mission. Our commitment to our mission objectives only increases as our advantages continue to increase. We've got no shortage of munitions. Our stockpiles of defensive and offensive weapons allow us to sustain this campaign as long as we need to. Again, our munition status only increases as our advantage increases. Our capabilities, we have only just begun to fight, and fight decisively. Having a chance to hear from Admiral Cooper. If you think you've seen something, just wait. The amount of combat power that's still flowing, that's still coming, that we'll be able to project over Iran is a multiples of what it currently is right now when you add up our capabilities.
Okay, what is he talking
and
about? I'm
those
sorry.
of the Israeli
I'm bored.
Defense
What? Come on.
Forces. And we have no shortage of authorities. The Admiral knows we have clear objectives with maximum authorities on the battlefield.
I love that. Don't worry. The Admiral knows we have clear objectives. Why don't you just tell us what they are?
The dumb, politically correct wars of the past were the opposite of what we're doing here.
What?
They had vague objectives with restrictive, minimalist rules of engagement.
Guys,
no more.
Oh my God.
Our
Do
authorities,
you hear that? They have
his
restrictive
authorities,
rules of engagement.
CENTCOM's authorities through the President and myself.
We
are
allow
maxed
war
out.
crimes in this military.
Our capabilities are overwhelming and gathering still, as are those of our Israeli partners.
Yeah, Fetty.
Our munitions are full up, and our will is ironclad, which means our timeline is ours and ours alone to control. As long as it takes to ensure the United States of America achieves these objectives. And as we flow more forces, and as we flow more capabilities, and as our munitions, as we're flying over the top, have even more devastating effects, we set the tempo, we set the timeline, led by the commander on the ground. Our ear is to the ground to listen to Admiral Cooper, what he needs, and what he needs he will get. We are built for this fight, and we are in it to win it. And we have the right commander in the lead. So I'll now hand it over to Admiral Brad Cooper to give you an update right here from CENTCOM. Admiral.
Jesus.
Secretary, first, thank you very much and good afternoon, and welcome to U.S. Central Command Headquarters.
Oh, this is going to be boring.
America's Warfighting Headquarters. It's great to be here alongside the Secretary and representing the more than 50,000 men and women in uniform currently executing Operation Epic Fury. So, Mr. Secretary, first, thank you very much for your leadership and support and the very clear vision and objectives that you've given us to allow us to use overwhelming force against the terrorist regime. And thanks to all of you for attending today, and welcome to Tampa. We are now starting our 6th day of a historic mission to eliminate Iran's ability to threaten Americans. We are, if I could channel my inner Navy officer, we are at full speed ahead in executing orders given by leadership in Washington. The President and Secretary Hegseth have been crystal clear in their expectations, and we are at a high level of execution. As described by the Secretary and earlier this week by me,
a high level of
combat
execution
power is building as Iranian combat power declines. Our air dominance allows us to hit Iran's center of gravity with overwhelming power and reach. A couple of examples. In just the last 72 hours, America's bomber force has struck nearly 200 targets deep inside of Iran, including around Tehran. And in just the last hour, U.S. B-2 bombers dropped dozens of 2,000-pound penetrator bombs targeting deeply buried ballistic missile launchers.
Great.
Notably, we've also struck Iran's equivalent of Space Command,
of course,
which degrades their ability to threaten Americans. Then, if I just look back over the last 24 hours...
Yeah, because Iran has such a threatening space program, folks.
Compared to where we were at start, ballistic missile attacks have decreased by 90% since day one. Drone attacks have decreased by 83%.
Fetty, you're not wrong. You're not wrong,
Having said
Fetty.
this, we remained vigilant. Our strikes
the
against the
homoerotic
Iranian
language,
Navy have intensified. You may have heard the President say just a little while ago that we have sunk or destroyed 24 ships. That was true at the moment. We're now up over 30 ships. And in just the last few hours, we hit an Iranian drone carrier ship, roughly the size of a World War II aircraft carrier, and as we speak, it's on fire. The President gave us another task, to raise or level Iran's ballistic missile industrial base. So we're not just hitting what they have, we're destroying their ability to rebuild. And so as we transition to the next phase of this operation, we will systemically dismantle Iran's missile production capability for the future, and that's absolutely in progress.
Sure,
It's going
Sylvie.
to take some time, but our forces are well supplied, as the Secretary
They're
said,
not. They're
and we are
literally not. We
absolutely
know
ready
for
to
a fact
prosecute this mission
that we're running
decisively.
out of interceptors.
Our combined joint forces have relentlessly destroyed Iran's air defenses over the past few days, and they've continued hunting for more systems to kill. Our air defenders are operating at the very top of their game. I couldn't be prouder, shoulder to shoulder with our partners in the region in many cases, providing the most integrated air defense network in Middle East history. We are fighting to win. Through combined U.S. and Israeli combat power, we will continue decimating Iran's ability to project power outside its borders. And if I can just conclude by saying
this language.
A strong salute to the brave men and women who are out on the pointy edge.
Yeah, which kind of
really
salute
doing
we talking? The
exceptional
Roman
work. I
one or
just
the one
couldn't
with
be
the head?
prouder,
You
and I
know,
the American people sharing that same pride. So thank you very much.
Absolutely. And with that, we'll take a few questions. Yeah, right here.
Sir, appreciate it. Admiral, I wanted to ask, or Mr. Secretary, the Ukrainian president said today that the U.S. has asked for specific capabilities to deal with Shahid drones, Iranian drones. And you guys talked about what you asked for, and has there been any surprises from Iranian capabilities that you guys have seen in the past 6 days?
Go ahead.
We're very familiar with Iranian's capabilities, and as you might imagine, we planned for it right from the outset, and I feel good about what the plan was. Like any good organization, we adjust as necessary to meet the environment, and we've made those appropriate adjustments.
Absolutely. Right here.
yeah, absolutely invalid axiom, but it's still called the Roman salute, right?
I've heard reports that there's enriched uranium stored in Isfahan. I've also heard reports that there's not a lot of bombing there. Is that on purpose? Do we believe there's enriched uranium there? And would we ever send special forces to secure it?
As CENTCOM pointed out, that those reports...
No, Mayflower Kid, I don't need any condiments. Thank you.
As you can imagine,
yeah, invalid
Iran is
axiom.
doing everything it can to peddle in lies, deception, and inflation of numbers and reality, mostly to propagandize to their own people.
Isn't that funny? Since we're literally doing the exact same thing that he's saying that Iran is doing.
Right? They've shut down the internet. They're hoping they can convince their own population that they're having success. One thing one of their leaders said recently is that 500 Americans have been killed.
Look, Wall, that's dark.
These are lies. The lies will continue. CENTCOM will continue to debunk those lies. So, and as often is the case in conflict, first reports are.
What is with the audio in this place?
As it pertains to nuclear material and things like that, one of the objectives the president has always said is that Iran will not have a nuclear bomb, nuclear capabilities, but we would never disclose what we will or will not do inside operational plans. So Admiral Cooper's got a plan. We're working that plan, and targets will be struck or not struck according to what we want to achieve. Yeah, right there.
Secretary Hegseth, the president said
Mayflower kid, I'm good.
in an interview that he would like to have a say in who's the next leader of Iran. Is this an expansion of your military objectives? Do you view it that way? And additionally, you spoke earlier today about how previous leaders have drawn resources from our hemisphere to the Middle East.
Mm-hmm.
How do you avoid that?
Well, there's no expansion. Ultimately, I think the president's having a heck of a say in who runs Iran, given the ongoing operation we have. So there's no expansion in our objectives. We know exactly what we're trying to achieve. I think today's a great example of what this War Department is capable of doing. I was just in another part of Florida today where we announced, America's counter cartel conference. 18 countries coming together from Central, South America, and the Caribbean, coming together to fight cartels. That is something that is ongoing.
Yeah, to kill fishermen in the Caribbean,
Pacific. We can mass combat power. In CENTCOM, UCOM is able to support that as well. So we know we're laser focused on our hemisphere and our homeland. That's why we locked down the border. That's why we're working with partners to take on cartels. That's why we're sinking drug boats. That's why we're on the offense there. But the beautiful things about combatant commands is that, Brad Cooper's laser focused on Central Command, just like Frank Donovan is laser focused on Southern Command. We can do both. That's what a global power can do. Ultimately, this issue of Iran's nuclear pursuit and their unwillingness through negotiations to stop it was something President Trump has said for a long time needs to be dealt with. And after 47 years, he's doing something that no other president was willing to do. And we're doing it overwhelmingly, and we're doing it decisively, while also in other parts of the globe having the desired effects. I mean, take, for example, what we displayed yesterday, the Iranian ship in the Indian Ocean, sunk by Indo-PACOM, another combatant command, who coordinated with us in order to make that happen. So America's reach is global. Our focus here, though, these missions are narrow, they're scoped, and Admiral Cooper is well on his way to ensuring that we reach those objectives.
Yeah, guys.
Right here.
This is like, I'm sorry, like the Roman Empire and like the last days of its massive power was still talking in this sort of way. Like the Roman Empire shall crush its enemies, while it was in the midst of decline. So, okay.
Given their experience, that's something that the Pentagon is looking for. And Admiral Cooper, can you walk us through a little bit about how effective the Lucas drones have been, what kind of targets they've hit, and how much that's helped, given that they're low-cost alternatives to the more expensive
Go ahead.
Sure. I'm not familiar with the particular offer, but interceptors in general, we've had a number of new capabilities being fielded. Obviously, I'm not going to talk about it from an operational perspective, what those are. But I think you have seen over a period of time us kind of get on the other side of this cost curve on drones in general. If I just walk back a couple of years...
Oh, they're talking about the cost curve, right, that I was talking about?
A $50,000 drone with a $2 million missile. These days, we're spending a lot of time shooting down $100,000 drones with $10,000 weapons from ours. So that's one aspect of it. Lucas, indispensable. As many of you know, and if you don't know, this was an original Iranian drone design. We captured it, pulled the guts out, sent it back
Guys, there's
to
a phrase
America.
called the hubris of empire. Like empires tend to have a lot of hubris, but boy, do they fall fast when that that hubris will be their downfall. As Albaita Colossus just said, pride before the fall.
Put a little Made America on it, brought it back here, and we're shooting it at the Iranians. Good targets.
Good targets. Absolutely. Right there.
Thank you so much, Secretary. President Trump, in his first speech after the launch of the Operation Epic Fury, he addressed Iranian people and he said that there is going to be a time for you to come out, but it's not now. Stay home. It's not safe. I want to know if there is a timeline for that that you're going to urge Iranian people to come out. How that is going to play out?
Right,
and
Paul
how
School.
are you going to protect the protesters? You know that they're going to be shot probably, as we witnessed in January. That's what happened. How are you going to protect and support the protesters? And Admiral, I have one question for you. How are you going to minimize the civilian harms? We have a lot of evidence.
Yeah, our
that
Beitraklasse.
Basij units, IRGC commanders, they are now gathering in schools, in hospitals, in purely residential areas because their headquarters are.
Yep, invalid axiom. You know it.
So how are you going to protect the civilians?
Yeah, Sir Bartholomew, right? The good targets, like that all-girls school, yeah, you know, or the hospitals, you know.
Obviously, the Iranian people showed a lot of courage in those protests, and we saw the Iranian regime was revealed for what it is in the way they reacted.
Yeah, we awarded them by killing their
no one's done more than
children.
President Trump to reopen the opportunity for those who want a free Iran to do so.
Hey, Airstyle.
Ultimately, it's common sense, as he said up front. Don't go out and protest while bombs are dropping inside Tehran and elsewhere. So there will come a moment where he determines, or they determine, that it's the time to seize that advantage. But there's a lot of things we're doing, and the Israeli military is doing, targeting those individuals who are targeting those who protest. The more
But wait a
you
minute.
do that, and
How do you
erode
know
their-
if they're targeting people who are protesting if you don't want them out to be protesting? Okay. I don't even know.
and
Right.
you erode their capabilities, the more you create an opportunity for people to boldly stand up.
Yeah, I would just reinforce the point. We're targeting the people. We're targeting the headquarters and the people who are targeting the protesters, first and foremost. I'd also just double down on the president's comments that he previously made to the people.
Ooh,
staying
do
at
you
home.
see that he did kind of correct Pete Hegseth? Remember, Pete Hegseth is the separate Secretary of War, and this guy kind of just corrected his boss. Now, that's a small thing, but he's like, no, we're targeting the headquarters of the people who direct the people who go against the protesters.
Keep things calm. Stay out of the way. There's a lot of U.S. and Israeli capacity coming over. We're hitting a lot of targets. The best thing for them to do for right
Yeah,
now
you're
is
right,
just
invalid
to low.
axiom. You're right.
Right here.
But I'm like, maybe Pete Hegseth is going to be pissed off about that. It doesn't matter, but okay.
One common outcome of American military action in the past has been taking in thousands of refugees into the American homeland, and I'm wondering
Yeah.
if there's any safeguards put in place to make sure that the American people aren't having to have another wave of refugees from the Middle East or anywhere else come and stay here.
I think it's safe to say there's no plan for a wave of new Middle Eastern refugees to the United States of America. I think, as the president has pointed out for a long time, there are a lot of countries in the region who would be capable of providing that kind of support if need be, but that's certainly not something we're planning on. Yeah,
That's possible, invalid axiom.
Yes, sir. Michael in Washington Times. I wanted to ask, I know,
Yeah.
Semper Gumby is always a truism in the military. Did the British decision to refuse Diego Garcia have any impact on the mission itself? Did you have to adjust, or were you
What?
able to just completely, go with the mission without even worrying about that?
Well, as the president stated, it was unfortunate that that the Brits didn't, from day one, say, "Hey, go ahead and have access." But we got there. We got there, and that's now part of the way
By
that we're
bullying them.
operationalizing bomber runs, and that's part of when we say more to come. It's more fighter squadrons, it's more capabilities, it's more defensive capabilities, and it's more bomber pulses more frequently. The amount of firepower over Iran and over Tehran is about to surge dramatically, and part of it is that we're going to have even more basing, and it's not just the UK. We've had other friends step up.
Sorry,
and we're grateful for that.
Vish. Visheshina? Forgive me, I can't pronounce your thing. I'll just call you Vish. You want to work for U.S. Department? What department?
Preparing troops for some type of retaliatory action after the airport strike. Has the Department of War and CENTCOM been working on deconflicting with this area if they were to move in or attempt something in retaliation?
I'm sure there are plans, and I'll let the Admiral speak to that. But
yeah, we're
that does allow me to kind of address this idea that the war might be expanding, or there's chaos, and
there
nothing could be
is
further from the truth. If anything, what Iran is doing by targeting allied countries that would otherwise want to stay out of this, they've actually pulled them into the American orbit. So now you've got UAE and Qatar and Bahrain and Saudi and Kuwait and others saying, "Hey, we're with you. we'll shoot with you, we'll fly with you, we'll defend with you. We'll allow you more basing and other a lot of which we can't talk about and won't talk about. But it's actually firming up the unity of the resistance.
Oh, really?
in order
Is
to
that
focus
right?
Exactly where we need
So it
to.
isn't the war
this
isn't
idea
expanding?
that it's expanding or going. No, it's actually simplifying in a number of ways.
What is he
exactly what
talking
we need to
about?
Achieve and how we'll achieve it. I don't know
That's
if you
cool,
can
Vic.
add into that.
I won't get out of policy ahead of policy in terms of what we might do. What I will point out is this is now the 12th country that Iran has attacked. 12 countries, and it goes right back to the Secretary's point. Those 12 countries are none too happy, and I look forward to working with all the
Of
partners.
course,
who want to join
I
us.
agree, Weird Amorphous Blob. A
Mr.
lot of
I'll
other
just close
people
by
have bought
saying-
into that
Mr.
too.
Secretary,
People keep saying, well, won't Russia come to their aid? Won't China come to their aid? I'm like, no, I'm sorry, but no one is supporting Iran, which is unfortunate. Poor Iran.
that we're going to see at the Department of Homeland Security.
Well, I think.
Yeah,
Christy
where
Nolan
was
did
Blob?
an excellent job over there, securing our border.
Our
and keeping us
Clausa, the
focused
Gulf states
on
hear the call of
Brexit.
Mordor, right?
President Making a change. We all serve at the pleasure of the president. I'm sure Mark Wayne Mullen will do a fantastic job. He's been a friend of mine for a long time. But
That explains
Christy
a
did
lot.
a great job setting us up for success. So I don't have any concerns about whether or not the homeland will be covered down on. And I'll just end by saying I wish every American could get a chance to see what we see. I had a chance to go into the control room, into the Tactical Operations Center, go see these young men and women that are doing this, the dedication that they show at every level, the way they've refined their craft. Now, I'm talking to a young colonel who's iterating
What about
on
the
how we
dead
target,
soldiers out there?
and how we find and fix
Yeah,
different
Mayflower
aspects
Kid.
of what the Iranians are trying to do. If they don't know what they're up against, and if they think they've got it solved for, they're
Valid
wrong.
axiom. That's a dad joke,
And
okay?
ultimately, the combination of our ingenuity, the skill, the professionalism, the discipline, and then the sheer weight of the capabilities of the U.S. military, what you're going to see may look routine. It may start to be like, oh, another boat. Oh, another launcher. Oh, another drone facility. What it takes to do this with the precision that we do is world class. No one else can do it. And it's world class
Valid
Americans.
axiom.
Like the ones I saw here, like the ones that are coming home that we're going to greet home, that are the engine of what makes our country great. And so I'm so grateful for folks like those here at CENTCOM, at Central Command, who are under your command. Thank you for your decisive leadership. And all I'll say to you, is I'll say to them, keep going. Because the president and myself,
This is a
we
nothing
have your
burger
back.
so
Thank
far.
you. Appreciate it.
Thanks very much.
Couple more?
Mr. Secretary, how is this operation going to ensure Iran never gets a nuclear weapon?
Hey, thanks so much.
That's it? That's it? That was it? We waited all for that shit? I mean, I guess you're right, invalid axiom, but like, I was at least expecting him to, rant more about, how he wants to kill everyone, etc. Like he normally does. He's normally being like, we have more lethality. We can blow up so many schools. Like he normally just, yeah, he may not have been drinking enough at this point. Like most of the time, there's a bit more energy, a bit more energy there. That was a very low energy speech. Maybe he was, I don't know. That was weird though. Like I said, most of the time he just starts screaming about wanting to kill everyone on the planet, which at least is good for content, I guess. But in this case, that was just kind of dull. All right, well, okay. That was kind of that was like, yeah, low TP. That'd be like if you redid the scene from Star Wars where, Darth Vader goes into the room and like starts choking the generals, but he just kind of goes in and goes, guys, I'm really upset. All right, I'm not going to choke you or anything, but do better. Like, it just doesn't make for good cinema, right? Or if they decided to not blow up that Alderaan, he just kind of, or he doesn't like scream about how happy he is about it. Whatever. If he's, okay, imagine if Darth Vader, when commanding the destruction of Alderaan, kind of goes into the command center and is like, I respect all of you. You're all doing a great job. And you see Alderaan blowing up in the background. You see like Alderaan being destroyed in the background. But the words don't really match what's happening. Anyway, that's kind of what I thought. Yeah, I found your lack of faith, Meh, but I deeply respect you for clicking the right buttons to destroy that planet. Anyway, it was just kind of boring, Oh, well, that's a shame. That's deeply a shame. Hello, T.Y. Thompson. Hello. There was a joke channel that did that. Is that true? Ooh, we need to see that. That was AD. Yeah, it was kind of a low energy. I guess Kage's breath didn't have enough vodka in him or whatever he likes to drink. God knows. Probably, I don't know. He seems more like a beer guy. I like beer, but he seems like a real big beer guy. All right. Okay. All right. Very unclimactic. Yeah, he must have ran out of blow for the week. I agree. Maybe he didn't have the right amount of cocaine or whatever in his system. Who knows? So okay, that was kind of boring, guys. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm very sorry that that happened. Yeah, he didn't have enough Viagra, possibly. Who knows? But like that was kind of weak, right? Like you expect an evil empire speech to be have a bit more energy in it, a bit more, I want to kill everyone sort of thing going on. Oh well, that's disappointing. Okay. Now, if I were his teacher and I had to grade that speech on like, on an evil empire scale, that's like a 3 maybe. Maybe a 3. Okay, whatever. Yeah. Yeah. It's okay. I would have preferred to hear more blood-curdling screams for gore, like, kind of like people cheering at the Coliseum for people to slaughter each other. I would have liked to hear more of that from him. Oh, well. Yeah, he thinks he's still on Fox News, right? Yeah, he spent more time LARPing and less time speech writing, that's for sure. Weird Morse Blob, I had an argument earlier with a liberal activist I previously thought was smarter than this, who called someone I worked with more recently pro-war for openly supporting Iran in this conflict. What? Defense is being pro-war. Okay, whatever. That's stupid. Okay, Gwen. Bonk. You get a bonk. Wake up, Gwen. You missed part of class. Okay, he will be there in 5 minutes, Mayflower Kid. Oh my God, if you actually sent me an Instacart, Mayflower Kid, I'm going to lose my mind. All right. All right. So, okay. Yes, Matt Sci Guy. What's up, Matt Sci Guy? You yelled my name. I forgive you, Gwen. This time, I forgive you. What do you want, Matt Sci Guy? What do you want from me? What do you want? Okay. Jesus Christ. Okay. So, all right. So, guys, that was a nothing burger. I'm sorry to say it was kind of a nothing burger. Don't we agree? I'm going to go now. All right, I'm going to go now. It is 5. I'm hot today. Oh, thank you, Matt Saigai. Oh, Matt Saigai, thank you. It actually is kind of literally hot in here, so I kind of am hot today. Like, literally, I'm hot today. I'm going to go relax a bit, guys. I need to go eat dinner, etc. I'm very hungry, and I might start eating my stick. I know, I'm sorry, Airstyle. Forgive me. Well, you should have showed up on time. You came late to class, Airstyle. Okay. Yeah, you too, Weirdomorphous Blob. You showed up late to class. You all get bonks. Bonk for Weirdomorphous Blob. Well, and Mayflower Kid. And Airstyle, you get a bonk. Bonk, shame on you. Okay. Thank you, guys. All right. I had class. Not real. It's a lie, okay? All right. Okay. So, guys, you know what I'm about to say? First of all, I'll be back on tomorrow. Okay, we'll have our Friday stream tomorrow. I believe, do we have a Kahoot tomorrow? I don't think we do have a Kahoot tomorrow. Do we have a Kahoot last week, guys? Do we have a Kahoot tomorrow? I don't know that we do have a Kahoot. No, we did Kahoot last week, didn't we? I can't remember. We might have a Kahoot tomorrow. I don't know. I'll have to see if we did a Kahoot last week. We had it last week. Okay, no Kahoot tomorrow then. But tomorrow's Friday. Yay. Okay. We all know what I'm about to say. First of all, free Palestine. Free. For those who don't know, by the way, every other week, we do a Kahoot. So we do a community quiz on all the shit we learned. Okay. Because I'm an educator. Okay. So you need to learn shit. Okay. First of all, free Palestine. Free Palestine. Second of all, never stop resisting. The easiest way to resist is to not blindly obey authority figures. That includes the new Watch Me. I'm not perfect. I make mistakes. See what other people are saying. Don't get caught in an information silo, because the easiest way to resist is to, think for yourselves a bit. I'm just on the other side of a scream. I'm not any better than any of you. I hope you know that, right? Don't we see how my community is always mocking me? Because you got to bring me down, cut me down to size a bit. I'm a human being just like the rest of you. I am not perfect. Okay. All right. We're living in a fascist moment in this country. Fascism thrives in fascism thrives in an environment where people have lost faith in their democratic institutions. How dare you, invalid axiom? People have lost faith in their institutions because it's not supporting them economically. We need, how dare you, Retro Rasher? We need major reforms in this country. Okay, you cannot stand in the center when facing fascism. Do not let the fascist walk all over you. Do not be a slug. Okay, do not be a slug. Do not let the fascist walk all over you. On the wall behind me is a sword. The name of that sword is Chainbreaker. It is thought to have been responsible for the death of 7 slave owners. It's been passed down in my family for many years. I have it back there to remind everyone of the sacrifices that our ancestors made. Okay, we cannot let their sacrifices go to waste. Some of them died trying to get some of the things we have today, some of the rights we have, some of the freedoms, some of the economic liberties. Okay, many of our ancestors died to improve our lives, and some of those sacrifices are going to waste. Please don't let their sacrifice go to waste, and always, always, always fight for a better future. They often had to go through fight through harder odds than we did to get some change. Okay, we need some change. All right. And on that note, folks, I love you all very much. I'll be back on tomorrow as always. Please join our Discord if you haven't already. It is linked up in the chat, both on Twitch and YouTube. I often been talking on there, so if you want to keep chatting with me, I will often be in the Discord chatting with people there. So come on over. Come on over, baby. Come on over. Come on over, baby. Okay. So please, do that, all right? Okay. Seriously, so rude. What do you mean, Mayflower Kid? What are you guys yelling at me about? It's coming right now? Oh, I'm sorry, Mayflower Kid. Bye. I'm going, Mayflower Kid. Also, what do you want, Matt Sci Guy? What do you both want? What do you both want? Okay, what are you both whining about? As if you control the stream. What do you want? Okay, what do you want, Mayflower Kid? Huh? Huh? What do you want, Matt Sci Guy? Okay, I gave you a moment. You haven't responded. I'm going to go now. Okay, bye-bye, guys. Love you very much. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye. Bye.